What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4PG Chapter 91. Started to eat his meal slowly. Yes, my kindness to you was not in vain, the old man said with a smile. After that, he began to eat with big mouthfuls. Looking at the old man's wolfing down, Mo Yi's mouth twitched. Can this old man really finish so much? However, Mo Yi did not think much about it and began to eat his food slowly. After a meal, the old man ate all the dishes on the table, leaving no residue. Looking at the old man's satisfied look, he was relieved. Fortunately, the old man's kindness was not in vain. After dinner, the old man returned to his room, and Mo Yi returned to his room and began to read. There was no talk all night, and he got up early the next morning. He opened the window, and a fresh air came in. The morning sun sprinkled on his body, making people feel warm. Mo Yi stood in front of the window, stretched, then picked up the book on the table and began to read. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared at the door. Master Mo Yi, good morning, the figure said respectfully. Mo Yi raised his head and looked at the figure, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was a burly middle-aged man with short hair and a simple smile on his face. You are? Mo Yi looked at the middle-aged man and asked with some confusion. I am Upton, the martial arts teacher invited by Mr. Greg, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Teacher Upton, good morning, Mo Yi said with a smile and then stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Upton also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Mo Yi. Master Mo Yi, from today on, I will teach you martial arts and kendo, Upton said. Okay, Teacher Upton. Mo Yi nodded and said, then let's get started, Upton said. After that, he took Mo Yi to the courtyard. Looking at everything in the courtyard, Mo Yi's eyes flashed with excitement. I am finally going to start learning, however, before learning, there is still one thing to do. That is signing in. As a time traveler, Mo Yi naturally has a cheat. His cheat is something called famous scene sign-in system. As long as he signs in at some famous scenes, he can get some rewards. And now, Mo Yi is standing in front of a famous scene. That is, the famous scene for learning martial arts and kendo. System, sign in, Mo Yi said silently in his heart. Ding. Sign in successfully, get reward, subhuman bloodline. The voice of the system sounded in Mo Yi's mind. Subhuman blood? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Mo Yi's eyes. This reward seems quite powerful. Subhumans are special creatures with immortal bodies. They not only have strong vitality but also have some special abilities. Now that he has obtained subhuman blood, doesn't that mean that he also has these abilities? Thinking of this, Kai Zhang couldn't help but get a little excited. However, he didn't show it, but continued to look at Upton, waiting for his teaching. Master Mo Yi, let's start learning running now, which is the basis of physical exercise, Upton said. Okay, Teacher Upton. Mo Yi nodded and said. After that, he followed Upton and started running. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Advertisement soon. The first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on the sea, and golden ripples rippled, as if covering the blue sea with a layer of golden gauze. Mo Yi stood at the bow, holding a long sword, with an upright posture, and the tip of the sword pointed to the distance, as if to split the endless ocean in two. He took a deep breath of the salty and humid air brought by the sea breeze, leaned forward slightly, and the long sword in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air as if it had spirituality. Where the pair pointed, it was what he wanted in his heart. Every swing of the sword was a perfect combination of swordsmanship and fighting skills. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Yi kept practicing swordsmanship, and every movement was standard and powerful, as if it had become his body instinct. Sweat slid from his forehead and dripped into the sea, but the silk could not shake his firm will. Not enough, he whispered to himself, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. He knew that in order to gain a foothold in this world where there are so many strong people, he must constantly hone himself and make himself stronger. For 4 years, Mo Yi continued to learn and grow under Upton's guidance. He grew from a boy who knew nothing about swordsmanship to a swordsman with superb swordsmanship. And Upton, the old man who always smiled, also used his wisdom and experience to pave a road to power for Mo Yi. Boy, you are only 1.9 meters tall, which is only considered a medium build in this world. Upton once teased Mo Yi. But Mo Yi knew that height is not the only factor that determines the strength of a swordsman. The real strength lies in the inner determination and superb skills. Teacher Upton, I will become stronger and make you proud of me, Mo Yi swore silently in his heart. However, half a year ago, the old man who always smiled closed his eyes forever. Mo Yi remembered that the day before his death, Upton praised his cooking skills for improvement. At that time, Mo Yi was full of grief, but he also knew that he had to live strong and continue on the path that Upton guided him. Teacher, I will remember your teachings and will not let you down. Mo Yi held the long sword in his hand tightly, as if he could feel Upton's kind lightning staring at him. The sea breeze blew Mo Yi's long hair, and his figure became more and more determined in the morning light. He knew that the road ahead was still long, but he believed that as long as he continued to work hard and hone himself, one day he would become the swordsman that shocked the world. Xiao He, let's go. Mo Yi turned and looked in the direction of the cabin, and a little guy with wings flew out and landed on his shoulder. This was his partner and his only support on the sea. They had experienced countless storms and dangers together and had long become an inseparable whole. Woo! Xiao He made a cheerful cry, as if responding to Mo Yi's call. It spread its wings, circled in the air, and then led Mo Yi's ship towards the distant horizon. On the sea, the sun shone all over the earth, and the figures of Mo Yi and Xiao He gradually went away, leaving only beautiful ripples, as if telling their future legendary stories. The sea breeze whistled, and the waves beat against the hull, making bursts of roars. On the deck, IBM Xiao He, a seemingly ordinary robot, showed amazing language skills. "Master, I'm hungry." Xiao He suddenly spoke, his voice mechanical and cold, but with a hint of coquettishness. Mo Yi was stunned, then laughed. "You guy, you still say you're hungry?" He reached out and touched Xiao He's metal shell. A sly look flashed in his eyes. "Well, I'll find you something to eat." Mo Yi referred to the settings in Agent, and began to give Xiao He special training. He not only wanted Xiao He to be able to think independently, but also to be able to maintain mobility when he lost consciousness. Day after day, Xiao He gradually showed amazing independence under Mo Yi's teaching. Not only can it find food by itself, but it can also complete some simple tasks alone when Mo Yi is not around. On this day, Mo Yi decided to try to let Xiao He master weapons. He took out a sword and a gun and placed them in front of Xiao He. "Xiao He, try this." Mo Yi pointed at the sword and said. Xiao He stretched out his mechanical arm and carefully picked up the sword. Although its movements were a bit stiff, they were full of seriousness and concentration. After some practice, Xiao He was able to wield the sword skillfully. Seeing this, Mo Yi took out the gun again. "Try this one again," he said. Xiao He took the gun and studied it carefully. After a while, it was able to aim and shoot accurately. "Not bad, not bad." Mo Yi nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that you have mastered it." He stood up, drew the long knife from his waist, and pointed it at Xiao He. "Come on, let's try our skills." Xiao He immediately took a fighting stance, with the long sword in his hand and a firm look in his eyes. The two began to fight fiercely on the deck. The sword light flashed, the knife shadows flew, and for a while it was hard to tell who was better. Mo Yi's knife skills were sharp and fierce, and every knife went straight to Xiao He's vital points. And Xiao He, relying on the flexibility and strength of his mechanical body, cleverly resolved Mo Yi's attack. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and Mo Yi suddenly made a feint and slashed at Xiao He's waist. Xiao He reacted quickly and dodged the knife by turning sideways. But Mo Yi did not stop there. He kicked Xiao He. Xiao He had no time to dodge and was kicked backwards. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly raised the gun in his hand and fired at Mo Yi. Mo Yi was prepared and rolled to avoid the bullet. Xiao He took the opportunity to get up from the ground, dived from the sky, and pointed his long sword at Mo Yi. Mo Yi swung his sword to meet it, and the two swords collided, making a sound of metal collision. For a while, sparks flew on the deck, and the figures of the two people flew in the air. After a fierce battle, Mo Yi finally forced Xiao He to the edge of the ship with his rich experience and skills. "Give up, Xiao He." Mo Yi panted. Xiao He refused to give up. It kicked the board hard and rushed towards Mo Yi. Mo Yi saw this and went to meet it. The figures of the two intertwined again, and the sword light and knife shadow intertwined into a thrilling picture. Finally, in a violent collision, the board could not withstand the power of the two people and broke. The two fell into the sea at the same time, and the weapons in their hands also fell on the deck, making a crisp breaking sound. Mo Yi and Xiao He quickly jumped out of the sea and landed on the deck. The two looked at each other and smiled. Haha, what a fight. Mo Yi laughed. Xiao He also made a buzzing sound, as if responding to Mo Yi's words. The two picked up the broken sword and knife and threw them at each other. Then, they started a fierce boxing match. "Hey!" Xiao He waved his claws and slapped Mo Yi hard. Bang! Mo Yi turned his body to the side, dodged Xiao He's claws, and then punched Xiao He in the stomach. Xiao He screamed, flew backwards, hit the wall, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Advertisement, you can't do it. Mo Yi shook his head and looked at Xiao He lying on the ground, a little disappointed. People in this world can become stronger through training, which is somewhat different from the world of Ajin. But Mo Yi also knows that even in this world, if you want to become stronger, you need to pay countless sweat and efforts. Come again. Xiao He got up from the ground and rushed towards Mo Yi. Mo Yi nodded and fought with Xiao He again, day after day. Every day, Mo Yi would fight with Xiao He before starting to do other things. Xiao He's strength is also getting stronger and stronger in the constant fighting. And Mo Yi also began to try to use Xiao He as a sparring partner. "Xiao He, use full-time attack." Mo Yi stood on the deck and shouted to Xiao He. Xiao He nodded, then flapped his wings and flew towards Mo Yi. Bang! Xiao He's claws slammed hard on Mo Yi's body, but Mo Yi easily dodged it. Not enough. Mo Yi shook his head and said to Xiao He. Xiao He flapped his wings again and flew towards Mo Yi. This time, it was faster and more powerful, but Mo Yi still easily avoided its attack. "Come again." Mo Yi shouted. Xiao He flew again and attacked Mo Yi again and again. With each attack, its speed would become faster and its power would become stronger. But no matter how it attacked, it could not hit Mo Yi. "Ah!" Xiao He suddenly roared and then rushed towards Mo Yi. This time, its speed had reached ultimate and its power had reached its peak. But just when it was about to hit Mo Yi, International suddenly disappeared. "Huh?" Xiao He was stunned, then turned his head and saw that Mo Yi had appeared behind him. "Xiao He, your speed is not fast enough and your power is not strong enough." Mo Yi looked at Xiao He and said lightly, Xiao He lowered his head, a little frustrated. It knew that it was not far from Mo Yi, but it will not give up, it will continue to work hard until it can defeat Mo Yi. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly looked up into the distance. I saw a black skull flag appearing on the sea in the distance. Pirate. Mo Yi also saw the flag and frowned. In this world, pirates are a very dangerous existence. They do all kinds of evil, robbing, killing, arson, and everything else. Moreover, their strength is also very strong, and ordinary people are not their opponents at all. Mo Yi did not want to provoke these pirates, but he also knew that he could not avoid them at all now. Because the pirate ship had already rushed towards their small boat. Get ready for battle. Mo Yi took a deep breath and pulled out the long sword from his waist. Chapter 92. Prepare to attack at any time. Xiao He also flapped his wings and flew up, standing on Mo Yi's shoulder, ready to attack at any time. Just then, the pirate ship had rushed to their boat. Haha, it seems we have encountered a big fish. At the bow of the pirate ship, stood a burly man, holding a huge axe, looking at Mo Yi in the boat, with greed in his eyes. Lil guys, take this big fish for me. At the command of the big man, the pirates on the pirate ship immediately rushed towards Mo Yi and the boat. Yes, eggs? The pirates shouted excitedly, and then rushed towards Mo Yi. Although these pirates look weird, they are not weak in strength. One of the pirates with a broken arm, holding two short swords, chopped at them fiercely. There was also a one-eyed pirate, holding a spear, stabbing at Mo Yi. There was even a thin pirate, holding a bow and arrow, aiming at Mo Yi. Kill! The pirates shouted and rushed towards Mo Yi. Mo Yi looked at the pirates coldly, then waved his sword to meet them. Ding! Mo Yi's long sword collided with the short sword of the broken-armed pirate, making a crisp metal collision sound. Mo Yi kicked the broken-armed pirate in the stomach and kicked him out. Then, he stabbed the one-eyed pirate with another sword. The one-eyed pirate wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! The long sword pierced the one-eyed pirate's chest, and blood gushed out immediately. The one-eyed pirate screamed and fell to the ground. At this moment, an arrow suddenly shot at Mo Yi. Mo Yi reacted very quickly and dodged the arrow by turning sideways. Then, he looked up and saw that the thin pirate was holding a bow and arrow, aiming at him, looking for death. Mo Yi shouted coldly, and then rushed towards the thin pirate. The thin pirate was frightened and pale when he saw this. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The moonlight poured on the sea, sparkling, as if covered with silver fragments. The sea breeze, with a salty and humid breath, blew across Mo Yi's face, taking away the bloody smell on his body. After just experiencing a thrilling battle, Mo Yi wiped out the entire ship of pirates alone. His eyes revealed a trace of fatigue, but more of determination and determination. The marine warship in the distance slowly approached, and the sound of gunfire gradually subsided. The colonel and several soldiers boarded the ship where Mo Yi was. Their eyes swept over the bodies of pirates on the ground, and finally fell on Mo Yi. Young man, your strength is amazing. The colonel came forward and looked at Mo Yi, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you fighting these pirates alone with 10 people? Mo Yi did not answer, but smiled faintly and began to collect the baileys dropped by the pirates. These pirates looked quite poor, and they only had 5 million baileys in total, which made Mo Yi a little disappointed. He squatted down and began to check the bodies of the pirates, hoping to find something valuable. Soon, he found a bounty book in the pocket of a pirate. Mo Yi opened the bounty book, which recorded the name, bounty and reason for the wanted of each pirate in detail. He browsed carefully and found that most of the bounties of these pirates were only hundreds of thousands, and some were only tens of thousands of baileys, which made him frown. Chapter 93. Holding a latest newspaper in mouth. The bounties on these guys are too low. They are not even as much as my personal savings. Mo Yi muttered, and put the bounty book into his arms. Just then, a newspaper gull flew over with the latest newspaper in its mouth. Seeing this, Mo Yi took out a few baileys from his pocket and bought the newspaper. He unfolded the newspaper and scanned the headlines. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a name, the sword fighter Cyrus. Cyrus has 2,500 won games in a row. Mo Yi said in surprise, this guy is really amazing. I wonder how much his bounty is. He continued to browse the newspaper, looking for more information about Cyrus. At the same time, he was thinking about how to use his famous scene sign-in system in his mind. This system is a cheat he got after crossing into this world. He can sign in at specific famous scenes and get rich rewards. But what is a famous scene? Mo Yi has been thinking about this question. Perhaps, the criteria for judging a famous scene are not fixed, but are based on a combination of factors such as the impact on the world, the impact on One Piece fans, and luck. Mo Yi said to himself, so, how can I create more famous scenes? He raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance, with a firm light in his eyes. He knew that this world was full of unknowns and dangers, but he also believed that as long as he kept working hard, he would be able to create his own famous scenes. The sun shone through the clouds and sprinkled on the sparkling sea. Mo Yi stood at the bow and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything. This 3,000 consecutive victories of Cyrus should be considered a famous scene, right? Mo Yi whispered to himself, his brows slightly wrinkled, as if thinking about something. System, is this a famous scene? He asked tentatively. However, the system did not give a clear response. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly, he could only rely on his own judgment. After all, he traveled to this world just for the legendary black technology system. And the system's rewards are often related to those so-called famous scenes. Forget it, anyway, it's just to save some time waiting for Luffy to go to sea. Mo Yi muttered to himself, and he turned and walked back to cabin E. Just then, a noisy sound came from a distance. Mo Yi looked up and saw a marine warship coming towards this side. It seems that it is coming to find me. Mo Yi smiled, and he turned to the pirate captain behind him and said, "Get ready, we are going to collect the reward." The pirate captain looked at Mo Yi in surprise, obviously not understanding what he meant, but Mo Yi did not explain, just smiled faintly. After a while, the marine warship approached. A group of marine soldiers boarded Mo Yi's ship, holding weapons and looking around vigilantly. "Who is the captain of this ship?" A marine officer in a colonel uniform asked loudly. "I am." Mo Yi walked up and said with a smile. The colonel looked at Mo Yi, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the captain of the Sea Swan ship was so young. "What is your reward?" asked the colonel. 3,000,000 Baileys, Mo Yi said lightly. The colonel nodded, and he turned to the soldier behind him and said, "Go check this ship to see if there are other pirates." Advertisement Chapter 94. Are you demon fruit power? The soldiers responded and began to search the ship. Mo Yi stood aside, waiting quietly. After a while, the soldiers finished searching, and the colonel looked at Mo Yi again. "Are you demon fruit power?" "No," Mo Yi shook his head, still smiling. The colonel frowned. He always felt that this young man was a little bit unusual, but he didn't think much about it. After all, there were still 7 masters and important things to do. "Since you are not demon fruit power, then come back with us to the 144 Marine branch," the colonel said. Mo Yi nodded and agreed. He knew that this was his best chance to get in touch with Marine and understand this world. On the way to the Marine branch, the colonel tried to get closer to Mo Yi. "My name is Vincent, I am the colonel of the 144 branch. What about you? What's your name?" "Mo Yi." Mo Yi answered simply. Vincent nodded, and he continued to ask, "Why don't you join Marine? With your strength, you will definitely make a difference in Marine." Mo Yi smiled and didn't answer directly. He asked back, "Then why do you think first join Marine?" Vincent was stunned by the question. He didn't expect Mo Yi to ask him this question, but he quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Haha, that's right. Everyone has their own choices and pursuits. However, I still think that joining Marine can better protect the world." Mo Yi didn't say anything else, just quietly looking at the sea view outside the window. He knew that what Vincent said might be right, but for him, it was more important to find the black technology system that could make him stronger. Soon, the warship arrived at the 144 Marine branch. Mo Yi was taken off the ship and came to a spacious office. Vincent sat at his desk, looked at Mo Yi and said, "You take a rest here first. I will arrange someone to take you to collect the reward later." Mo Yi nodded and thanked him. He knew that Vincent was showing his goodwill. But for him, none of this mattered. He was more concerned about whether he could find the legendary black technology system in this world. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Vincent looked up and saw a tall female officer walking in. "Colonel Vincent, what do you want to talk to me about?" the female officer asked. Vincent smiled and pointed at Mo Yi and said, "Belmere, this is Mo Yi. He was just captured by us, but he is not demon fruit power. I think we can invite him to join our 144th branch." Belmere looked at Mo Yi, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that this young man was not demon fruit power, but she didn't say much. Song nodded in agreement. Vincent was relieved when he saw this. He knew that Belmere was one of the most promising young officers in the branch. If she could make friends with Mo Yi, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for their branch. So, he smiled and said, "That's great, Mo Yi, are you willing to join our 144th branch?" Mo Yi looked at Vincent and Belmere, and had already made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, "I do." Vincent and Belmere smiled happily when they heard this. They knew that the joining of this young man would bring new hope and strength to the 144th branch. Chapter 95. Asked with some confusion, "Mo Yi, Marine 144 branch, do you want to go?" Vincent looked at Mo Yi and asked. "No, I want to go to the Marine headquarters." Mo Yi shook his head and rejected Vincent's suggestion. "Marine headquarters?" Vincent was stunned and asked in confusion, "Mo Yi, you are not going to be an admiral, are you?" "Not an admiral, but a marshal." Mo Yi smiled slightly, with a firm light in his eyes, and, "I have one more thing to verify." "Well, since you have decided, I won't say anything more." Vincent shrugged and said with a smile, "But if you need any help, just come to me. 11 feet. "Well, thank you." Mo Yi nodded and turned to leave the cabin. Looking at Mo Yi's departing back, Vincent couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Mo Yi's character was like this. Once he decided on something, he would never change it easily. Mo Yi stood at the bow, looking at the distant sea. In his heart, there was an indescribable feeling. That Wiko kingdom, Belmere's troops, they will die. A trace of determination flashed in Mo Yi's eyes. He must go to the Marine headquarters and must find the person who can change everything. And before that, he has one more thing to do. That is to eliminate the pirates around the Wiko kingdom and the Marine 144 branch. These pirates, like termites, are constantly eroding the peace and tranquility of the world. They must be eliminated to make the world a better place. Mo Yi took a deep breath and turned back to the cabin. "When can we reach the island where the Marine 144 branch is located?" Mo Yi asked. Advertisement, "It will probably take another day," Vincent replied. "Okay, let's speed up." Mo Yi nodded and said, One day later, Mo Yi and others finally arrived at the island where the Marine 144 branch was located. Is this the Marine 144 branch? Mo Yi looked at the building in front of him and asked. Yes, this is the Marine 144 branch. Vincent nodded and said, Mo Yi, are you really not going to join here? No, I'll go to the Marine headquarters. Mo Yi shook his head and said. Vincent sighed and said nothing more. He knew that Mo Yi's decision would not change easily. Mo Yi looked at the Marine branch in front of him, but he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although these Marines have some bad bosses, there are also a dozen people who really fight for justice. They are the guardians of this world and the hope of those innocent civilians. Mo Yi took a deep breath, then turned and left the Marine branch. He knew that he had more important things to do. On the way to Dressrosa, Mo Yi also cleaned up the surrounding pirates. He did not deliberately look for these pirates, but just went along the way. However, these pirates seemed to smell Mo Yi and others had the same aura, and they came to the door one by one. Hey, boy, hand over all your belongings. A pirate captain waved his big knife and said viciously to Mo Yi and others. Mo Yi glanced at him and said nothing. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed the pirate captain's neck. Chapter 96. The voice is trembling. Ah! The pirate captain screamed and was lifted up by Mo Yi. You! What do you want to do? The pirate captain looked at Mo Yi in horror, his voice trembling. What do I want to do? You should ask yourself what you want to do, Mo Yi said coldly. Robbery? Who do you think you are? As he said that, Mo Yi threw the pirate captain to the ground. Then, he turned and looked at Belmir and others. Let's go buy some food, Mo Yi said. Belmir and others nodded and followed Mo Yi's footsteps. The pirate captain lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Not long after, Yi and others came to a barbecue restaurant. Boss, give me some skewers of barbecue, Mo Yi said. Okay, please wait a moment. The boss responded and started to get busy. Advertisement. After a while, several skewers of fragrant barbecue were brought to Mo Yi and others. Mo Yi was eating barbecue while escorting the pirate captain on the road. Hey, kid, you treat me like this, aren't you afraid that our pirate group will retaliate against you? The pirate captain said viciously. Revenge me? Do you have the strength to do so? Mo Yi laughed disdainfully. Besides, do you think I'm afraid of your revenge? As he said, Mo Yi took another bite of the barbecue, and then continued. You pirates are like pests in this world, constantly eroding the peace and tranquility of this world. Sooner or later, I will get rid of all of you pests. Belmir and others were surprised when they heard Mo Yi's words. They didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary boy actually had such firm beliefs and determination. Mo Yi, are you really going to do these things? Belmir couldn't help asking. Of course, this is what I have to do. Mo Yi nodded and said, besides, I also believe that as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to change this world. Belmir and others looked at Mo Yi's determined eyes, and their hearts did not turn back. Advertisement in a corner of the Marine base. Belmir widened her eyes. She really couldn't understand what the boy in front of her was saying. Mo Yi, say it again, what is the number you just said? Mo Yi frowned slightly, and he repeated, 144, is there any problem? 144. Are you sure it's not 44? Belmir rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. It's 144. Mo Yi replied impatiently, I've said it several times, why don't you understand it? But, 144 sounds like, try it, this is too weird, right? Belmir couldn't help laughing. Mo Yi rolled his eyes and turned away. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. I'm going to clear the pirates, don't bother me anymore. 11. Looking at Mo Yi's back, Belmir shook his head helplessly. This young man, Lida, always has some strange ideas. Mo Yi left the Marine base and embarked on a journey to the pirate island. He had a goal in mind, that is to eliminate the emerging pirate fleet named Elton. Elton is an ambitious guy. With his strong strength and cunning mind, he gathered a large number of pirates in just a few years and became a big disaster for East Blue. And his confidant Krieg is even more notorious. Countless pirates are terrified by them. Chapter 97. Mo Yi whispered to himself. Mo Yi was not afraid. He was full of justice and vowed to catch all these pirates. He drove the speedboat and sped across the sea. The sea breeze blew across his cheeks. He felt the breath of freedom and was full of expectations. This time it must succeed, Mo Yi whispered to himself. At the other end of the Marine base, Colonel Vincent watched Mo Yi leave. He admired the courage and determination of the young man, but was also a little worried. I hope he can return safely, Colonel Vincent said silently in his heart. At this time, Mo Yi had embarked on a journey to find pirates. He silently recited the number in his heart 44, which was 430. This was the goal he set for himself and his belief. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to eliminate these pirates and bring peace to East Blue. In another place far away, a red-haired man was lying on the beach basking in the sun. His name was Shanks, and he was one of the most famous pirates in this sea area. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the sun. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. There, 2 ships were slowly approaching. Are there any guests coming? Shanks smiled. He stood up and patted the sand on his body. I wonder what kind of guys I will meet this time, he said to himself. Advertisement. At the same time, Mo Yi also encountered pirates on the sea. He rushed up without hesitation and started a fierce battle with the pirates. After a fierce battle, Mo Yi finally defeated all the pirates. He collected the money and treasures left by the pirates, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Another group of pirates has been solved, Mo Yi whispered. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There, his next target was. At this time, Shanks had already seen Mo Yi's small sailboat. He raised his eyebrows in a surge of curiosity in his heart. This kid seems a little unusual, Shanks muttered to himself. He decided to go up and say hello to see what kind of person this kid is. Mo Yi also noticed Shanks's ship. He was startled, but then calmed down. He knew that he could not retreat and had to face this powerful opponent. The two ships slowly approached, and Shanks and Mo Yi's eyes met in the air. An unknown contest was about to unfold in this sea area. 4 years ago, Logue Town. I remember that day the wind was strong and the waves were big, but what impressed me most was not your long face crying so sadly. Shanks took a sip of wine and looked at Mo Yi with a smile. Advertisement. Why did you cry at that time? Because someone died. Mo Yi also took a sip of wine and said lightly, dead? Shanks raised his eyebrows and looked at Sai and said, are you demon fruit power? No, Mo Yi shook his head and then said, my body is very special. As long as there is a breath, I will not die. Oh, Shanks became interested, put down the wine glass and looked at Mo Yi and said, can you let me see it? Mo Yi was slightly stunned, and then understood what Shanks meant. He smiled slightly and nodded. Then you better be careful. After saying that, Mo Yi rushed towards Shanks, his hands turned into claws, and grabbed Shanks' neck. Advertisement Chapter 98. Kick towards me, Shanks narrowed his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura coming from Mo Yi's hands. He didn't dare to be careless, and suddenly stretched out his arms to block Mo Yi's hands. Bang! Mo Yi's hands hit Shanks' arms heavily, and the powerful force made Shanks' entire arm numb. What a strong force! Shanks was shocked, and then he saw Mo Yi kicking him. Hey! Shanks shouted and kicked out, and his foot collided with Mo Yi's. Boom! With a loud bang, Shanks and Mo Yi flew backwards at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, good boy, you have some tricks. Shanks laughed. He looked at Mo Yi and said, what's your name, Mo Yi? Mo Yi patted the dust on his body and stood up. Mo Yi? My name is Shanks. Do you want to be my partner? Shanks looked at Mo Yi and said seriously, your partner? Mo Yi was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, no, I have my own dream. Oh, what is your dream? Shanks asked curiously. I want to join Marine. Mo Yi looked at Shanks and said seriously. Ha ha ha, join Marine. That's really interesting. Shanks laughed, then raised his glass and said, then I wish you to realize your dream as soon as possible. Thank you. Mo Yi also raised his glass, clinked it with Shanks, and then drank it all. Two people from different worlds sat together and drank wine. Hey, Mo Yi, how about we fight? After 3 rounds of wine, Shanks suddenly looked at Mo Yi and said, fight? Mo Yi was slightly stunned, then laughed. Okay, but I won't hold back. Advertisement, haha, just come on. Shanks laughed, stood up suddenly, and drew the sword griffin at his waist. Xiao Hei, Mo Yi also stood up and said to Xiao Hei on his shoulder. Chi. Xiao Hei screamed a few times and then rushed towards Shanks. Drew. Shanks swung his sword and a sword energy slashed towards Xiao Hei. Chi. Xiao Hei screamed, flapped his wings, and dodged Shanks' sword energy. Zero asked for flowers, it's quite fast. Shanks smiled slightly and then rushed towards Xiao Hei. Chi. Xiao Hei screamed again and rushed towards Shanks. Bang! Advertisement Shanks slashed Xiao Hei with a sword, but Xiao Hei was unharmed, and instead bit Shanks' shoulder. Deaf. Zero Shanks took a breath of cold air, and then slashed Xiao Hei away with a sword. Chi. Xiao Hei turned several somersaults in the air, and then landed steadily on Mo Yi's shoulder. Mo Yi, your little guy is quite powerful. Shanks looked at Xiao Hei on Mo Yi's shoulder and said with a smile. Of course, Xiao Hei is my partner. Mo Yi smiled slightly and then rushed towards Shanks. Swish, swish, swish. Mo Yi's hands turned into claws and grabbed Shanks. Armament hockey. Shanks shouted, and a layer of black armament hockey covered his arms, and then punched out. Bang! With a loud bang, Mo Yi was punched out by Shanks and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 99. Then he rushed towards Shanks again. Iz. Mo Yi coughed violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You lost. Shanks looked at Mo Yi and said lightly. Lost? That's not necessarily true. Mo Yi stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then rushed towards Shanks again. Oh, Chapter 1. Confrontation and drinking on the beach. Shanks, come, let me see how strong your armament hockey is. 697. Mo Yi stood on the beach, his hands on his hips, his face full of provocation. Shanks smiled slightly, took off his straw hat and scratched his head, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You kid, you are quite prudent. Then I won't be polite. Advertisement. He took a step forward, clenched his fist, and in an instant, an invisible force burst out from his fist. Xiao Hei, standing aside, felt a strong sense of oppression and took a few steps back involuntarily. Bang! Shanks punched Mo Yi. Mo Yi felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered. He flew backwards and fell heavily on the beach. Wow! Mo Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, with a look of pain on his face. but he did not give up, and struggled to stand up, with an unyielding light in his eyes. What a strong armament hockey! Mo Yi exclaimed, and at the same time his body began to make a crackling sound, and the broken bones and tendons were healing quickly. Shanks looked at Mo Yi's body recovering quickly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. What kind of monster are you, guy? Mo Yi did not speak, but just looked at Shanks coldly. Suddenly, he drew out the sword in his hand, swung it violently, and the sword blade crossed his neck. Mo Yi! Xiao He exclaimed, but it was too late. Mo Yi's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing out. However, shockingly, Mo Yi's body did not fall down, but began to emit a faint light. After a while, his head grew back to his body, and the wound healed instantly. This. Shanks stared at Mo Yi in amazement, completely unable to believe his eyes. Mo Yi smiled, picked up the head on the ground, and patted it gently. This is my ability, immortality. How about it, Shanks? Do you want to try again? Shanks shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, I admit defeat. You guy, you are a monster. Advertisement. The two smiled at each other, spicy. Mo Yi, your ability is amazing. I have never seen such an ability. Shanks raised his glass and drank it all. 0. Yeah, I was also surprised. But this is also the guarantee of my survival. Mo Yi sighed. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Mo Yi, why don't you join us red hair pirates? We can go on adventures together and enjoy the fun of life together, Shanks suddenly said. Mo Yi was stunned for a moment, looking at Shanks' sincere eyes, and his heart was shaken, but he still shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Shanks. But I still have my own mission to complete. Maybe one day, we will meet again. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly came over and looked at the two of them with a wrong face. Captain, I'm hungry. Mo Yi and Shanks smiled at each other and raised their glasses to clink. After 3 rounds of drinking, Shanks suddenly put down his glass and stared at Mo Yi 5.7 and said, Mo Yi, your ability is so magical, I want to try again. As he said, he grabbed Mo Yi's head and twisted it hard. Ah! Mo Yi screamed in pain, but the head did not fall off. He stared at Shanks with wide eyes. What are you doing? Shanks chuckled. I want to see if you can really not die. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly. You guy, you are so boring. Chapter 100. I must thank him. The two drank a few more glasses, and Shanks finally fell drunk on the beach. Mo Yi looked at the bottle in his hand and decided to take it away. He stood up, patted the sand on his body, and then looked at Xiao He. Xiao He, let's go. Xiao He nodded and drove the small sailboat away from the beach. Mo Yi sat on the bow, looking at the bottle in his hand, full of expectations. Next time I see Shanks, I must thank him well. At this time on the beach, Shanks was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that his wine had been stolen. Mo Yi looked at the sea in the distance, full of expectations and determination. He knew that his journey was still long, but as long as Xiao He was by his side, he was fearless. 30. Xiao He, we will become the best crew together. Mo Yi said loudly. Xiao He turned his head and looked at Mo Yi, with a firm light in his eyes. Yes, Captain. The two smiled at each other, and the boat gradually went farther and farther in the waves, leaving a beautiful arc. Under Mo Yi's control, Xiao He danced in the narrow alley like a flexible dancer. Every leap and every attack was extremely accurate and amazing. Xiao He could not only fight independently, but also act 5 times in a short period of time, which surprised Mo Yi. This little guy is really something. Mo Yi raised his lips slightly, watching Xiao He flying in the alley, and couldn't help feeling a little proud. After a short rest, Mo Yi learned the location of St. Croix from the captives. It was the secret base of the pirate Elton and the target of his operation. Elton, your doomsday is here. A cold light flashed in Mo Yi's eyes. He stood up, patted the dust on his body, and prepared to go to St. Croix. St. Croix is located in the depths of the sea and is a mysterious place shrouded in thick fog. When Mo Yi's ship approached the island, he saw the towering watchtower and densely packed buildings on the island. Here is Elton's nest. Mo Yi and Xiao He quietly went ashore, carefully avoiding the patrolling pirates. However, they still couldn't escape the eyes of the pirates. Soon, a group of pirates armed with weapons surrounded them. Hey, you two, who are you? What are you doing here? The pirate leader shouted loudly, pointing the knife in his hand at Mo Yi. Mo Yi smiled slightly, raised his hands, and made a surrender look. Don't get me wrong, we are just travelers passing by. We heard that there is a treasure here, so we want to try our luck. The pirate leader laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Try your luck? You little characters are also worthy of trying your luck here? Be honest, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Yi cursed in his heart, but still kept a smile on his face. Yes, we'll go now, we'll go now. He turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked back at the pirate leader. But, can I meet your captain? I want to ask him for clues to the treasure. The pirate leader sneered and waved his hand. Our captain is not someone that everyone can see. You two, get out of here. Mo Yi's heart sank, knowing that this operation might be a little tricky, but he did not give up, but quietly gave Xiao He an order. Xiao He's figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. The pirates did not notice it and were still laughing at Mo Yi's cowardice. However, just when they were getting carried away, Xiao He had already started his killing. Ah! A scream sounded, and a pirate suddenly fell to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Then, several more screams sounded, and the pirates fell to the ground one after another. The pirate leader looked at everything in front of him in horror. His men fell one by one, but he didn't even see the shadow of the murderer. What's going on? Who is it? Is it a worker? Chapter 101. The pirate leader exclaimed before he died. Mo Yi looked at him coldly, with a mocking smile on his lips. You ask who I am? I am the one who is here to take your life. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao He appeared again and slashed at the pirate leader with a knife. The pirate leader wanted to dodge in fear, but it was too late. Xiao He's knife accurately chopped his neck, and blood spurted out. Demon fruit power, the pirate leader exclaimed before he died. Mo Yi ignored his exclamation, but continued to control Xiao He to shuttle among the pirates. The pirates fled in fear, but no matter how they fled, they could not escape Xiao He's pursuit. Soon, the whole island fell into chaos. The screams and panic of the pirates came one after another, and Mo Yi stood aside, watching it all coldly. Finally, when the last pirate fell, Mo Yi put away Xiao He. He looked at the corpses on the ground, without a ripple in his heart. These pirates all deserved it. Elton, your men are all finished. Now, it's your turn, Mo Yi said coldly, then turned and walked deep into the island. Kill! Come on! The pirate leader shouted, and although the morale of the pirates was low, they still rushed towards Mo Yi with their weapons. Facing the siege of dozens of pirates, Mo Yi was not afraid at all. With a step, the whole person was like a ghost, shuttling among the pirates. Puff! Almost every time Mo Yi took action, there was a scream, and a pirate was killed neatly. Advertisement seeing this, the pirate leader's face sank, and he shouted angrily, Don't be afraid, he is only one person, and there are so many of us. If we go together, we will definitely kill him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another scream rang out, and several more pirates fell in a pool of blood. How is this possible? The pirate leader's face changed drastically, and he finally realized that this young man was not someone they could deal with at all. Damn, who is this young man? Why is he so powerful? The pirate leader was terrified. He knew that he might have hit a wall today. At this moment, Mo Yi had already killed him and smashed down with the sledgehammer in his hand. Bang! With a loud bang, several pirates around the pirate leader were smashed and flew backwards, spitting blood, and their lives and deaths were unknown. And Mo Yi took the opportunity to stab the pirate leader with a gun. No! The pirate leader screamed in fear and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! Advertisement. The tip of the gun pierced the pirate leader's chest, and blood gushed out. Ah! The pirate leader screamed and fell to the ground, dying with his eyes open. Boss! Seeing the pirate leader being killed, the remaining pirates were terrified and stopped one by one, not daring to move forward again. Mo Yi glanced at them coldly, without saying a word, but slowly retracted the gun in his hand. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly passed through the sky, grabbed the corpse of the pirate leader, and flew away. Xiao He! Wang Zhao! Mo Yi was overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly chased after him. The remaining pirates looked at each other, each showing a look of horror. They knew that they had hit a wall today, and this young man was not something they could deal with at all. Quick! Go back and report to the captain, a pirate said in a trembling voice, then turned around and ran towards the depths of the island. The other pirates saw this and hurriedly followed him, fearing that they would be caught up. Chapter 102. Heading deep into the island soon, Mo Yi caught up with Xiao He, and looking at the corpse of the pirate leader in his claws, Mo Yi couldn't help laughing. Well done, Xiao He. Mo Yi patted Xiao He's head, then looked up at the depths of the island. Next, we'll go meet the captain of this island. A hint of coldness flashed in Mo Yi's eyes, and then he took Xiao He and walked towards the depths of the island. At this time, in the depths of the island, in a luxurious palace, a group of people in gorgeous clothes were drinking and laughing. These people were the captain of this island and his Gao 53. They didn't know that a crisis had quietly arrived. Boss, it's bad, something big has happened. Just then, a pirate stumbled in, his face full of fear. What happened? So panicked. The captain looked at him dissatisfiedly and then asked. Boss, we met a very powerful man. He killed many of our brothers, and also killed the leader. The pirate stuttered, his face as pale as paper. What did you say? The leader is dead. The captain's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he stood up suddenly. The pirate rushed into the hall in a panic, panting and reporting. Captain, something bad has happened. There is a guy outside, he broke in alone. Advertisement. Krieg slammed the table with disdain. One person. Why are we afraid of him? Just kill him directly. Captain Elton laughed, holding a wineglass in his hand, looking nonchalant. Haha, Krieg, don't be so rude. Come on, pour him a glass of wine, let him enjoy the pirate's hospitality. The younger brother waved his hands repeatedly, anxiously saying, No, Captain, that guy is not a human at all. He brought a monster and has killed many of us. Krieg's face changed, and he grabbed the younger brother's collar. What did you say? Monster? Where did the monster come from? The younger brother trembled and answered. I don't know, anyway, that guy is covered in blood, his eyes are red like a ghost, and the monsters around him are even more terrifying. Our people can't stop it at all. Krieg let go of his younger brother, frowning, thinking about countermeasures in his heart. Just then, there was a noise at the door, and a tall figure walked in slowly. It was Mo Yi, and behind him, the original pirates followed him with their heads down. Elton saw this scene, his face suddenly darkened, and the wine in his hand fell to the ground. Hole. Who are you? How dare you break into my territory? Mo Yi chuckled, as if he didn't hear Elton's roar, and walked straight to a table and sat down. Are you the captain here? It's really better to meet than to be famous. Elton was furious, pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Mo Yi. Boy, you are looking for death. Mo Yi turned his head slightly to avoid Elton's gun, and said lightly, don't be so impulsive, be careful not to snatch away the extinguisher. Elton was angered by Mo Yi's contemptuous attitude. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt an invisible force grabbing his arm. He was horrified to find that he couldn't move, and the black monster next to Mo Yi was slowly walking towards him. Xiao He stretched out a sharp claw and scratched it lightly, and a bloody hole appeared on Elton's chest. He stared at Mo Yi with wide eyes in disbelief, and finally fell to the ground. Seeing this, Creed was so scared that he trembled all over and knelt down on the ground. Please spare my life. I'm willing to be loyal to you and be your new captain. Chapter 103 I'm willing to do anything for you. Mo Yi sneered. Pledge allegiance to me? Are you worthy? Creed nodded hurriedly. I am worthy, as long as you can spare my life, I am willing to do anything for you. Mo Yi looked at Creed's servile appearance and felt disgusted. He looked around the pirates in the hall and said lightly. Well, since you want to live so much, I will give you a chance. Whoever can kill him, I will forgive his sins. As soon as the voice fell, the pirates rushed to Creed. They waved their swords and shouted various slogans to grab this chance to live. Creed screamed in fear and wanted to escape, but was firmly grasped by an invisible force. He watched the pirates' swords slashing at him, but he was powerless to resist. Ah, Creed screamed. His body was pierced by countless swords, and blood splattered. Mo Yi watched this scene coldly without any expression. When Creed's breath completely disappeared, he slowly spoke. Okay, all of you can leave. The pirates dispersed, leaving only blood and corpses on the ground. Mo Yi walked to the bounty list, checked it carefully, and then showed a satisfied smile. It seems that there are still many pirates with high bounties here. Pirates with bounties among you, stand up. Mo Yi looked around at the pirates and spoke lightly. As soon as he said this, the scene suddenly became agitated. Bounty pirates are guys with bounties on them. Once they are caught, they can get a lot of bailey. Many pirates are eager to move and want to stand out so that Mo Yi will notice them. However, just when they were about to make a move, Mo Yi added coldly. Advertisement, pirates who have killed civilians, stand on the other side. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly became quiet. The pirates looked at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. Because they all knew that Mo Yi was not joking. Once he found out who had killed civilians, the consequences would not be something they could bear. Those who have killed civilians, stand on the other side. Mo Yi spoke again, with an unquestionable majesty in his voice. This time, some pirates finally started to move. They walked to the other side one by one, with some trepidation and uneasiness on their faces. Soon, the number of pirates on the other side far exceeded the number of pirates with bounties. Looking at this scene, Mo Yi's mouth curled up with a sneer. These pirates are really disappointing. Originally, he thought that he could find some talents worth cultivating here. Advertisement now it seems that he thought too much. Very good. Mo Yi nodded and then pointed to the pirates on both sides. 0. You have a survival competition. I will value the one who survives, and let him know where Elton's treasure is. As soon as these words came out, the pirates were immediately excited. Elton's treasure. That's what they dreamed of. For a moment, they all looked at the pirates on the other side, with murderous intent in their eyes. Kill. A pirate rushed out first and attacked the pirates on the other side. Seeing this, the others also rushed up and started a fierce battle. For a moment, the whole dock was in chaos. Mo Yi stood aside, watching all this coldly. He did not stop it, nor did he participate in it. Chapter 104 Blood stained his clothes. Because in his opinion, the fight between these pirates is just a farce. What he really cares about are the pirates who have never killed anyone. Because they are the ones he really needs. Ah! A scream sounded, and a pirate fell to the ground, his clothes stained red with blood. Soon, another person fell. In this cruel competition for survival, no one can escape. Until the end, only 5 pirates were still alive. They were all exhausted and panting, covered with scars. But their eyes flashed with a firm light, because they knew that as long as they could survive, they could get Elton's treasure. Very good. Looking at the 5 pirates in front of him, Fang showed a satisfied smile on his face. You didn't let me down. As he said, he raised his hand and waved, and 2 large boxes appeared in front of everyone. Open the box, it is full of bailey. This is your bounty, Mo Yi said lightly. The 5 pirates were so excited that they burst into tears. Advertisement they didn't expect that they could actually survive and get such a huge bounty. Lord Mo Yi, are you our new captain? A pirate asked cautiously. Mo Yi shook his head when he heard it. I'm not your captain. I'm just a passerby. Besides, I don't plan to stay here for too long. As he said, he pointed to the sea in the distance. My goal is to cross the upside-down mountain and go to a wider world. The 5 pirates were stunned when they heard it. They didn't expect that Mo Yi was not their new captain and he had to leave here. This made them feel a little disappointed, but soon, they reacted. Lord Mo Yi, please let us go with you, a pirate said eagerly. We are willing to serve you, other pirates also echoed. Mo Yi looked at their eyes and frowned slightly. These people are really troublesome. Advertisement he originally just wanted to rest here and then leave. But now it seems that he seems to have to take these guys with him. Okay. Mo Yi sighed helplessly, but I won't give you time to rest. Because this world belongs only to the strong. As he said, he raised his hand and waved, and the 5 pirates felt a powerful force rolling them up. 0. Then, they appeared on 10 pirate ships. Xiaohei, drive the boat. Mo Yi said lightly. Hearing this, Xiaohei jumped up excitedly. Yes, Lord Mo Yi. As he said this, he controlled the pirate ship and headed towards the distant sea. The 5 pirates stood on the deck with a blank look on their faces, looking at the coast that was getting farther and farther away. They knew that their fate had completely. The sea breeze gently brushed the sea surface, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sparkling sea surface, dyeing the originally fierce waves golden. A pirate ship floated quietly on the sea. The originally arrogant pirate flag on the ship had been removed and replaced by a white sail without a pattern. Hurry up 5.7, move quickly and move all these boxes over there. A young man in black stood at the bow, with no expression on his stern face. He was the new owner of the ship, Shidu Yi. A group of pirates in ragged clothes, at this moment, were like a group of well-behaved workers, busy moving the items on the ship according to Mo Yi's instructions. Although they were unwilling in their hearts, they did not dare to resist in the face of Mo Yi's cold eyes. Chapter 105. Let's go to Grand Line. Boss, the pirate flag has been taken down, what should we do next? A pirate walked cautiously to Mo Yi and asked in a low voice. Mo Yi did not look back, but said lightly, change the route, we will go to Grand Line. Grand Line? The pirate was surprised and said quickly, but our ship, can it work? Mo Yi turned around, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. We will know if it works after trying. If not, change the route. The pirates were frightened by the coldness in his eyes and nodded in agreement. Mo Yi turned around again and looked at the boundless sea in the distance, his heart full of expectations. He knew that this road was full of unknowns and dangers, but he also believed that only by moving forward courageously can he find his own piece of sky. Go. Deal with the pirate bodies on the ship. We have to exchange some bounty flowers. Mo Yi ordered. The pirates nodded quickly and started to get busy. Mo Yi turned and walked into the cabin. He needed to have a good rest to recharge his energy for the next journey. In the cabin, Mo Yi lay on a simple bed with his eyes closed. He knew that there were still many unstable factors on the ship, such as those pirates. But he was not worried, because he had enough strength and wisdom to deal with all challenges. Xiaohei, come out and look after the house, Mo Yi said in a low voice. As he finished speaking, a black figure slowly walked out of the darkness. It was a huge black cat with a faint light in its eyes. Xiaohei is Mo Yi's partner and his patron saint. As long as it is there, Mo Yi can rest in peace. The next morning, the sea breeze brought a fresh breath. Mo Yi drove a boat with a few pirates and headed towards the 144th Marine Branch. Along the way, the pirates were trembling with fear, fearing that Mo Yi would kill them if he was unhappy. Boss, do we really have to go to Marine Base? What if we are caught? A pirate couldn't help asking. Mo Yi glanced at him and said lightly, being caught? That depends on whether they have the ability. Advertisement. The pirates were frightened by his words and quickly shut their mouths. They knew that following a boss like Mo Yi, although it was dangerous, could also bring unexpected benefits. Soon after, the ship finally arrived at the 144th Marine Branch. Mo Yi got off the ship with a few pirates, carrying a few heavy bags in his hands. Miss Belmere, we meet again. Mo Yi looked at the Marine Colonel in front of him and said with a smile. Belmere looked at the body bag in Mo Yi's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. These were all killed by you alone? Mo Yi nodded. Yes, these pirates were defeated by me, and I want to use their bodies to exchange for some bounty. Belmere nodded. No problem, come with me. She took Mo Yi into the base, attracting the attention of many Marine soldiers along the way. Mo Yi didn't care, just followed Belmere silently. Soon after, they came to a spacious hall. Belmere handed the body bag in Mo Yi's hand to the soldier next to him. Let them deal with it. And she took Mo Yi to a window. The bounty of these pirates adds up to tens of millions of baileys. Belmere said, looking at the record book in her hand. Mo Yi nodded. Then please help me, Miss Belmere, to change all these baileys into cash. Belmere nodded and started to get busy. Not long after, tens of millions of baileys were deposited. Mo Yi looked at the cash in his hand and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Thank you, Miss Belmere. Mo Fang said. Belmere waved her hand. You're welcome, this is what you deserve. By the way, Colonel Vincent asked me to give this to you. As she said that, she took out a small object from her pocket and handed it to Mo Yi. Mo Yi took it and saw that it was a 10-day. Is this a record pointer? Mo Yi asked in surprise. Chapter 106. Finding my own path. Belmere nodded. Yes, this is specially prepared for you by Colonel Vincent. He said that you might go to the Grand Line next, and this record pointer can help you find the right direction. Mo Yi felt warm in his heart. He knew that Colonel Vincent was caring about him. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Colonel Vincent, and thank you, Miss Belmere. Belmere smiled. You're welcome, we are all Marines, and we should help each other. What are your plans next? Mo Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. I plan to go to the Grand Line, because I have my own path. Belmere nodded. Then I wish you a happy journey. Luo Yi left the marine base and drove the boat towards the inverted mountain in the night. We have to hurry and try to enter the Grand Line before dawn. Mo Yi looked at the dark sea in front of him and felt a little anxious. Boss, there are two ways to enter the Grand Line, one is to cross the calm belt, and the other is to pass through the canal of the inverted mountain. Which one should we choose? Asked the toolman who drove the boat. Of course it's the canal. The sea kings in calm belt are no joke. Mo Yi answered without hesitation. The ship passed Log Town, and Mo Yi stopped here to replenish some necessary supplies. Now, they are not far from Upside Down Mountain. In the night, a black cloud suddenly surged over the sea, as if it was going to swallow up the entire sky. Boss, look at that cloud. Why is there something wrong with it? Toolman B pointed to the sky and said. Mo Yi looked up and saw that the black cloud was moving towards them quickly, and it seemed to be expanding. Speed up, we have to get through this cloud as soon as possible. Mo Yi frowned, with a bad premonition in his heart. Advertisement: the ship was speeding on the sea and soon passed through the black cloud. However, when they saw Upside Down Mountain again, they found that the situation ahead was worse than they had imagined. Boss, is this the canal blueprint of Upside Down Mountain? It looks so complicated. Toolman held a blueprint and looked at Mie with a confused look. Yes, this is the canal blueprint of Upside Down Mountain. We have to follow the route above to pass safely. Mo Yi pointed to a line on the drawing and said. But why does this canal climb up the mountain? This is unreasonable, Toolman said in confusion. Stop talking nonsense, just follow the instructions on the drawing, Mo Yi said with satisfaction. The ship was bumping on the sea and soon approached the foot of the Upside Down Mountain. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt a strong downward force, as if the whole ship was about to be sucked into the seabed. Oh no, we encountered a current. Mo Yi's face changed and he shouted loudly. The ship was shaking constantly under the impact of the current, as if it would fall apart at any time. The toolmen were pale and held the handrails on the boat tightly. Neo, you be careful or you will be thrown out. Boss, will we die? Toolman asked in a trembling voice. Don't talk nonsense, we will be fine. Although Mo Yi was unsure, he still tried to stay calm and cheer up the tools. Just then, Xiao He suddenly flew over and landed on Mo Ji's shoulder. Xiao He, did you feel it too? Mo Yi touched Xiao He's head and asked. Xiao He nodded, then flapped his wings and flew high, disappearing into the night. The ship moved forward with difficulty under the impact of the sea current and finally arrived at the foot of the Upside Down Mountain. However, when they looked up, they found that there were 10 huge whirlpools in front of them. Chapter 107. The people on the pirate ship laughed loudly. Is this the canal of Upside Down Mountain? Why does it look so scary? Toolman B exclaimed. Don't be afraid, we can pass safely as long as we follow the instructions on the drawing. Mo Yi took a deep breath and said. Just then, they suddenly heard a noisy sound from behind. Looking back, they saw that the general pirate ship was coming towards them quickly. Ha ha ha, it seems that we have encountered a group of fat sheep. The people on the pirate ship laughed loudly. Hand over all the valuables quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The thin figure, holding the gun that had long been soaked with sweat in his hand, stared at the burly pirate ship in front with a sharp gaze. Mo Yi, 310, are you crazy? How can we beat them? A toolman next to him said in a trembling voice. Mo Ban smiled slightly, and that smile was full of calmness and composure. Don't be afraid, there is a king. On the pirate ship, a group of pirates were laughing wildly, as if they were watching a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Haha, these guys, dare to resist? They are really looking for death. Don't talk nonsense with them, just fire. A pirate roared impatiently. Don't be anxious, let them jump for a while. The pirate captain smiled sinisterly, and then ordered, Tien Jitsu, scare them. The gunshots rang out, but no one was hit. Mo Yi and the tools hid behind the bunker nervously, their hearts beating like drums. Haha, a bunch of little devils. The pirates laughed wildly, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. At this moment, the ship where Mo Yi was suddenly accelerated and rushed into the canal like an arrow from a string. The tools exclaimed again and again, and the pirates were shocked. Success. A tool shouted excitedly. Mo Yi, however, had no joy at all, but frowned. This is just the beginning. He opened his backpack and took out a ball-shaped object from it, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Next, it's our performance time. Mo Yi, what are these? A tool man asked curiously. This is fireworks, Mo Yi said lightly. Fireworks? Everyone was stunned, and then suddenly realized. You mean, Dada? Yes, it's those pirates. A sly flash in Mo Yi's eyes. Aren't they the best fireworks material? The twin snake pirates, a group of unknown people, have become Mo Yi's playthings at this moment. He is not afraid at all, but full of expectations. The pirate ship rushed into the canal, and a group of pirates shouted and held the same time period as the imitation brand. Haha, those guys are really stupid. A pirate laughed. That's right, I thought they could make some waves. Another pirate echoed. At this moment, Mo Yi suddenly threw the ball in his hand. The pirates were stunned and shouted in awe. What is that? Run. The spherical object drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then hit the pirate ship heavily. Boom. With a loud noise, water splashed everywhere, and the pirate ship shook violently. What's going on? The pirate captain asked in horror. No, I don't know. The pirates panicked and fled everywhere. However, everything was too late. Mo Yi threw the spherical object in his hand again, and this time, it exploded directly in the center of the pirate ship. The flames shot up into the sky, and screams rang out on the pirate ship. The pirates fell into the water one after another, and the ship also hit the earth wall under the impact of the rapids. Haha, it seems that our fireworks show is not quite successful, Mo Yi said with a smile. Chapter 108. A tool man pointed to the distance and said. The tools were also very excited and cheered. However, Mo Yi did not stop his actions. He took out several balls from his backpack again, tied them together, and threw them out. Boom. 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 After several loud noises, the fire bloomed above the heads of the pirates, forming a bunch of gorgeous fireworks. The pirate ship was shaking under the attack of flames and water, and the pirates' shouts gradually disappeared in the sea breeze. Look, the flag on that ship is on fire. A tool man pointed to the distance and said. Everyone looked over and saw that the flag on the pirate ship was gradually turned into ashes under the engulfment of the flames. That's their dream. Mo Yi said lightly. What dream? The tools asked puzzledly. It's the unrealistic fantasy of becoming the pirate king. Mo Yi smiled, but now, their dream has turned to ashes. The tools looked at each other and Time was speechless. Okay, don't be stunned. Mo Yi clapped his hands, we still have the last fireworks show to finish. He took out a few balls from his backpack again, tied them together, and threw them out. This time, he didn't say anything, just waited quietly. Boom. With a loud bang, the fire burst out in the sky above the pirate ship, forming a huge firework. The pirate ship gradually sank to the bottom of the water under the engulfment of the flames, and the screams of the pirates completely disappeared in the sea breeze. It's so exciting. A toolman shouted excitedly. Yeah, I never thought we could beat the pirates, said another toolman. Mo Yi didn't speak, just looked into the distance quietly. He knew that this was just the beginning, he had more challenges and adventures waiting for him. And he had already prepared. Boom! A shocking explosion suddenly broke out in the sky above the twin snake pirate ship. The fire reflected on everyone's terrified faces, and the fragments flew everywhere, making the deck clang. Mo Yi was sitting on a boat in the distance, watching all this, with a playful smile on his lips. What's going on? Toolman A was so scared that his face turned pale, and the fruit plate in his hand almost fell to the ground. Nothing, just let the twin snake pirate ship end its journey early. Mo Yi said lightly, as if the earth-shaking explosion just now had nothing to do with him. At this time, their ship had approached the top of the upside-down mountain, and was about to start the legendary thrilling journey. Mo Yi sat at the bow, letting the sea breeze blow his hair and endure it all. Toolman A carefully brought the fruit plate to Mo Yi, his voice trembling. My lord, please have some fruit. Mo Yi glanced at the fruit plate, picked up an apple and took a bite. The juice overflowed, sweet but not greasy. Not bad. He nodded, as an appreciation. At this moment, the hull suddenly shook, as if it was hit by something. Mo Yi looked up and saw that the water was turbulent in front of him, and the canals of the four seas met here, forming the only channel to the Grand Line. Are we really going in? Toolman A's voice was full of fear. Of course. Mo Yi stood up and looked at the misty passage, his eyes flashing with excitement. That was our destination. The ship slowly entered the passage, and the surroundings suddenly became hazy. The sun shone through the mist on the water, forming a series of gorgeous beams, as if in a dreamlike world. It's so beautiful, Toolman A couldn't help but exclaimed. Mo Yi didn't speak, but just admired it all quietly. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Mo Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a pirate ship coming towards them quickly. The pirates on the ship were waving their weapons and shouting something loudly. No, we're going to collide, Toolman A exclaimed. Mo Yi frowned. This passage was narrow. If the two ships collided, the consequences would be disastrous. He quickly gave orders for the crew to be ready. However, at the moment when the two ships were about to collide, Mo Yi suddenly raised his hand and waved it, and an invisible force instantly lifted their ship and suspended it in the air. The pirates on the pirate ship were stunned. They looked at the ship flying out of thin air, their eyes full of fear and confusion. Is this magic? Toolman A stammered. Mo Yi did not answer, but looked at the pirate ship coldly. He knew that these pirates were just small characters, and the real challenge was still behind. At this moment, a huge black palm suddenly stretched out from the clouds, grabbed the pirate ship, and then swung it violently, smashing it hard towards the red line in the distance. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the pirate ship was instantly smashed to pieces, and the pirates shouted one after another. After Mo Yi's ship hovered in the air for a while, it slowly landed at the entrance of the canal. We're safe. Toolman A breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement Mo Yi did not speak, but stood quietly at the bow, looking into the distance with deep eyes. He knew that this was just the beginning, and the real adventure had just begun. Sir, what should we do next? Toolman B asked cautiously. Mo Yi retracted his gaze and said lightly, keep going until we find what we want. The ship sailed into the mist again and disappeared in the vast sea. Soon, the ship rushed into the mist again, and Toolman A screamed again. This roller coaster-like experience almost made him collapse. Laboon, Laboon. Suddenly, a wailing sound rang out, echoing in this empty world, and people's hearts were frightened. What's wrong again? Toolman B roared impatiently. I heard Laboon's cry. Silly A's voice trembled. Laboon? What is that? Toolman C asked puzzledly. It's a big whale. It's trapped here. It can only float up once every 10 years, and every time it calls for its friends. Hanhanjia explained. Oh, it's a trapped whale. Toolding said indifferently. What's the big deal? Let's hurry up. However, at this moment, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped them. Everyone looked up and saw a huge whale blocking their way. The huge body almost occupied the entire sea surface, which made people shudder. Is this Laboon? Tule asked in horror. Mo Yi didn't speak, but just looked at the behemoth in front of him quietly. He knew that this whale was the legendary Laboon, and the story behind it might be much more complicated than they imagined. At this moment, Laboon suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a shrill whine. The sound seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts, making people feel its endless sadness and loneliness. The sea breeze whistled, blowing the sailboat's canvas, making a clattering sound. Mo Yi stood at the bow, looking at the mysterious area called the Red Line from afar. Suddenly, a deafening roar came, and the whole ship shook violently. Oh my god, what is that? Tulman turned pale and shouted, pointing to the distance. Is it an earthquake? Tulman also looked terrified. Mo Yi frowned and looked at the red line on the seabed, only to see that there seemed to be a huge black shadow approaching quickly. Look, what is that? Han suddenly shouted excitedly, as if he saw the upcoming fish feast. Don't talk nonsense, that's not a good thing, Tulman glared at him. Oh, stop arguing, look at that black shadow, it seems to be hitting something. Tulman pointed at the black shadow and shouted. Mo Yi didn't speak, but just stared at the black shadow. He felt a strong sense of uneasiness, as if something was about to happen. At this moment, the broadcast on the ship suddenly sounded. Passengers, please pay attention, we are about to pass the sea area near the red line. Please keep quiet and don't disturb the creatures on the seabed. Creatures on the seabed? Could it be that black shadow? Tulman asked in confusion. Don't guess blindly, let's stay here honestly, Tulman patted his shoulder. However, at the moment they were talking, the black shadow had hit the red line and made a loud noise that shook the earth. The whole ship shook violently, as if it was about to be overturned. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that? Han shouted in horror. I don't know, but it must be a bad thing. Tulman held the railing tightly, fearing that he would be thrown out. Mo Yi stood at the bow, staring at the black shadow with a sharp gaze. He felt a strong sense of oppression, as if some powerful force was approaching. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Successful sign in, get 10 detonating talismans, 5 blood recovering potions. Advertisement. Mo Yi was delighted, but then he thought, is this blood recovering potion effective for subhumans? He didn't have time to think about it, because the black shadow had hit the red line again. This time the collision was more violent, and the entire ship was almost overturned. Zero asked for flowers. Zero, look, what is that? Tulman shouted, pointing to the distance. Mo Yi looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a huge island-like creature floating on the sea. Its body was covered with scars, but it was still hitting the red line. That's the island whale, Crocus' voice suddenly sounded. Island whale? What is that? Tulman asked curiously. It is a very rare creature. They usually live in the deep sea and rarely appear on the sea surface. Crocus explained. This island whale seems to have been hitting the red line. Maybe it is looking for something. Looking for something? Is it treasure? Han asked excitedly. Don't talk nonsense. How can a whale find treasure? Tulman rolled his eyes. Then what do you think it is looking for? Tulman asked curiously. Crocus was silent for a while, then slowly said, maybe it is looking for an old friend. Old friend? Do you mean, it has a friend on the Red King continent? Tulman asked in surprise. Crocus nodded and said nothing more, and the island whale seemed tired, stopped hitting, and floated quietly on the sea. Mo Yi looked at the injured island whale, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. He knew that the story of this island whale must be not simple, and he might be able to help it. As the night deepened, the sailboat anchored safely at Gemini Cape. The sea breeze gently blew the reefs on the shore, making a rustling sound. Mo Yi stood at the bow, looking at the deep sea in the distance, his heart full of expectations. He knew that there were still many unknowns in this world waiting for him to explore, and he would continue to move forward and find his own answers. Oh, the moonlight gently sprinkled the entire coast, and a peaceful scene was reflected on the sparkling sea. Under the lighthouse, a group of Tool people were busy preparing dinner, and the smoke from the cooking rose, carrying the aroma of food and drifting in the night sky. Mo Yi, how do you think this fish should be cooked to make it delicious? Jia asked Mo Yi, who was sitting next to him, holding a fish just caught from the sea. Mo Yi glanced at the fish, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jia, do you think I care about the cooking method of a fish? I'm waiting for Laboon to hit red line again to see if I can sign a good thing. Hearing this, Jia shook his head helplessly and put the fish back in the basket. He knew that Mo Yi only had eyes for the mysterious sign-in system and was indifferent to other things. In the distance, the huge whale Laboon was still hitting redline, and each collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. Mo Yi looked in that direction, with a gleam of expectation in his eyes. He knew that as long as Laboon continued to hit, he would have the opportunity to get more sign-in rewards. However, looking at Laboon's tired figure, Mo Yi couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He knew that Laboon did this to wait for his deceased friend, Brook. But is such a wait really meaningful? There are still 18 years. Mo Yi murmured to himself, Laboon, if you keep hitting like this, can you really wait for Brook? Mo Yi's heart was full of doubts and uneasiness. He knew that he could not change Laboon's behavior, nor could he change the rules of this world. However, he didn't want to just watch Laboon continue like this. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Mo Yi's mind. Perhaps, he could try to tell Laboon some news about Brook so that it could wait with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Mo Yi stood up and walked towards Laboon. He knew that this was a risky move, but he was willing to try it for Laboon. There are still 18 years. Mo Yi repeated again, Laboon, I will help you find Brook. After saying this, Mo Yi turned back to the lighthouse. He knew that it was not the time to act yet. He needed to wait for a suitable time before telling Laboon the secret about Brook. At this moment, he had more important things to do. That is, to continue to enjoy his dinner. He picked up a bowl of steaming noodles and ate it in big mouthfuls. Mo Yi, teach us to sing. Yi suddenly suggested, we are too bored here, singing can kill time. Mo Yi heard this, put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, nodded. Okay, then I will teach you 10 songs. As he said, Mo Yi cleared his throat and began to sing, Bitter Sand, the feeling of blowing on the face. Towel. Chapter 109 I think of my family. His singing echoed in the night sky, with an indescribable sadness and vicissitudes. The Tool people listened to the song, and an inexplicable emotion surged in their hearts. They seemed to see themselves drifting on the sea, and felt the loneliness and helplessness. Woo woo woo. Yi suddenly cried, this song is so touching, I think of my family. Seeing this, the other Tool people also wiped their tears. They remembered their past and those dreams and regrets they had. Mo Yi, you sing so well, A said in his uncoordinated voice, I want to sing too. As he said, A also sang along. Although his voice was a little out of tune, it was full of sincere emotions. Seeing this, other Tool people also joined in. For a while, the whole lighthouse was filled with singing and crying. These Tool people who were once overwhelmed by life seemed to have found an outlet for venting at this moment, releasing all the pain and sadness in their hearts. Woo woo woo. I want to go home. A young Tool suddenly cried even harder, I've been out to sea for so long, I don't know how my family is doing. Mo Yi listened to these cries and songs, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew that these Tool people all had their own stories and regrets, and he was just a passerby. However, at this moment, he was willing to stay for these Tool people. He knew that he could not change their fate, but he could at least bring them a little warmth and hope. So, Mo Yi continued to sing and spent this unforgettable night with these Tool people. Mo Yi looked at everyone, he took a deep breath, then slowly opened his mouth and sang the classic, Sailor. 843. He said that this little pain in the wind and rain is nothing, wipe away your tears and don't be afraid, at least we still have dreams. His singing voice seemed to have magic power, penetrating everyone's heart. Some people began to cry silently, while others closed their eyes, as if they were recalling something. The middle-aged man was in tears, and he looked up at Mo Yi, as if he saw the shadow of his youth. Thank you, young man, you reminded me of a lot, he said with a sob. Mo Yi smiled slightly, said nothing, and just sang on. Then, he sang, Old Boy, again. Youth is like a rushing river, it will never come back and there is no time to say goodbye, leaving only numbness without the passion of the past. His singing voice was full of emotion, as if telling everyone's youth. This song is dedicated to everyone present. We all had youth and dreams, but some people chose to give up, and some people chose to persist, Mo Yi said. As soon as he finished speaking, warm applause broke out around him. Toolman I looked at the people around him, a little puzzled. Why do they seem so moved? Mo Yi glanced at him and smiled. You are like a paramecium, you only know how to eat and sleep, of course you don't understand these. Paramecium. What is that? I looked confused. It is a single-celled organism that only knows how to eat and reproduce, and has no other functions, Mo Yi said casually. I touched his head and nodded as if he understood. At this time, Toolman B came over, he looked at Mo Yi and said, Mo Yi, I don't want to be a pirate anymore, I want to go home, I want to live a normal life. Mo Yi glanced at him and said lightly, then you go and change, what's the use of telling me? But I don't know how to change, B said a little frustrated. Then find a way, there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved, Mo Yi said. His words made Yi's eyes light up, he nodded, turned and left. Other Tool people also gathered around, they all said that they didn't want to be pirates anymore, they wanted to go home and live a normal life. Mo Yi looked at them and sneered. You bunch of trash, you only know how to escape, what's wrong with pirate life, isn't it also a way of life? His words made everyone stunned, but soon someone retorted, but pirate life is too dangerous, we don't want to live such a life anymore. Dangerous? Then why did you become pirates in the first place? It's because you were greedy and want more wealth and power, Mo Yi said. His words left everyone speechless, but they did not give up, they all said that they would work hard to change the status quo. Mo Yi looked at them and said lightly, then go, change yourself, and make up for the mistakes you made. Remember, there is no savior in this world, song only you can save yourself. His words made everyone fall into deep thought, but they soon cheered up and said they would work hard to change the status quo. Mo Yi looked at them, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned and left. He knew that although these tools were a little weak, they also had their own dreams and pursuits. As long as they were given some encouragement and guidance, they would be able to find their own direction and get out of trouble. And he himself would continue to move forward, looking for more partners to explore this mysterious world together. At this moment, the tools also began to act, they picked up chopsticks and started eating crazily. I want to become stronger, I want to go home, B said loudly. I want to become stronger too, I want to regain my dignity, A also said loudly. Their voices echoed in the restaurant, full of determination and courage. Mo Yi looked at them, with a smile on his lips. He knew that these tools had begun their journey of change, and they would become stronger and braver, and become real men. I looked at the people around him who were grateful to Mo Yi, and he touched his head, looking confused. Isn't it just a beating, and there are 2 words of teaching? Is it necessary to do this? Pa. A slap was slapped directly on his face. It covered his swollen cheek and looked at the person who hit him aggrievely. You. Why did you hit me? I hit you, you ungrateful wolf. That's right, Mo Yi's kindness was wasted. Advertisement. Such a person should be beaten to death. Everyone scolded and looked at Mo Kai with grievance. Okay, everyone stop arguing. Mo Yi waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Do you want to learn a song? Sing? Everyone was stunned, not knowing why. Yes, sing. Mo Yi nodded, smiled and said, the name of this song is, Father. Ah. Everyone felt their scalps tingling when they heard it, and they all showed horrified expressions. Brother Mo Yi, why don't we forget it? Yes, why don't we change to another song? Let's not learn it. Everyone begged for mercy, but Ja looked at Mo Yi with excitement. Brother Mo Yi, I want love. Mo Yi nodded and didn't say much. Although everyone was afraid, Mo Yi had already spoken, so they didn't dare to say anything more, and could only bite the bullet and learn. As night fell, Uluoka's left with a bottle of wine. Ja turned around and found that Mo Yi was gone, and was stunned. Hey, where's Brother Mo Yi? Who knows, he must have gone somewhere. Don't worry about him, let's drink. Everyone didn't think much about it and continued to drink and chat. The next morning, everyone was awakened by a uniform shout. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone walked out of the tent in a daze and found that Yi was exercising with a group of tools. Brother Mo Yi, what are you doing? He rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion. Exercise. Mo Yi said casually and then continued to exercise with everyone. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Exercise? Why do we need to exercise? That's right, we are not pirates, why do we need such a strong body? Yes, we don't fight, what's the use of exercising? Everyone talked about it and thought that Yi's behavior was very strange. Mo Yi ignored them and continued to exercise with everyone. Ja looked at everyone sweating profusely and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. So, we are really so weak. Mo Yi shook his head and said lightly, if you really think you are not a weakling, then work hard. How do we become stronger? He asked unconvinced. Exercise, learn skills, and improve experience. Mo Yi said a few simple words, and then continued to lead everyone to exercise. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they didn't say much, and could only follow Mo Yi to exercise. Point 0. Crocus took the wine pot and sat on the deck, watching Mo Yi lead everyone to exercise, with a satisfied smile on his face. This kid is quite good at being a man. Mo Yi led everyone to exercise for a morning, and then stopped to rest. Everyone was so tired that they were panting, and they all collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Mo Yi walked to Crocus calmly and said with a smile, Uncle Crocus, do you want to have a drink together? Okay. Crocus smiled and nodded, and sat on the deck with Lu to drink. The two drank and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Advertisement, Mo Yi kid, what are your plans next? Crocus suddenly asked. Mo Yi thought for a moment and said, I plan to go to the Grand Line. Go to the Grand Line? Crocus was stunned and said in surprise, you are really courageous. The Grand Line is not so easy to get through. I know, but I have to go. Mo Yi nodded, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Crocus looked at Mo Yi's eyes and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seems that you have really grown up. Mo Yi chatted with Crocus for a while, then got up and left. He walked to Laboon, touched Laboon's head, and said with a smile, Laboon, I'm leaving. Laboon seemed to hear, resurrect monsters. Crocus heard Mo Yi's words and widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. Resurrect monsters. This is simply a fantasy, how could such a thing happen? How is this possible? This is not in line with medical common sense at all. Crocus was extremely shocked, looking at Mo Yi with doubt. Mo Yi smiled slightly, not in a hurry to explain, but looked at Laboon on the side. Laboon, if I can revive those monsters, do you believe it? Laboon was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then showed a bright smile. I believe, Mr. Mo Yi. You can do it. Laboon's words were full of trust in Mo Yi, which made Crocus even more confused. Does this young man really have any magical powers? Mo Yi looked at Laboon, smiled and nodded. Well, I'll show you my ability. As he said this, Mo Yi suddenly drew out the long sword from his waist and slashed at his neck. Ah! Laboon and Crocus both cried out, watching Mo Yi's head rolling to the ground, blood spurting out. How? How is this possible? Crocus stared at this scene in amazement and couldn't believe his eyes. Laboon stared at Mo Yi's headless body with horror. However, at this moment, something unbelievable happened to 0.1 people. Mo Yi's headless body suddenly began to wriggle, as if an invisible force was supporting it. Then, a new head slowly grew out from Mo Yi's shoulder, which was exactly the same as the original head. How? How is this possible? Crocus was stunned by this scene. Laboon stared at Mo Yi with disbelief. Mr. Mo Yi, you are really resurrected. Laboon's voice was trembling, and he was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. Mo Yi smiled and nodded, then looked at Crocus. Mr. Crocus, do you believe it now? Crocus came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and nodded slowly. I believe it. Although his heart was still full of doubts and puzzlement, Crocus had to admit that the young man in front of him did have incredible abilities. It's really incredible, Crocus muttered to himself, his eyes full of shock and awe. And Mo Yi's followers knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Mo Yi. Greetings, sir. Greetings, sir. Watching this scene, Crocus couldn't help but feel a little speechless. What is the origin of this young man? How could so many people admire him so much? However, now all this is not important. The important thing is that this young man seems to be able to revive those monsters. So, can he also help himself revive those dead companions? Chapter 101. As if seeing through his thoughts thinking of this, Crocus couldn't help but look at Mo Yi, his eyes full of expectation. And Mo Yi smiled and nodded, as if he saw through his mind. Mr. Crocus, don't worry. As long as you are willing to believe me, I will definitely let you see those deceased companions again. Hearing Mo Yi's words, Crocus was immediately excited. Really? That? Thank you so much, as he said, Crocus actually bowed deeply to Mo Yi. Looking at Crocus 30's excitement, Laboon couldn't help but smile. Although it didn't understand what Mo Yi meant by resurrection, it could feel the magical power of Mo Yi. Perhaps, it is really possible to find Brook. Thinking of this, Laboon couldn't help but ignite a glimmer of hope in his heart. And Mo Yi smiled at the two of them, and he already had a plan in his mind. Laboon, I know you have always had a wish in your heart, that is to find your partner Brook. Advertisement, yes, Mr. Yi, I have been looking for him. Laboon said excitedly when he heard it. I know he may be trapped in the magic triangle, but please believe me, I will definitely help you find him. Laboon's eyes lit up immediately after hearing Mo Yi's words. Really? Mr. Mo Yi, can you really help me find Brook? Laboon's voice was trembling with a hint of excitement. Mo Yi smiled and nodded. Of course, I will not only help you find him, but also reunite you. Laboon was ecstatic when he heard Mo Yi's promise. It howled to the sky, as if announcing its joy to the whole world. The audience laughed at this scene. This Laboon is so cute. However, they also know that he is not a person who likes to joke. Advertisement, since he said he would help Laboon find Brook, he would definitely do it. Mr. Mo Yi, thank you. I really appreciate you, Laboon said excitedly, with tears in his eyes. Mo Yi smiled and patted its shoulder. You're welcome. Laboon, you can be our guide, help us find Brook. Laboon heard this, his eyes flashed with anticipation, excitedly shook his huge head, and said loudly, Really? Can I be your guide? That's great. Mo Yi reached out and gently patted Laboon's huge walrus head, and smiled. Of course it's true, Laboon. We are all looking forward to adventure with you. Laboon smiled happily, and his huge body jumped happily on the sea, as if he couldn't wait to start a new journey. Looking at Laboon's excitement, Mo Yi also felt relieved. He turned his head and looked at his 017 companions around him, and saw that they all smiled happily. Mo Yi, you are so nice, Yi said with emotion. You are always so kind and always willing to help others. I also want to learn from you and become a better person. Yes, you are also our role model, Bing and Ding also echoed. Crocus watched all this from the side, smiled and shook his head. He thought to himself, to judge whether a person is good or bad, we should never look at his origin and camp, but his behavior and character. Although this Mo Yi was born in the world of pirates, his heart is purer and kinder than many people. Perhaps, this is why he can have such magical power. Chapter 111. I immediately shouted excitedly. The sailboat was sailing in the waters of the magic triangle, as if in a dreamlike paradise. The sun was shining and the sea breeze was blowing, making people feel particularly comfortable. At noon, everyone sat together to enjoy lunch. Mo Yi took out some food and placed it in front of everyone. Wow, it smells so good. Laboon smelled the food and immediately shouted excitedly. Mo Yi smiled and said, Come on, everyone, I prepared all these foods for you. However, when everyone started to taste the food, they all showed expressions of surprise and dissatisfaction. What does this taste like? A frowned, picked up a bowl of chicken soup and took a sip, and immediately wrinkled his nose. It's so disgusting. Yeah, why are these foods so strange? B also frowned and said, It's like a gray sticky substance mixed with lime, and this bun is as hard as a piece of cloth. Mo Yi, did you make a mistake? C opened the lid of a chicken soup, and a poisonous smell immediately spread, making him take a few steps back. This is even worse than poison. Everyone shook their heads and expressed disappointment in Mo Yi's craftsmanship. Mo Yi also scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Sorry, everyone. I may be too nervous and didn't perform well, but these foods should still be edible. However, before he finished speaking, a seagull suddenly fell from the sky and fell in front of everyone. There were still some food residues hanging from the corners of the seagull's mouth. Obviously it had just eaten something. What's going on? Everyone looked at the seagull lying on the ground in surprise. Could it be food poisoning? A guest. At this moment, a newspaper gull flew from a distance, and after seeing the seagull on the ground, it screamed in fear, and then turned around and flew away. No, we may have really eaten something poisonous. B said in fear. What should we do? C and D also showed panic. Luo Yi looked at the panicked look of everyone and felt a little uneasy. He took a deep breath, trying to keep himself calm, and then said, Don't panic, let's see the situation first. If there is a problem, I will be responsible for finding a solution. However, at this moment, it suddenly said, Actually, this is the craftsmanship of that adult. That adult? Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what it was talking about. I explained. It's our captain, he always likes to make some strange food to tease us. These foods must be his prank again. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Mo Yi also smiled helplessly, thinking in his heart, this captain is really naughty. However, at this moment, Mo Yi suddenly stood up, picked up a bun and said, "Nods, it's shameful to waste food, since it has been made, it cannot be wasted. I'll eat first." After saying that, he took a bite and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Seeing Mo Yi's nonchalant look, the tools looked at each other, and finally Song Hao bit the bullet and picked up the food and reluctantly ate it. "Ha ha ha, look, Brother Jaw is eating crabs raw again. Wow, eating this fresh seafood is like chewing beans, it's so satisfying to watch." Chapter 112 I don't think raw seafood is fishy anymore. Brother Jaw, where did you learn this? It's amazing. That's right, watching Brother Jaw eat raw seafood, I don't think raw seafood is fishy anymore. Mo Yi and the others stood on the deck, watching Jaw eat raw seafood, each with envy on their faces. "Xiao He, do you want to try it too?" Mo Yi looked at Xiao He and said. Xiao He immediately shook his head. "Brother Mo, I don't dare." "It's okay, you can try to learn. Jaw eats these seafood, just like eating beans." Mo Yi encouraged Xiao He. After listening, Xiao He hesitated, then looked at Jaw, and saw that Jaw was eating with relish, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. So he plucked up his courage, reached out and grabbed a crab, opened his mouth, and prepared to bite it down. "Xiao He, don't be impulsive." Mo Yi was shocked when he saw Xiao He's posture, and hurriedly stopped Xiao He. Advertisement Xiao He was also stunned by his shouting, and then looked at the crab in his hand, and suddenly felt a little at a loss. "Brother Mo, what's wrong?" Xiao He looked at Mo Yi and asked. "Xiao He, these seafood are raw. If you eat like this, it's easy to get a stomachache." Mo Yi explained. But Brother Jaw is fine." Xiao He was a little puzzled. "That's because Jaw has a special physique and can digest these raw seafood, but you can't, Dake." Mo Yi shook his head, then looked at the crab in Xiao He's hand, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "But you can try to do it yourself." "Do it yourself?" Xiao He was stunned. "Yes, do it yourself. You can try to make some delicious food with these seafood." Mo Yi nodded, and then pointed to the crab in Xiao He's hand. "For example, this crab, you can try steaming or braising it, it should be very good." Xiao He's eyes lit up when he heard it. He looked at the crab in his hand, then looked at Mo Yi, and then nodded. "Okay, Brother Mo, I'll listen to you. I'll try." After that, Xiao He ran to the kitchen excitedly. Mo Yi looked at Xiao He's back and smiled. He knew that although Xiao He didn't talk much, he was very thoughtful and had a strong learning ability. As long as he was given a little guidance, he could realize his potential. "Jaw, you should eat less too. Eating too much of these things is not good for your health," Mo Yi said, looking at Jaw who was still eating. Jaw looked up at Mo Yi and then chuckled. "Brother Mo, don't worry, I'm in good health, these seafood are nothing to me." Advertisement after that, he buried his head in eating again. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly, and no longer cared about him. He turned and walked to the bow, looking at the sea in the distance. It was already noon, the sun was blazing, and the sea was sparkling. Their ship was heading towards a beautiful island. This island is located in the depths of the sea, surrounded by vast seawater, and only this island stands there alone. The island is shaded by green trees and filled with the fragrance of flowers. In the distance, there is a towering mountain standing in the clouds, as if it is a sacred mountain. Mo Yi looked at the island, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He heard that there are many rare herbs and minerals on this island, and there are many mysterious legends. This time he came here to find some rare herbs and minerals, and also wanted to explore the secrets of this island. After sailing on the sea for several hours, the boat finally arrived at the island. The scenery on the island was more beautiful than Mo Yi had imagined. The golden beach, the blue sea, and the towering mountain in the distance formed a beautiful picture. Chapter 113 There seems to be something inside Mo Yi, and the others got off the boat and walked on the beach, feeling the sea breeze on their faces, and they all felt comfortable. They walked along the beach for a distance and suddenly saw a huge shipwreck in front of them. There was also a huge cave next to the shipwreck. The cave was dark and it was unknown how deep it was. "Brother Mo, look at that cave, there seems to be something in it." Xiao He pointed at the cave and said. Mo Yi heard this and also looked at the cave, with a flash of vigilance in his eyes. He could feel that there seemed to be a strong breath fluctuating in this cave. "Everyone be careful, this cave may be a little dangerous," Mo Yi warned. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and then approached the cave carefully. When they walked to the entrance of the cave, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from inside. "Ha ha ha, welcome to my island, pirates." A woman's voice suddenly sounded, and the sound was full of weirdness and gloom. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then looked at the entrance of the cave. Advertisement I saw a woman in a strange kimono walking out of the cave. Her face was covered with thick white powder, and her lips were painted red like blood, which looked very strange. "QG. Plus. %. Who are you? Why are you here?" The woman looked at everyone and asked. "We are pirates, and we are here to find some herbs and minerals," Mo Yi stepped forward and said. The woman heard it. "Sir, they're leaving? Leaving?" Daisy looked back with some curiosity, and sure enough, she saw that the group of tools followed the man's back one by one, leaving them all behind. She couldn't help but chuckle. She didn't expect that this adult was quite charming. Even these tools could be conquered by him. Mo Yi quickly crossed the beach and came to this Viking town, Flower Town. At a glance, all kinds of custom shops were everywhere on the street. All kinds of fairies stood in front of the door, wearing cool clothes, showing seductive curves, and winking at the passing guests. Advertisement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mo Yi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would see such a scene after working hard to come to this island. He immediately felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that this would be the kind of pirate island full of fighting atmosphere, but it turned out to be a pink theater. Auntie, is this the big treasure you said? Why is it different from what I imagined? We are so disappointed. The tools looked at the Viking town in front of them, and each of them showed a pitiful expression, as if they were asking Mo Yi for help. Mo Yi did not answer them, but continued to walk forward, wanting to see what else was on the island. Soon, he saw a wooden cart in the distance, filled with all kinds of food. An old man was busy, and next to the old man there were 10 little girls of 7 or 8 years old playing. Old man, do you have anything to eat here? Mo Yi walked up and asked. Ah, guests are here. The old man raised his head and saw Mo Yi, and immediately showed a warm smile, and quickly picked up a piece of dried meat from the cart and handed it over. Guest, please try it. This is the dried meat I made by myself. It tastes delicious. Chapter 114. I still have a lot of. Mo Yi took the dried meat, took a bite, and immediately felt a strong meaty aroma spreading in his mouth. He nodded. Not bad, it's really delicious. Then please eat more, I still have a lot here. The old man said, and picked up a bottle of wine from the cart and handed it over. This is my own wine, you can try it too. Okay. Mo Yi took the bottle of wine, raised his head and took a sip, and immediately felt a spicy, 307, feeling coming from his throat, which made him frown. But soon, he got used to the spicy feeling and felt a little addictive. Good wine. He couldn't help but exclaimed, and then looked at the little girl next to him. Little sister, what's your name? My name is Shalwa. The little girl raised her head, blinked her big eyes and looked at Mo Yi, with a sweet smile on her face. Shalwa, what a nice name. Mo Yi smiled and touched Shalwa's head, then picked up a piece of dried meat from the cart and handed it over. Here, Shalwa, this is for you. Thank you, uncle. Shalwa took the dried meat, smiled sweetly, and then began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Sir, why are you so kind to a little girl? The tools on the side were speechless when they saw this scene. They thought Mo Yi was a cold person, but they didn't expect him to be so gentle to a little girl. This is simply a breath of fresh air. Haha, you guys, you only know how to eat. Mo Yi laughed and scolded, then looked at the old man. Old man, we are all hungry today. Do you have anything delicious here? Give me one portion each. Advertisement. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll prepare it for you. The old man said, and started to get busy. Mo Yi sat aside, watching Xiaohua eat dried meat, and teased her from time to time, making Xiaohua giggle. The tools on the side looked at Mo Yi speechlessly. They felt that Mo Yi was really getting weirder and weirder. But they didn't say much. After all, Mo Yi was their boss, they just needed to obey orders. Soon, the old man prepared the food and brought it up. My lord, please try this. Xiaohei collected some flowers on the side, and then cleverly inserted them on the plate, which immediately made the whole plate of food look more tempting. 0. Well, not bad. Mo Yi nodded, and then began to feast on it. Xiaohua on the side looked at Mo Yi eating, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. Advertisement. Uncle, you look so funny when you eat. She couldn't help but speak. Haha, is that so? Mo Yi laughed when he heard it, and then stretched out his hand to pinch Shalwa's face. Then uncle, when you eat in the future, let Shalwa watch, okay? Okay. Shalwa nodded happily, and then sat aside, watching Heilu eat. And Mo Yi became happier and happier as he ate, and from time to time he teased Shalwa, making Shalwa laugh. The tools on the side were speechless. They felt that Mo Yi was really getting more and more frivolous. But they didn't say much. After all, Mo Yi was their boss, they just needed to obey orders. After finishing the meal, Mo Yi asked, Old man, do you have a record of magnetic time on this island? Magnetic? Chapter 115. Then he looked at the old man with some expectation. The old man was stunned when he heard this, and then said uncertainly, Is the magnetic force you were talking about the kind that can attract metal? Yes, that kind of thing. Mo Yi nodded, and then looked at the old man with some expectation. On the journey to Dressrosa, Mo Yi deliberately avoided several complicated routes, such as Little Garden and Guy Island, where the pirates and marines gathered too densely and could be involved in unprovoked fighting ministers if he was not careful. In his backpack, there was also a photo of Sister Shaw, which he took when he was in Alabasta. At that time, Sister Shaw 30 still had long black hair, not the current blonde hair. Sister Shaw, I wonder if she will kill me to pieces when she sees me? Mo Yi touched his chin and thought worriedly. He knew Sister Shaw's temper. Now that she has become a Shichibukai, she is probably even more arrogant and domineering. Mo Yi shook his head, stopped thinking about it, stuffed the photo back into his backpack, and continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered many pirate groups, but most of them were small minions, not worth his effort. He found a shade and planned to rest for a while. Old man, give Lousy a few bottles of good wine. At this time, a group of bald men came over, followed by several women in revealing clothes, who were not good people at first glance. Advertisement. Sorry, guests, the wine in the store has been sold out, the old man said apologetically. What? Sold out? Who do you think we are? Hurry up and get the wine, otherwise don't blame us for being rude, the bald man said fiercely. Mo Yi frowned. These guys are really arrogant. Dear guests, there is really no more, please don't embarrass me, an old man. The old man begged. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. The bald man kicked the old man to the ground, then grabbed a woman's hair and pulled her over. "Old man, if you don't bring us wine, I'll let your daughter accompany us for a night." "No, Grandpa, save me," the woman shouted in horror. "You bastards." Mo Yi finally couldn't help it. He stood up and glared at the bald man. "Hey, where did you come from, kid? Dare to meddle in our business?" The bald man turned his head and looked at Mo Yi, saying with disdain, "You dare to meddle in Laozi's business?" Another fat pirate also came over and stared at Mo Yi with a fierce look. "You dare to meddle in Laozi's business?" Mo Yi said without showing any weakness. "Haha, kid, do you know who we are? We are the bald pirates. Who dares to offend us in this sea area?" The bald man laughed. "Advertisement, bald pirates? Never heard of it." Mo Yi shook his head and said with disdain. You are looking for death." The bald man was furious, pulled out the knife from his waist, pointed it at Mo Yi. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." "Rude? How do you want to be rude?" Mo Yi sneered. "We give you 10 seconds to leave, otherwise we will chop you." The fat pirate waved the big knife in his hand and said viciously. 10 seconds? No need to be so troublesome. I'm standing here now. If you have the guts, come and chop me," Mo Yi said provocatively. "Damn, you are looking for death." The bald man and the fat pirate were furious and rushed towards Yi with knives. "Stop." At this moment, the old man suddenly stood up and blocked Mo Yi. "Dear guests, please don't hurt this child, he is my guest." "Old man, you want to die, right?" The bald man pushed the old man away and rushed towards Mo Yi again. "Grandpa." The woman shouted in fear, and wanted to rush over to protect the old man, but was blocked by the tools. "Xiao Yi, run quickly, they are not good people," the old man shouted anxiously. "Run? Why should I run?" Mo Yi smiled, then reached out and took out a bag from his backpack. "Since you want to play, then I will play with you." As he said, he opened the bag, revealing the dense bombs inside. Chapter 116. Thrown at the bald man and the fat pirate. This is. The bald man and the fat pirate turned pale when they saw the bombs. "Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you going to chop me? Come on, chop me." Mo Yi approached them step by step with the bag. "What do you want to do? We are members of the bald pirates. If you dare to touch us, you will be against the entire pirate group," the bald man stuttered. "Bald pirates? What is that? I haven't heard of it." Mo Yi sneered. "I only know that you are my prey now." As he said that, he raised his hand and threw the bag at the bald man and the fat pirate. No. The bald man and the fat pirate were so scared that they threw away their weapons and ran away. "Boss, what should we do? We seem to have hit a wall," the fat pirate said with horror. "Damn, who is this kid? How can he have so many bombs?" the bald man also said with a look of doubt. "Boss, let's run, or we will be blown to death," said another pirate. "Run? Where to run? We are pirates, how can we be killed by a civilian?" Bang. Advertisement. A gunshot scared the pirate boss so much that he trembled all over. He looked down and saw a black muzzle pointing at him under his feet. "What kind of gun is this? Why haven't you seen it before?" the pirate leader asked with a trembling voice. Mo Yi sneered and said lightly, "This is a high-tech product, of course you haven't seen it before." As he said that, he gently pulled the trigger, and the pirate boss felt a chill coming over him, and the hair on his body stood up. Don't shoot, I surrender." The pirate boss was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy again and again. Mo Yi glanced at him and said lightly, "I didn't ask you to kneel down, what are you doing?" The pirate boss was stunned when he heard this, then he reacted and quickly got up from the ground, smiling flatteringly. "You are handsome and powerful, and I admire you very much." Mo Yi ignored his flattery and turned to the toolman next to him and said, "These people will be left to you to deal with." After that, he turned and left. "Yes, sir," responded respectfully, and then began to command his men to take these pirates away. Mo Yi returned to the restaurant and continued to enjoy the food. Advertisement. The little girl saw this and ran over and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Mo Yi looked up at her and said lightly, "No need to thank me, I was just passing by." After saying that, he lowered his head to eat. The little girl saw this and said nothing more, just stood quietly by the side, watching Mo Yi eat. After a while, Ja came in with a few men and said to Mo Yi, "Sir, those pirates have been dealt with." "Yes." Mo Yi nodded and asked, "How?" "According to your instructions, we buried them." Well, Ja replied. "Buried?" Mo Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Didn't they say anything?" They wanted to beg for mercy at first, but we refused," Ja said a little embarrassedly. "Then they said they were willing to pay money to redeem their lives, but we didn't agree to Sheng-er." "Oh." Mo Yi heard this, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "What happened in the end?" In the end, we sank them into the sea," Ja answered carefully. Chapter 117. Then he left the restaurant. Sunk. Mo Yi frowned when he heard this. "Wouldn't it be too cruel?" This is your order," Ja said in confusion. Mo Yi waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's better to do less of this kind of thing in the future." After that, he lowered his head to eat. After a while, Mo Yi finished his meal, left some money as meal money, and then left the restaurant. The little girl saw this and waved goodbye. "Goodbye. Thank you for saving me." Mo Yi didn't look back, just waved his hand, and the question was not a response. After returning to the ship, Mo Yi continued to train Xiao He. He asked Xiao He to hit himself with an iron rod, and 637 closed his eyes and used observation hockey to sense the other party's movements. At first, Mo Yi could only barely sense the trajectory of the iron rod, but as time went on, his perception ability became stronger and stronger, and he could even predict the landing point of the iron rod in advance. Bang! 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 Advertisement. The iron rod kept hitting Mo Yi, but he seemed to have no feeling and let the other party attack. Jia and others beside him were stunned, and Zinshan's awe of Mo Yi became deeper and deeper. Sir, you are so amazing. You can actually use observation hockey to sense the attack trajectory of the iron rod. Jia couldn't help but sigh. Yes, you are really gifted, the subordinates beside him also echoed. Mo Yi ignored their compliments and just focused on training. He knew that he still had a long way to go before he could become a real strong man, so he had to keep working hard to improve his strength. In this way, Mo Yi spent a peaceful week on the ship. During this week, in addition to training, he just played with the children on the ship and drank and chatted with the elderly. As for Xiao He, this guy seemed to have his own ideas. It no longer only knew how to eat and sleep like before, but began to try to explore the world by itself. Sometimes, it even left the ship without permission and ran to a nearby town to play. Advertisement. Fortunately, it didn't cause any trouble, so Mo Yi didn't care too much. In this way, time passed day by day. Half a month later, Xiao He's changes became more and more obvious. Its body became more slender, and its limbs became more flexible and powerful. The most obvious change is its shape. Originally it was just an ordinary black leopard, but now it has gradually begun to show the shape of a human. Its head has become more round, and its ears have become small and cute. The most amazing thing is its claws. The sharp claws have gradually become soft, just like nails. And its feet have also begun to change, and they have begun to imitate the shape of high heels. Looking at Xiao He's appearance, Mo Yi is also amused. This guy is really getting more and more interesting. That IBMB ******* T is here to cause trouble again. Hearing this voice, Mo Yi frowned slightly. It has been a while since he traveled to this world. This world is not much different from the world of his previous life, and it is also a world of technological civilization. It's just that the technology in this world seems to be more advanced than that in his previous life. But the strange thing is that the physics of this world seems to have stayed in the past few decades and has not developed further. Mo Yi, the matter over at IBM is left to you, go and deal with it. Mo Yi's mentor is a bald old man. He looked at Mo Yi seriously and said, remember, this is a big step in our field of electromagnetism. The IBM want to copy our results, but there is no way. Chapter 118. Let them know how powerful we are. Mo Yi nodded and said nothing. He was a PhD in physics in his previous life. He traveled to this world due to an accident and became a college student. In this world, he had the knowledge of his previous life, so he had a far greater understanding of physics than this world. Just as he had developed a new type of magnetic material, he was targeted by IBM people. IBM people are so shameless, always trying to steal our research results. That's right, they don't even look at what kind of stuff they are, and are they worthy of researching magnetic materials. Mo Yi, you must teach them a lesson and let them know how powerful we are. In the laboratory, everyone else sneered at IBM people, thinking that they were not worthy of researching magnetic materials. Mo Yi smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I will let them know how powerful we are. After that, he left the laboratory. He returned to the dormitory, turned on his computer, and began to check his research records on magnetic materials. He found that his research had made great progress, and he only needed to go one step further to achieve mass production of magnetic materials. However, he also knew that the people from IBM would definitely not give up. They would definitely try every means to steal their research results. Therefore, he had to be careful. As night fell, the light on a wooden cart on the edge of the town was dim. Grandpa, how many bowls of noodles do you think you can sell today? A little girl with two ponytails asked curiously while helping the old man clean up the dishes. The old man smiled, touched the little girl's head, and said, little girl, today's business will definitely not be bad. Really? The little girl's eyes lit up and she jumped up excitedly. Then I'll eat one more bowl? Advertisement. The old man laughed and said, okay, you can eat 2 bowls. As the two were talking, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew and a woman in a cheongsam came over. Boss, give me 2 bowls of noodles, the woman said. The old man nodded quickly and started to get busy. The little girl looked at the woman curiously and said, sister, you are so beautiful. The woman smiled and said, little sister, you are also very cute. The two chatted while eating noodles. Sister, what's your name? The little girl asked. My name is Dai Chi Si, the woman said. Advertisement, Sister Dai Chi Si, you are so beautiful, 10 must have a lot of people chasing you? The little girl asked in a hurry. Dakizi smiled and said, no, little sister, don't talk nonsense. I didn't say that, the little girl said unconvinced, you are so beautiful, there must be a lot of people who like you. Haha, Xiao Jiwei, you are really good at talking. Dakizi was amused by the little girl and laughed. The two chatted happily, and the townspeople next to them also gathered around. Boss Dakizi, I heard that your brother was a hero before? A town resident asked. Dakizi nodded and said, yes, my brother was a soldier before. He sacrificed himself to protect the country and the people. What a pity. The townspeople sighed. However, although my brother is gone, his spirit has always been there. Dakizi said, I will inherit his legacy and continue to contribute to the country and the people. Boss Dakizi is really amazing, the townspeople praised. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I heard that Boss Dakizi will hold a parade of courtesans tomorrow? Chapter 119 shaking his head helplessly. Yes, I heard about it too. Another voice said, Boss Dakizi is so beautiful, she will definitely attract a lot of people to watch. Aran parade? The little girl asked curiously, Grandpa, what is the Aran parade? The old man explained. The Aran parade is when some beautiful girls wear beautiful clothes and walk around the street for people to appreciate their beauty. Wow, it sounds so interesting. 850. The little girl's eyes lit up. Sister Dakizi, will you participate too? Dakizi smiled and said, Yes, I will participate too. Then I must go and see it, the little girl said excitedly. The old man looked at the little girl's excitement and shook his head helplessly. He knew that his granddaughter was always curious and yearning for such things. But he also understood that not everything in this world is as beautiful as it seems on the surface. I hope she can always maintain this innocence and kindness, and not be eroded by the darkness of this world. It was late at night when Mo Yi returned to the dormitory. He lay on the bed, thinking back to the edge of the town just now. Xiao He stood on the roof with his hands in his pockets, looking at the lively streets below. Mo Yi and the toolman stood behind Xiao He, watching the excitement below together. What's going on down there? Parade, oh. Mo Yi nodded and said, I heard that there was an innovative parade on Virgin Street. Is that it? Xiao He nodded. Yeah. Mo Yi frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Why do you know so much about these messy things? Xiao He turned his head to look at him, with an innocent face, because I just like to join in the fun. Superficial. Mo Yi snorted coldly, stopped talking, and just stared at the parade below silently. Superficial. Xiao He touched his chin, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then I will show you my superficiality. As he said, he turned around and continued to look at the parade below. Just then, a little girl with twin ponytails ran over and looked at the parade below curiously. Wow, it's so lively, the little girl said excitedly. Her grandfather followed behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Little girl, don't run around, be careful not to fall. 0. Grandpa, look at that lantern man, it's so fun, the little girl pointed to a man in a suit with a lantern on his head in front of him and said. Mo Yi rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Superficial. Xiao He smiled without saying anything, and continued to watch the parade below. At this moment, a woman wearing a pink cheongsam and a flower decoration on her head suddenly appeared in the parade. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, that sister is so beautiful, the little girl exclaimed. Her grandfather couldn't help but take a few more glances and exclaimed, what a rare beauty. Mo Yi also frowned slightly, looking at the woman, with some doubts in his heart. This woman seems to be a little wrong. At this moment, the 0.5 woman suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao He and Mo Yi on the roof. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but then she regained her calm. Seeing this, Xiao He smiled slightly and said, it seems that we have been discovered. Mo Yi didn't speak, but just stared at the woman closely. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the parade. Chapter 120 but didn't give up. A burly pirate suddenly rushed out, knelt on one knee, and shouted to the woman. Miss Daichi Si, please marry me. The people around laughed when they saw this. Obviously, the pirate's proposal did not attract much attention. Daichi Si ignored him, just glanced at him lightly, and then continued to move forward. The pirate scratched his head awkwardly, but did not give up. He stood up and continued to follow Daichi Si, shouting loudly, Miss Daichi Si, I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Just then, a white-haired, sickly-looking man suddenly walked out of the crowd. He glared at the pirate, and the pirate immediately trembled and knelt on the ground. The people around took a breath of cold air when they saw this. This man is so strong. Mo Yi also frowned slightly and looked at the white-haired man. He could feel that the man was very powerful. Moreover, there seemed to be a terrifying power hidden in his eyes. Advertisement. Who is he? Mo Yi asked. Xiao He shook his head. I don't know either. But, he paused and continued, I can feel that there is a very powerful power in his eyes. And this power doesn't seem to be obtained through practice. Mo Yi was shocked when he heard this. He could feel that what Bu He said was true. The strength of this white-haired man was indeed very strong. Moreover, the power contained in his eyes did not seem to be obtained through practice. So, where did this quality come from? Mo Yi's heart was full of doubts. At this moment, the white-haired man suddenly looked at Xiao He and Mo Yi. A cold light flashed in his eyes, which made Xiao He and Mo Yi feel a little bit. They could feel that this white-haired man was full of hostility towards them. However, they did not know why. Advertisement. Xiao He frowned slightly and looked at the white-haired man, full of doubts. Who is this man? Why is he hostile to himself and Mo Yi? Moreover, what is the power contained in his eyes? Xiao He's heart was full of doubts and curiosity. He decided to find out the identity and origin of this white-haired man. Wow, Daichi Si's brother. He sounds so powerful. Mo Yi touched his chin, looking very interested. Brother? Are you talking about the legendary pirate? A passerby asked curiously. Mo Yi turned to look at him and nodded. Yes, that's him. I heard that he is a very powerful pirate. Daichi Si can be what she is today, all thanks to his brother's support behind her. Ah, a pirate. That's really powerful. The passerby sighed, and then looked at the parade floats, but then again, this Daichi Sea is really beautiful, no wonder she can become the Oran in 900. Mo Yi heard this, but curled his lips in disdain. What's the use of being beautiful? Strength is the most important. If her brother didn't have strength, she wouldn't be the Oran for long. The passerby was startled by Mo Yi's words, and hurriedly looked around, fearing that Daichi Sis fans would hear it. He whispered to Mo Yi, "Brother, be careful with your words, don't get into trouble. Daichi Si is very popular here. If you dare to say something bad about her, be careful to be attacked." Mo Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "Besiege me if you want. I'm not afraid, I just like fighting, fighting is fun." "Fight? Are you here to mess things up?" Passers-by looked at Mo Yi in horror, as if they saw something terrible. Chapter 121. It seems that this pirate is looking for trouble. Mo Yi laughed and patted the passerby's feet. "Don't worry, I'm not here to mess things up. I just want to see how powerful this legendary courtesan is." After saying that, he turned around and continued to look at the parade floats. Rui Fangxi was sitting in the float with a faint smile on her face, as if she didn't care about anything around her. Her beauty and temperament made Mo Yi admire her. However, Mo Yi's attention was soon attracted by another thing. A man dressed as a pirate suddenly rushed to the float and tried to approach Daikizi. "Wow, what does that pirate want to do? He doesn't want to steal the courtesan, does he?" the passerby exclaimed. Mo Yi sneered. "Steal the courtesan? He is not qualified. It seems that this pirate is looking for trouble." Sure enough, the pirate rushed to the float, but was stopped by a group of guards. He shouted loudly, "Daisy, I am the leader of the pirate group, I want you to be my woman." Daisy heard this, but she didn't even raise her eyelids, and said lightly, You are too ugly and too weak, I don't like you." The pirate was so angry that his face turned blue. He roared, "How dare you look down on me? Do you know who I am? I am the overlord of this sea area." "Overlord? Haha, in my eyes, you are nothing," one Dakizi said contemptuously. The pirate was so angry at Dakizi's words that he almost vomited blood. He waved the big knife in his hand and wanted to rush forward to teach Dakizi a lesson. However, he was stopped by the guards. "Stop. This is a place for the Aran to parade, not a place for you to fight," a guard shouted loudly. The pirate was stopped, but he still shouted unwillingly, "Dakizi, you wait, one day, I will make you regret it." After that, he left with his men in disgrace. The audience around laughed at this. They pointed at the pirate's back and said, "Look at that pirate, he really overestimates his own abilities. He actually dared to hit Dakizi. Advertisement, he really deserves to be driven away." Mo Yi looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. He thought to himself, "This Dakizi is an interesting person. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very straightforward. It seems that my trip this time will not be boring." Just now, a skinny pirate was scolded by his companions and even slapped a few times. "Waste, I asked you to ask for an autograph, why are you so useless? Damn it, you don't even dare to ask for an autograph, what's the point of having you? Get out of the way, don't be an eyesore here." The skinny pirate covered his swollen face with grievance, retreated to the side, and dared not speak with tears in his eyes. At this time, another pirate ran back sobbing, obviously hit. "Woo woo woo. They look down on us and are unwilling to give us autographs." One. "Ha ha ha, I've said it before. How can a loser like you get Miss Dakizi's autograph? You loser, you only know how to cry, it's really embarrassing. Damn, if you can't even get Miss Dakizi's autograph, what's the point of living?" Everyone laughed, and the pirate stopped crying and ran away with his face covered. Mo Yi frowned slightly, his eyes fell on the pirate who beat people. "I saw that the man was burly and had a face full of flesh, and he didn't look like a good person." Chapter 122. Trying to block Dakizi's way. "Damn, a bunch of trash, really embarrassing lousy." The burly pirate cursed. Mo Yi glanced at him coldly, ignored him, and turned to walk out of the terrace. Beside the fence on the second floor, Dakizi retracted her gaze and said lightly, "Let's go." "Yes, miss." The two maids hurriedly followed. Miss Dakizi. "Please sign for me, Miss Dakizi, I love you." Seeing this, everyone surrounded them and wanted to block Dakizi's way. However, Dakizi just glanced at them lightly and left 770 with the maids. "Damn, it's a pity that I couldn't get an autograph. Miss Dakizi is so beautiful. If I can be her partner, I would be willing to die." Advertisement. "Yes, if I can be Miss Dakizi's partner, I would be willing to work like a cow or a horse." Everyone looked at Dakizi's departing back, their eyes full of obsession. Mo Yi shook his head speechlessly, these people are really crazy. He turned and walked out of the terrace, intending to leave here. However, at this moment, a crisp voice came from the second floor. "Tonight, the lady will hold a banquet, date, on the boat and invite everyone to attend. At that time, the lady will personally present songs and dances for everyone, and select 4 lucky people to dance with the lady. In addition, there is a chance to get a private meeting with the lady." Dakizi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. "What? Miss Dakizi is going to hold a banquet, and can I personally present songs and dances, and can I dance with her?" Advertisement. "Oh my god, this is too happy." Everyone cheered excitedly when they heard it. "Ha ha ha, it's great, I must perform well tonight and strive to get the opportunity to dance with Miss Xian. Yes, I must work hard." Even if I can't dance with her, I must strive for a private meeting with Miss Dakizi. Damn it, Laozi must seize this opportunity, even if it costs his life. A burly uncle said excitedly. Do you know? Miss Dakizi is the pirate queen, with countless wealth and power. As long as you can become her partner, even if it is short-lived, it is enough to make people reborn. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Mo Yi rolled his eyes after hearing this. These people are really crazy. For a woman, they don't even want their lives. He shook his head and turned to walk out of the house. However, at this moment, a little girl grabbed his sleeve. Big brother, don't you want to attend the party? The little girl asked with her big eyes blinking. Mo Yi shook his head and said lightly, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Oh. The little girl nodded, not quite understanding, and then said, but I think that Daichi C is so annoying. Why? Mo Yi asked curiously. The little girl curled her lips and said, she is always high and mighty, looking down on people. Moreover, she always uses her beauty and power to attract men to work for her. I think such a woman is really annoying. Mo Yi couldn't help but smile when he heard it. Although the little girl is not very old, she sees things more thoroughly than those adults. He touched the little girl's head and said, you are right, that kind of woman is really not worth our attention. After that, he turned and left the platform. Beside the fence on the second floor, a maid whispered, Miss, the banquet is ready. Chapter 123. A dangerous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. Daichi C nodded gently, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Tonight, I want to enjoy this beautiful night. On the other side, Mo Yi returned to his residence and practiced. Mo Yi turned around indifferently, ignoring the eyes full of surprise and envy behind him, and walked straight to his training room. At the railing on the second floor, Daichi C looked at Mo Yi's back, curled her lips, and said dissatisfiedly, Brother, look at him, he is so ungrateful. Shi Luo looked at Mo Yi's back with a cold look, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I will let him know the price of offending us. Daichi Ci's eyes lit up, and she pulled Shi Luo's arm and said coquettishly, Brother, what are you going to do? Shi Luo said lightly, I will let him know what is true to spare. Daichi C giggled, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. Or, let's try the method of the courtesan. See if he can resist the temptation. A hint of murderous intent flashed through Shi Luo's eyes. No, that's too easy for him. I want him to owe us a huge debt and then become our slave. A hint of excitement flashed through Daichi Ci's eyes. Good idea. Let's do it. On Flower Street, a group of revealing women enthusiastically flirted with Mo Yi. One of the hot women even stepped forward, took Mo Yi's arm, and said in a tender voice, Handsome man, are you free tonight? Our Flower Street's courtesan is going to perform a dance, let's go and see it together. Mo Yi frowned, shook off the woman's hand, and said coldly, no time. Advertisement. The woman was stunned for a moment. Obviously she didn't expect Mo Yi to reject her so directly. She came up unwillingly and continued to seduce. Handsome man, don't be so cold. Our Flower Street's courtesan is very beautiful, I guarantee that you will be unable to stop after seeing it. Mo Yi frowned even deeper, he glanced at the woman, and said lightly, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. The woman's face froze. Obviously she didn't expect Mo Yi to say such a thing so directly. She gritted her teeth unwillingly and looked at Xiao Hei next to her. Handsome guy, what about you? Do you want to go and have a look together? Xiao Hei's eyes lit up, and he was obviously a little tempted, but before he could speak, Mo Yi glanced at him coldly. You dare to try it? Xiao Hei suddenly shuddered and shook his head quickly. No, I won't go. Seeing this, the woman could only sigh helplessly and turned away. She muttered as she walked. They are really two masters among straight men. They are not even interested in our Flower Street's Oran. 01. Mo Yi ignored the woman's muttering and continued to walk towards the training room. He knew in his heart that these women were all for his identity and status, and he would not be fooled by them. At this time, a little girl with two ponytails ran over. She looked at Mo Yi, with a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. Big brother, are you really not going to watch the performance of the Oran? I heard that she dances very beautifully. Mo Yi said lightly. I am not interested in that kind of thing. The little girl curled her lips, obviously a little disappointed, but she did not give up and continued to seduce. Big brother, do you really not want to go and see it? Maybe you will like it. Mo Yi rubbed the little girl's head helplessly and smiled. Little sister, you'd better not lead me astray. That kind of place is not suitable for me to go. The little girl curled her lips and said dissatisfiedly. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Then bring me an Oran back, okay? Mo Yi was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Little sister, you'd better stop making trouble. That kind of place is not suitable for you to go to. Chapter 124. He indeed has too many confusions. The little girl pouted, snorted in dissatisfaction, and then turned and ran away. She ran and shouted. HMPH, if you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll go and see it myself. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly and continued to walk towards the training room. He knew in his heart that these women were all for his identity and status, and he would not be fooled by them. At this time, he suddenly found that the people around him looked at him with an understanding look, as if saying, Oh, young man, I understand you. We have experienced such things before. Mo Yi was speechless for a while. He rolled his eyes and quickened his pace. He secretly swore in his heart that he must stay away from these women in the future, so as not to be entangled by them again. How did this world become so vulgar? Mo Yi sighed helplessly. He really had too many puzzles about the world now. Brother Yi, There is a cocktail party in the square tonight. The Flower Street has also invited some well-known people on the island. Let's go too. Brother Yi, it's rare for you to come here. Flower Street has prepared a front row seat for you. It is said that the courtesan has been invited to help. Brother Yi, go ahead. We all want to go and broaden our horizons. Listening to the voices in his ears, Mo Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. These guys were afraid that he wouldn't go. Okay, go ahead. Mo Yi waved his hand to express his agreement. As night fell, the square was bustling and brightly lit. Tables were gathered together, filled with all kinds of food and wine. People were toasting and talking and laughing. In a corner of the square, a 3-story wooden building rose from the ground. Each floor was lit up with red lanterns hanging on it, which looked quite festive. Mo Yi and his group followed a few women in cheongsams and walked over to the front row of the wooden building, where they found that it was already full of people. Advertisement, Brother Yi, this is the seat reserved for you in Flower Street. A young man in a suit and a slicked back hair said to Mo Yi with a smile. Mo Yi nodded, but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the performance on the stage. At this time, there were several women in kimonos dancing on the stage. They were slim and graceful, and attracted many people's attention. Brother Yi, I heard that the courtesans invited by Waji this time are all the most beautiful women on the island, and each of them is worth over 100 million. This time they can be invited to help, which shows that Waji attaches great importance to Brother Yi. A young man next to him said with envy. Mo Yi just smiled faintly when he heard this and didn't say anything. For him, these so-called courtesans are just some mediocre women, and they are not in his eyes at all. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Why are you yawning all the time? At this time, a young lady noticed that Mo Yi was yawning all the time, and couldn't help asking curiously. Nothing, just a little sleepy. Mo Yi shook his head and said helplessly. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Mo Yi like this, several young people next to him also asked worriedly. It's okay, I just didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little sleepy. Advertisement. Mo Yi waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the dance on the stage ended, and several geishas came on stage to perform instead. Seeing this, Mo Yi immediately became energetic, sat up straight, and began to watch the performance seriously. However, his energy did not seem to last too long, and not long after, he began to yawn again. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Why are you yawning again? The young lady next to him saw Mo Yi like this and asked curiously. Nothing, just a little tired. Mo Yi shook his head and said weakly. At this time, he had just woken up from his sleep, and the whole person was a little confused. Brother Yi, why don't you go and rest first? We are watching here. The young people next to him saw Mo Yi like this, and they couldn't help but say worriedly. No, I'm fine. Mo Yi shook his head to indicate that he was fine. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the young lady next to him came over with a glass of wine. Brother Yi, come here, I'll toast you. Chapter 125. The young lady came over again with a plate. As the young lady spoke, she handed the wine glass to Mo Yi. Mo Yi frowned and said unhappily, I don't drink. Brother Yi, this is the wine that the courtesan prepared for you, you can't not drink it. As the young lady spoke, she stuffed the wine glass into Mo Shi's hand. Mo Yi sighed helplessly and had to take the wine glass and drink it all. However, just as he finished drinking, the young lady came over with a plate. Brother Yi, this is the dish that the courtesan prepared for you. Try it. As the young lady spoke, she put the plate in front of Mo Yi. Mo Yi looked at the dish on the plate and said speechlessly, I don't eat food. 30 inches. Brother Yi, this is the dish made by the courtesan herself. You can't not eat it. As the young lady spoke, she handed the chopsticks to Mo Yi's hand. Mo Yi looked at the chopsticks in his hand and said with a bit of a smile, I really don't eat food. Brother Yi, do you look down on us? You don't even eat the food made by our courtesan? The young lady said with some dissatisfaction. Mo Yi heard this and said helplessly, I really don't mean that. I just really don't eat food. Brother Yi, if you don't eat it, you are not giving us face. At this time, several young people next to him also spoke up, looking at Mo Yi with displeasure. Advertisement. Mo Yi saw this and shook his head speechlessly, then said, okay, I'll eat it. As he said that, he picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in his mouth. However, wow, as a beautiful figure slowly walked into the venue, everyone's eyes turned to her. She's here, so beautiful, this figure, this face, wearing a cheongsam. Changmei. I heard that she is going to auction her virginity tonight. I wonder who will be lucky enough to have a kiss with her. I heard that even the big shots of the Marine branch are here tonight. Maybe it's that big shot. Mo Yi looked up and saw a woman wearing a cheongsam. She was tall, with attractive curves wrapped under the cheongsam, and her face was quite delicate, but her eyes gave people a sense of indifference and arrogance of a superior. As if she noticed Mo Yi's gaze, the cheongsam woman also raised her head slightly and looked in Mo Yi's direction, then smiled slightly, full of charm. Ahem. Seeing this scene, Mo Yi immediately withdrew his gaze somewhat awkwardly. After all, he was not here to have S***X. Soon, the woman walked in front of everyone and bowed slightly. Everyone, I will host a banquet here tonight. Thank you all for coming. Advertisement, I will choose a lucky person to spend the night with me tonight. I wonder which gentleman has this blessing? Ha ha ha. As soon as the woman finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter around. Then, several courtesans dressed in cool clothes came in one after another, each holding a stack of wooden sticks in their hands. Gentlemen, I have wooden sticks here. The gentleman who draws the hairpin mark can spend the night with me tonight. Gentlemen, please. As she said that, a courtesan walked to Mo Yi's body 047 and handed the wooden stick in her hand to Mo Yi. Sir, please draw the stick. Mo Yi was slightly stunned. He just wanted to find a quiet place to have a meal, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But, since he is here, let's draw a lot and try it. Mo Yi reached out and took a wooden stick from the courtesan, glanced at it casually and was about to throw it away. Hairpin. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Mo Yi was slightly stunned, looked down at the wooden stick in his hand, and saw a hairpin mark engraved on it. I got it. Mo Yi looked at the wooden stick in his hand speechlessly. He just wanted to draw a random lot to try, but he didn't expect to actually get it. Congratulations, sir. Chapter 126. You are so lucky. Sir, you are so lucky. Sir, you are so lucky tonight. Congratulations were heard all around. The courtesan who drew the lot for Mo Yi also looked at Mo Yi with surprise. Sir, you are so lucky. You can spend a good night with your sister tonight. Mo Yi touched his nose speechlessly. He just wanted to find a place to have a meal, but he didn't expect to be involved in such a thing. And he was not interested in such things, or, I will throw this lot away. Mo Yi said in his heart, and then he was ready to throw the lot in his hand away. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Stop. Mo Yi was slightly stunned, and looked up, only to see a woman in cheongsam looking at him coldly at the railing on the second floor. It was the cheongsam woman who walked into the venue earlier. You drew my lot, and you want to throw it away like this? The cheongsam woman looked at Mo Yi coldly, her eyes full of coldness. Mo Yi was slightly stunned, and looked at the cheongsam woman in silence. I just want to throw it away. Advertisement. Throw it away. The cheongsam woman sneered. My lot, how can you throw it away just like that? As she said that, the cheongsam woman turned and looked at the people on the second floor. Everyone, this person drew my lot, but wanted to throw it away. What do you think? How should we deal with it? A series of roars suddenly rang out on the second floor. Kill him. This kind of guy who doesn't know what's good for him should be killed. Dare to despise the goddess in our hearts, it's simply courting death. Listening to the roars around, Mo Yi's brows also frowned slightly. These guys, aren't they too domineering? Everyone, please be patient. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. I saw an old man slowly walked out from the second floor, came to the railing, looked at Mo Yi and smiled slightly. Little guy, you got my lady's lot, this is your blessing, don't be ungrateful. Mo Yi was slightly stunned, looking at the old man speechlessly. Lucky? I don't think this is a blessing. Advertisement? Listening to Mo Yi's words, the old man was also slightly stunned, and then his face darkened. Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. My lady is a courtesan. Many people want to spend a good night with her but can't. You drew her lot, but you still want to throw it away. You are really ungrateful. HMPH, as he said, the night was as dark as ink, and the lights were dim. Mo Yi stood at the door of the banquet hall with a somewhat indifferent smile on his face, waving to the cheongsam courtesan. I appreciate your kindness, but I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you anymore. The cheongsam courtesan was slightly stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief and showed a charming smile. That's a pity, it's rare to see someone like you. Mo Yi nodded slightly, turned around and left. As soon as his figure disappeared from sight, a window on the third floor was quietly closed, as if someone was silently observing him there. On the other side, Daikizi did not appear at the banquet, saying that she was unwell. But this did not affect the lively atmosphere of the banquet. On the contrary, because of Mo Yi's departure, there was a sense of mystery. Mo Yi walked in the night, his pace was leisurely. Behind him, several marines followed quietly, with vigilance and doubt in their eyes. Sir, do we really have to follow this guy? He doesn't look easy to deal with, a marine whispered. This is an order from above, we must execute it. Another marine responded, but this kid is indeed a bit weird, we have to be careful. Mo Yi seemed to notice the movement behind him, but he did not turn around, just a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Ja, who do you think they are? Mo Yi suddenly asked. It should be marine, their breath is different from ordinary people, Ja replied. Oh, marine? Mo Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, then should we give them a surprise? Ja did not speak, but just followed Mo Yi silently. The two of them walked quickly, one in front and one behind, and soon used those marines behind them. Chapter 127. Why the Aran's lot was destroyed, but those marines did not give up. They quickened their pace and followed closely. Mo Yi saw this, and a sneer appeared on his lips, and he suddenly stopped. Hey, you have been following me for so long, aren't you tired? Mo Yi turned around and faced those marines with a provocative smile on his face. The leading marine officer frowned and walked forward. Who are you? Why did you destroy the Aran stick? Haha, destroy the stick. It's just a game. Mo Yi laughed. Why? Do you marines care so much about such trivial matters? The marine officer's face sank. Don't be pretentious here. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose? 350. Who am I? Mo Yi looked at the other party jokingly. I am me, a different firework. As for the purpose, of course I came to enjoy life. The marine commander was very angry at Mo Yi's words. He was about to lose his temper, but he heard Mo Yi continue. But if you want to know my name, it's not impossible. My name is Rengoku Kyojuro, you can remember this name. Rengoku Kyojuro? The Marine commander was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this name, but the aura emanating from the other party made him feel a little uneasy. Why? Haven't you heard of this name? Mo Yi looked at the other party provocatively. It doesn't matter, you will remember it in the future. After speaking, Mo Yi turned and left, leaving those Marines looking at each other in confusion. Commander, what should we do? A Marine asked. Go back and report first. This person's strength is not ordinary. We need to find out his identity, the Marine commander said in a deep voice. Mo Yi walked in the night with a smug smile on his lips. He knew that his performance just now had attracted the attention of those Marines, which was undoubtedly good news for his next plan. Hey, it seems that our new opponent has appeared. Mo Yi smiled, but this is interesting. It didn't say anything, but he knew that he was ready to deal with it. The two of them will continue to move forward in this world full of unknowns and dangers, looking for their answers. Kyojuro Rear Admiral, you are a hero in the Marine, but I didn't expect you to fight for a woman. Shi Luo looked at the man opposite with burning eyes, his tone full of provocation. Stop talking nonsense, if you want a duel, then come on. Kyojuro's face was livid, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light, obviously angered by Shi Luo. Duel is fine, but we have to have a bet. Shi Luo smiled, stretched out his finger, and pointed at Robin next to him. If I win, Kyojuro Rear Admiral, you have to be my and Robin's slaves, and we can do whatever we want in the future. As soon as these words came out, Robin and Kyojuro's faces changed drastically. Although Robin had seen Zailuo's devil fruit ability a long time ago, she did not expect Sheila to make such a bet. After all, Kyojuro is a Marine Rear Admiral with a noble status. How could he become someone else's slave? Sheila, don't go too far. Robin couldn't help but speak up and wanted to stand up for Kyojuro. However, Sheila waved his hand, signaling her not to speak. Why? Kyojuro Rear Admiral, you dare not accept this bet? Sheila raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth and continued to stimulate Kyojuro. Chapter 128 is absolutely unacceptable. Kyojuro's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with cold light. As a Marine Rear Admiral, he naturally could not accept such a bet. However, if he did not accept it, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Sheila? This was absolutely unacceptable to him. Okay, I accept your bet. Kyojuro took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, however, if your bet is this, then I have to change my bet. How to change it? Sheila raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, if you win, I will be your and Robin's slaves, but if you lose, you have to marry Robin and give us the ownership of this island. As soon as Kyojuro finished speaking, Robin and Sheila were stunned. They didn't expect that Kyojuro would actually make such a bet. Marrying Robin is easy to say, after all, Robin is so beautiful and has such a hot body. However, handing over the ownership of the island as well, isn't it too much? This island was taken back by Sheila with great effort, how could he give it up so easily? Kyojuro Rear Admiral, aren't you too greedy? Sheila said coldly with a gloomy face. Why? You don't dare to accept it, Kyojuro sneered and asked back. Humph, provocation doesn't work on me. Sheila snorted coldly, but his heart was somewhat moved. The reason why he wanted to duel with Kyojuro was, on the one hand, because of Robin, and on the other hand, because of this island. Although this island is not big, it contains rich resources. If they can take it for themselves, it will undoubtedly be a huge fortune for them. In addition, the bet proposed by Kyojuro also made him a little moved. After all, Robin's beauty and figure are what he admires very much. If he can marry Robin, it will also be a very wonderful thing for him. Advertisement, okay, I accept your bet. Sheila took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. But I have to remind you, if you lose, don't regret it. Regret? Kyojuro sneered and said, in my dictionary, there is no such word as regret. Then let's get started. Shi Luo nodded and said nothing more. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped. Suddenly, a blood-red light emerged from his palm. 0 Please give me flowers. 0 Then, the blood-red light quickly condensed into a sharp long knife. Is this your devil fruit ability? Kyojuro looked at the blood-red long knife in Shi Luo's hand, frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice. Yes, this is my devil fruit ability, the blood fruit. Sheila nodded and smiled proudly. As long as I want, I can control any blood and condense it into the weapon I want. Humph, so what? Kyojuro sneered and said, today, I will let you see what real swordsmanship is. After that, Kyojuro moved and came to Sheila in an instant. He swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at Sheila. Seeing this, Zailuo's face changed slightly, and he quickly waved the blood-colored long sword in his hand and went up, clang. The two swords intersected, making a crisp metal collision sound. Kyojuro and Sheila both took a few steps back before they stabilized their bodies. What a strong power. Sheila was shocked. He didn't expect that Shang Zhulang's power would be so strong. However, he didn't have the slightest fear. Chapter 129. Want to split the blood knife. After all, his devil fruit ability is not vegetarian. Boom. The blood knife slashed towards Mo Yi with great momentum. Mo Yi's pupils shrank, and the long sword in his hand swung again, trying to split the blood knife. But the blood knife seemed to have its own life. Mo Yi's long sword slashed on the blood knife, just like slashing on the air. The blood knife was not affected at all and continued to slash towards Mo Yi. Ha ha ha, do you think you can split my blood knife? 843, what a joke. Shi Luo laughed, looking at Fang with disdain in his eyes. Mo Yi's face sank, he could feel that his attack had no effect on the blood knife at all. Am I really going to lose? Mo Yi couldn't help but feel a little lie in his heart. No, I can't lose, I absolutely can't lose. Advertisement. Mo Yi shouted in his heart, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He recalled what his teacher had said, weapons are just tools, the real power is the user himself. Mo Yi took a deep breath and held the long sword in his hand tightly, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. He no longer cared about the attack of the blood knife, but concentrated all his strength on the long sword in his hand. Swish. A bright light burst out from Mo Yi's long sword. This light was sky blue, like a flash of lightning, instantly piercing the sky. Shi Luo saw this scene and couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. He could feel that this sky blue light contained extremely powerful power. Go! Mo Yi shouted, and the long sword in his hand swung out suddenly, and the sky blue light instantly flew towards the blood knife. With a loud bang, the sky blue light and the blood knife collided fiercely, and a strong energy fluctuation broke out. Under the sky blue light, the blood knife collapsed instantly and turned into a ball of blood dew. Shi Luo looked at this scene and showed a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect that Mo Yi could burst out such a powerful force, and his blood sword was defeated. Is this all your strength? Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo and said coldly. No, this is not all my experience. Shi Luo gritted his teeth, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Since you want to see my full strength, then I will fulfill your wish. As Shi Luo said this, a large amount of blood gushed out of his body again, and these blood condensed into a blood-colored long sword and a blood-colored short sword in the air. 0. Go! Shi Luo shouted, and the blood-colored long sword and short sword flew towards Mo Yi in an instant. Mo Yi looked at the flying blood-colored long sword and short sword, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Advertisement. He knew that this attack was definitely much more powerful than before. Swish! Mo Yi waved the long sword in his hand again, and the sky blue light burst out again, flying towards the blood-colored long sword and short sword. The sky blue light collided fiercely with the blood-colored long sword and short sword, and a strong energy fluctuation broke out. But this time, the sky blue light did not defeat the blood-colored long sword and short sword. On the contrary, the blood-colored long sword and short sword exploded directly after the collision, turning into blood-colored arrows, shooting towards Mo Yi. Be careful. Seeing this, Xiao He immediately warned. But Mo Yi's reaction was faster than Xiao He's. His figure disappeared instantly and avoided the attack of the blood-colored arrows. Bang bang bang. Chapter 130. I can't help but feel a little scared. The blood-colored arrows shot into the ground, leaving deep pits. Mo Yi looked at the deep pits on the ground and couldn't help feeling a little scared. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have been hit by these blood-colored arrows. Boy, you are very good, you can actually dodge my attack. Shi Luo looked at Mo Yi, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. But this is not all my strength, as Shi Luo said, a large amount of blood gushed out of his body again, and the blood condensed into a larger blood-colored long sword and a larger blood-colored short sword in the air. This time, I'll see how you dodge, Shi Luo shouted, and the blood-colored long sword and short sword flew towards He again. Mo Yi looked at the blood-colored long sword and short sword flying over, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew that this attack was definitely much more powerful than before. Advertisement, Xiao He, oh, Mo Yi shouted, and a pair of black wings suddenly appeared behind him. Swish, 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 the black wings flapped, and a strong wind instantly blew away the blood-red long sword and short sword. This is... Shi Luo looked at the black wings behind Mo Yi, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Yi didn't have such ability. You actually have a helper? Shi Luo looked at Mo Yi, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Humph, this is not a helper, this is my own ability. The sky gradually darkened, and Mo Yi stood in that remote corner, staring at the invisible existence in front of him with a sharp gaze. He felt uneasy, as if something was secretly spying on him, and this feeling became stronger and stronger. Who are you? Mo Yi shouted loudly, and his voice echoed in the empty night. Advertisement, me. A guy who is even weirder than you. The voice came with a hint of teasing. Mo Yi frowned. He had never met such a difficult opponent. This opponent always seemed to be able to easily avoid his attacks, and he seemed to have a special ability that Mo Yi had never seen before. I want to see your ability, Mo Yi said, and moved his body to chase in the direction of the voice. However, the voice seemed to come from all directions, and no matter how Mo Yi chased, he could not catch the opponent's figure. Don't chase, you are not my opponent. The voice came again, with a hint of provocation. Mo Yi stopped, he was panting, and his eyes flashed with a light of unwillingness to admit defeat. I haven't lost yet, he shouted loudly. Oh, then do you still want to continue fighting? The voice asked. Mo Yi didn't speak, but his eyes had already shown everything. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from the dark. It was Shi Luo. He looked at Mo Yi, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You actually chased here? Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you hiding from me? Shi Luo did not answer, but turned around and was about to leave. I don't have time to waste with you, he said, and his figure moved, and he was about to disappear into the night. Wait! Mo Yi shouted, I'm not interested in your sister, I just want to know what your ability is. Shi Luo stopped, he turned and looked at Mo Yi, a hint of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. You know what? I usually call people like you sword maniacs, he said, and his figure moved again, disappearing into the night. 5 PG Chapter 131 Zai Luo's sister Dakizi Mo Yi stood there, looking at the direction where Shi Luo disappeared, with a firm light in his eyes. I will definitely find you, he whispered. On the street at night, Shi Luo was running wildly, his face was pale, and there was a trace of bloodline at the corner of his mouth. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and his body seemed to have reached its limit. Brother, what's wrong with you? A gentle voice came. It was Shi Luo's sister Dai Chi Si. Shi Luo raised his head and looked at Dai Chi Si, with a trace of worry in his eyes. It's okay, I'm okay, he said, trying to stand up, but his body fell down without his control. Dai Chi Si hurriedly supported Shi Luo. She looked at her brother's pale face and the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, and a trace of horror flashed in her eyes. Brother, you are injured. Who hurt you? Shi Luo shook his head and said nothing. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his breathing. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Mo Yi. He looked at Shi Luo and Dai Chi Si, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. You guys. Dai Chi Si looked at Mo Yi, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? Mo Yi did not answer. His eyes fell on Shi Luo. You are injured and need treatment, he said, and was about to walk over. However, Shi Luo suddenly stopped him. Don't come over. He looked at Mo Yi vigilantly. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. But if you dare to hurt my sister, I will never let you go. Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I'm not interested in your sister, I just want to know what your ability is, he said, turning around and leaving. Wait, Dai Chi Si suddenly shouted. Why are you chasing my brother? Are you Marine? Mo Yi stopped. He turned around and looked at Dai Chi Si, and nodded. Yes, first a Marine. Dai Chi Si looked at Mo Yi, with a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. Why are you chasing my brother? He is just an ordinary person. Mo Yi did not speak. His eyes fell on Shi Luo again. Your ability is very special, I want to see it, he said, turning around and leaving. However, at this moment, Dai Chi Si suddenly rushed in front of Mo Yi. You can't leave, she said. If you want to know my brother's ability, you must defeat me first. Mo Yi looked at Mi Chi Zhu, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. You? Are you sure? Dai Chi Si nodded, with a firm light in her eyes. Yes, I want to protect my brother, she said, and moved her body and attacked Mo Yi. However, her attack seemed so weak in front of Mo Yi. Mo Yi just waved his hand lightly and knocked her to the ground. Dai Chi Si fell to the ground. She looked at Mo Yi, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Why are you so strong? Advertisement. Mo Yi did not answer. He looked at Dai Chi Si, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He turned and left this remote corner and returned to his boat. On the boat, Mo Yi started to make fried noodles. While making fried noodles, he recalled everything that had just happened. That weird opponent, and the girl who bravely challenged him to protect her brother. All of this made him feel a little confused. However, he didn't have time to delve into these, because he knew that he had more important tasks to complete. He had to become stronger to deal with the possible future. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window and sprinkled on Mo Yi's bed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, but found that the tool man did not return as scheduled. Where did that guy go last night? Mo Yi frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually increased. Shila and this island seemed to be more complicated than he imagined. Just then, the tool man pushed the door in with a weird smile on his face. Hey, Mo Yi, are you awake? The flower street was really lively last night. They actually entertained us for free. They are really hospitable, Liao Jiao Ji. Mo Yi sneered, but he became more and more suspicious in his heart. Free hospitality? How is such a good thing possible? He stood up and decided to go to the town in person to see what happened. Seeing this, the tool man wanted to dissuade them, but Yi stopped him with a look. The town was bustling with people coming and going, but Yi was keenly aware that something was wrong. He walked past the shops and found that the shop owners were whispering, with fear and anxiety in their eyes. Suddenly, a plump woman came over. She was wearing revealing clothes and had thick makeup on her face. She was obviously a skilled woman. Chapter 132. Mo Yi pushed him away. Handsome guy, do you want to play? The woman flirted, but was pushed away by Mo Yi. Get out, Mo Yi said coldly. His doubts grew heavier. This small town seemed to be hiding some unknown secrets. Just then, a crazy man rushed over and shouted, Don't eat their food, don't eat, they are all liars. People around him avoided him as if he was a plague. Mo Yi noticed the fear and despair in his eyes, and his heart moved. He stepped forward quickly and grabbed the crazy man's arm. What did you say? Who are they? Why can't we eat them? The crazy man struggled, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Just then, a woman in a white coat came over, claiming to be a doctor, and took the crazy man away. He is sick and needs 713 treatment. The female doctor said lightly, You'd better stay away from him to avoid being infected. Mo Yi didn't believe her. He noticed a flash of panic in the female doctor's eyes. He decided to investigate secretly to see what happened on the island. He followed the female doctor to a remote corner, where she took out a grass root from her pocket and handed it to the madman. Eat it, you can only survive if you eat it, the female doctor whispered. The madman took the grass root and ate it voraciously. Mo Yi was shocked. Is there something wrong with the food on this island? Advertisement. He approached quietly, wanting to hear more clearly, but he accidentally stepped on a stone and made a sound. The female doctor immediately raised her head alertly and saw Mo Yi. Her face changed, but she soon regained her composure. Who are you? Why are you here? The female doctor asked coldly. Mo Yi did not answer her question, but asked, is there something wrong with the food on this island? Why does he eat grass roots? The female doctor was silent for a moment, then sighed. Some things are not something you can understand. You should leave, this place is not suitable for you. 11. Mo Yi refused to give up. He grabbed the female doctor's arm. Tell me the truth, otherwise I won't leave. The female doctor was hurt by his grip, but a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. The truth? The truth is that this island is full of lies and deception. What do you think you saw? In fact, you know nothing. Mo Yi was angered by her words. He let go of his hand and said coldly, I will find out myself, you wait and see. After that, he turned and left, but his heart was full of doubts and uneasiness. What secrets are hidden on this island? Why is the female doctor so excited? He must find the answer as soon as possible. Mo Yi, you are here. As soon as Mo Yi entered the restaurant, a woman in a red dress waved at him. The woman was extremely beautiful, with red lips and white teeth, and a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be able to seduce a man's soul. The figure of Anna made the man's blood boil. Advertisement. She was Daikizi who seduced Mo Yi. Mo Yi walked towards her and stopped 5 meters away from her. Tell me, what is the matter with you asking me to come? Mo Yi's voice was very cold, and his eyes were also very cold. Daikizi felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her. Sit down first, let's have a good chat, Daikizi said, pouring a glass of wine for Mo Yi. Mo Yi did not drink it, and Daikizi was not angry. All your comrades are dead, the entire Special Operations Brigade is dead, and you are the only one who survived. Don't you want to avenge them? Wang Qizi said, with a smug smile on her face. Did you do it? Li Fang asked with narrowed eyes. So what if I did it? What can you do to me? Daichi said, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, then threw a coquettish glance at Mo Ji. Chapter 133. The photo shows a young man. If you kill me, you will never know how they died. Besides, I have a hostage in my hand. If you don't do what I say, I will kill him. Daichi said, and took out a photo from her pocket. The photo showed a young man wearing a marine uniform. Mo Yi knew him. He was the deputy commander of the Special Operations Brigade. Where is he? Mo Yi asked coldly. You are so anxious now. I thought you didn't care about his life or death. Daichi said with a smile. I just want to know where he is. Mo Yi's eyes were full of murderous intent. Don't be anxious, let's chat first, and then tell you where he is, how about it? Daichi said, and actually began to lean towards Mo Yi, and Yi dodged directly. Don't touch me, otherwise, I will kill you. Mo Yi's voice was very cold, and Daichi was not angry. She smiled and said, Mo Yi, why are you so nervous? I just want to chat with you, and I won't eat you. Stop talking nonsense and tell me where he is. Mo Yi has lost his patience. He just wants to find the deputy brigade commander as soon as possible and then kill Daichi. Well, since you are so anxious, I will tell you. He is in my hands. If you want him to live, do as I say. Daisy said, and gave Yi a wink again. Speak. Mo Yi no longer wants to talk nonsense with Daichi. I want you to quit Marine and join my organization. As long as you agree, I will release your comrades. Daisy stated her purpose. You are dreaming. Mo Yi refused directly. Mo Yi, don't refuse a toast. You must know that the life of your comrade is in my hands. If you don't do as I say, I will kill him. Daisy said, and took out the photo again. Advertisement. His life is worthless. If you want to kill him, just kill him. It has nothing to do with me, Mo Yi said, and turned to leave. Mo Yi, do you really not care about his life or death? Daichi asked loudly. Marine soldiers are never afraid of death. Mo Yi said, and left the restaurant directly. Mo Yi, you will regret it. Daichi looked at Mo Yi's back as he left, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Mo Yi, I will give you one last chance. As long as you agree to join me, I will release your comrades and give you a sum of money so that you can live comfortably for the rest of your life. How about it? Daichi called Mo Yi again. Not very good, you should give up this idea. Mo Yi hung up the phone directly. Mo Yi, do you really think I dare not kill him? Daichi called again, and her voice had become cold. You can try. Mo Yi said, hung up the phone directly, and turned off the phone. 0. He knew that Dakizi would not let him go, so he would not let Dakizi go either. Mo Yi, you forced me to do this, Dakizi said, and took out a photo. The photo was of a young woman. Mo Yi knew her. She was his sister. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will let your sister go, otherwise I will kill her. Dakizi called Mo Yi again. Mo Yi frowned. He knew that this was Dakizi's last resort. What conditions do you want? Mo Yi asked coldly. I want you to join my organization and obey me forever. Dakizi said her conditions. You're dreaming. Mo Yi rejected Dakizi's conditions again. Mo Yi, do you really not care about your sister's life or death? Dakizi. Chapter 134. Daichi is a little surprised. The wind on the sea never stops because of money. The glory of the marine never wavers because of money, Mo Yi said coldly. Okizi blinked, and she found that this man seemed different from other men. Oh, so, you are not interested in my money? Daikizi was a little surprised. I am only interested in power. Mo Yi curled his lips and threw the piece of gold in his hand to the ground. The gold fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of 197. Daichi was slightly stunned, and then she laughed. Interesting, really interesting. She slowly approached Mo Yi, and her seductive figure made many men around her widen their eyes. Since you are not interested in money, then, would you like to be interested in me? Daichi said, and she had already approached Mo Yi, exhaling like orchid. Mo Yi frowned slightly. He didn't like the feeling of being approached by a woman. Sorry, I'm not interested in women either, Mo said lightly. Daichi was slightly stunned, and then her face was a little ugly. You, how dare you reject me? I'm not interested in you, why should I accept you? Mo Yi asked back. You. Daichi was very angry with Mo Yi's words. When had she been rejected like this? A cold light flashed in her eyes, and suddenly she reached out and grabbed Mo Yi's arm. Advertisement, since you are not interested in me, let me be interested in you, Daichi said, with a flash of red light in her eyes. Mo Yi only felt a strong force surging into his body. He wanted to break free, but found that his body could not move. What did you do to me? Mo Yi's face changed. Nothing, just let you be obedient temporarily, Daichi smiled. She reached out and stroked Mo Yi's cheek, her eyes full of greed. Your body, I want it. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Let him go. Daichi was slightly stunned, turned her head and saw a man in a black robe walking over. Who are you? Daichi frowned and asked. Shiluo, the man said lightly. Shiluo. Daichi was slightly stunned, and then laughed. It turned out to be Lord Shiluo. How, are you also interested in this man? I'm not interested in him, but I won't allow you to hurt him, Shiluo said, stepped forward, and grabbed Daichi's wrist. Daichi's face changed, and she found that she couldn't break free from Shiluo's hand. 0. You. What did you do? Daichi said in surprise. Nothing, just to make you temporarily obedient. Shiluo said, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, let him go. Dakizi gritted her teeth and finally let go of Mo Yi's arm. Mo Yi only felt a force disappear from his body, and he immediately regained his ability to move. He looked at Shiluo, and a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Thank you. No need to thank me, I just don't want to see you being hurt by this woman. Shiluo said lightly. At this moment, Dakizi suddenly laughed. Lord Shiluo, do you really think you can save him? As she said, she suddenly reached out and took out a dagger from her bosom and stabbed her wrist fiercely. Blood immediately gushed out and dripped onto Mo Yi's body. What did you do? Mo Yi's face changed. Nothing, just you taste my taste, Daki smiled. Mo Yi only felt a burning force pouring into his body from the wound, and he immediately felt that his body began to become weak. Chapter 135. A powerful force surged into his body. You poisoned me? Mo Yi said in surprise. Yes, this is my special poison. Just a drop of it will make you weak and at the mercy of others. Daichi smiled. You. Mo Yi looked at Daichi angrily, but found that he couldn't even stand steadily. At this moment, Shi Luo suddenly reached out and grabbed Mo Yi's shoulder, and a strong force poured into his body. Mo Yi only felt his body warm, and the burning feeling gradually disappeared. He looked at Shi Luo in surprise. You helped me detoxify? Well, my blood can detoxify, Shi Luo said lightly. Mo Yi's heart was warm, and his gratitude to Shi Luo became stronger. At this moment, Daichi suddenly laughed. Lord Shi Luo, do you really think you can save him? My poison is not so easy to detoxify. As she said, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Mo Yi's neck, and pulled him in front of her. Now, he is in my hand, as long as I squeeze it lightly, his neck will break, Daisy smiled. Xiluo's face changed slightly, he didn't expect Daisy to be so crazy. Let him go, Shiluo said coldly. Let him go? Why? He is my prey, Daisy said, with a cold light in her eyes, unless you agree to one condition of mine. Advertisement, what conditions? Shiluo asked. Help me kill that man, Kizi pointed to a man not far away and said. Shiluo was slightly stunned. As night fell, Mo Yi looked a little lonely on the bustling streets. He had just come out of that brothel, and there was still some alcohol on his face. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the darkness and almost knocked him to the ground. Oh, you little black. Why are you so reckless every time? Mo Yi cursed and patted the dust on his body, turned around and went into the restaurant not far away. In front of the restaurant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A group of people were surrounded in the middle, including Mo Yi's acquaintances. And standing opposite them were a pair of siblings, Shiluo and Daki. You bunch of trash, why don't you surrender quickly? Dakizi held a dagger and threatened everyone coldly. Her eyes revealed an unquestionable haughty, as if everything was under her control. Mo seeing this, Yi frowned and thought to himself that something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and tried to ease the atmosphere. Daisy, why are you doing this? We are all acquaintances, why do you have to make such a fuss? Daisy didn't buy it. She glanced at Mo Yi and raised a mocking smile. Mo Yi, who do you think you are? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You just want to take advantage of me. Mo Yi was speechless when he heard this. He was about to retort, but suddenly felt a chill. It turned out that Xiao He had approached Daichi unknowingly. Be careful. Mo Yi shouted in a low voice. However, it was too late. Xiao He suddenly made a move and grabbed Daichi Si's wrist. Daichi Si was surprised and wanted to break free, but found that her strength was so vulnerable in front of Xiao He. You. What is your ability? Daichi Si asked in horror. Xiao He did not answer, but just looked at her coldly. Mo Yi took the opportunity to step forward and snatch the shield from Daichi Si's hand. Daisy, although your ability is powerful, it is not invincible. Mo Yi looked at Daichi Si and said lightly, you and your brother use the power of the fruit and the hypnosis technique to control others, thinking that you can control everything at will. But you forgot that there is something called human heart in this world. 11. Chapter 136. This cannot be concealed by cloth. Dakizi's face changed slightly. She looked at Mo Yi, with a complex emotion in her eyes. How do you know? Although your ability can control the cloth, your eyes betray you. Mo Yi pointed at Dakizi's eyes and said, your eyes are full of desire and ambition, which cannot be concealed by cloth. Dakizi was silent for a while, and suddenly sneered. So what, do you think you can change anything? At least, I can make you understand that feelings cannot be manipulated at will. Mo Yi said, raising the dagger in his hand. Now let go of those hostages. Dakizi looked at the dagger in Mo Yi's hand, and a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She looked at Shila, who was controlled by Xiao He, and then looked at the hostages controlled by hypnosis, and her heart began to waver. Mo Yi, do you really think I dare not kill you? Dakizi said suddenly. Mo Yi smiled slightly. Of course I believe you dare. However, you should also understand that killing me will not solve any problems. On the contrary, Song will put you in a deeper predicament. Daisy was silent for a while, and finally let go. The hostages who were hypnosis suddenly regained their consciousness. They looked at Dakizi and Sheila, their eyes full of anger and hatred. Sister, you. Sheila looked at Dakizi, with a flash of disappointment and anger in his eyes. How could you do this? Dakizi did not speak, she just looked at Mo Yi silently. A trace of complex emotions flashed in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Mo Yi, do you really think you won? Dakizi suddenly said. Mo Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh, what do you mean? Do you think you understand me? Do you think you can control me? Dakizi said, and suddenly laughed. Mo Yi, you are wrong. The person I like has never been you. Mo Yi heard the words, and his heart sank. He looked at Dakizi, with a flash of disappointment and confusion in his eyes. You, what did you say? I said, the person I like is never you. Dakizi repeated, and then pointed at Sheila. The person I like is him. Mo Yi was stunned. He looked at Dakizi and Sheila, and his heart was full of doubts and confusion. He didn't know what he did wrong, why Dakizi suddenly said such a thing. However, he didn't have time to think about it, because at this moment, Xiao He suddenly moved. It grabbed Dakizi's neck and lifted her up. Xiao He, stop, Mo Yi exclaimed. But it was too late. Xiao He had lifted Dakizi into the air and then threw her to the ground. Dakizi fainted immediately. Seeing this, Sheila was furious. He rushed forward and grabbed Xiao He's tail. You beast, how dare you hurt my sister? Xiao He seemed not to feel any pain. He looked at Shi Luo coldly, then swung his tail violently and threw Shi Luo out. Shi Luo fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but found that he had no strength left. He looked at Xiao He. The setting sun was like blood, reflecting on Daichi Si's delicate and slightly sick face. Her bright eyes were staring at Mo Yi at this moment, as if she wanted to see through him. Mo Yi, do you really not remember me? Daichi Si's voice was gentle and low, as if with a hint of temptation. Chapter 137. Mo Yi asked tentatively. Mo Yi frowned, and tried to search for fragments about this woman from his memory, but he couldn't remember anything except that familiar figure. Do we really know each other? Mo Yi asked tentatively. Daichi Si chuckled, and her smile seemed to hide some unknown secrets. Of course you should remember me, we used to be so close. Mo Yi's heart tightened, and he felt the unusualness in Daichi Si's words, but just when he wanted to continue asking, Daichi Si suddenly moved. Her figure flashed, and she appeared beside Mo Yi like a ghost. With a slender finger, a piece of silk wrapped around Mo Yi's body like a spirit snake. You. What do you want to do? Mo Yi struggled, but the silk seemed to have life, tightly binding him and making him unable to move. Don't move, Mo Yi. Daisy's voice sounded softly in Mo Yi's ears. Her breath exhaled on his neck, and he felt a tingling sensation. What do you want? Mo Yi's voice trembled a little, and he felt that his spirit was being eroded by Dakizi bit by bit. Daisy did not answer, she just looked at Mo Yi quietly, with a fanatical light flashing in her eyes. Her fingers slid gently across Mo Yi's face, as if appreciating a precious work of art. Suddenly, Mo Yi felt a sharp pain coming from his head. He raised his head suddenly, but saw Dakizi piercing his forehead with a thin needle. Ah! Mo Yi screamed, and his eyes began to blur. At this moment, Mo Yi clenched his teeth and tried his best to hit his head against Dakizi. Advertisement, bang. With a muffled sound, Dakizi was hit by Mo Yi and her head was bleeding, but she did not retreat at all, and laughed even more crazily. Mo Yi, you are mine, no one can take you away. Daichi Si's voice became sharp and piercing, and her eyes were full of crazy possessiveness. Mo Yi felt a strong dizziness coming, and his consciousness began to blur. At the last moment of losing consciousness, he saw Daichi Si's twisted and crazy face, and a strong fear surged in his heart. When Mo Yi woke up again, he found that he had been tied to a chair, and Daichi Si was sitting opposite him, looking at him coldly. You. What did you do to me? Mo Yi's voice was a little hoarse. Na Si chuckled. Nothing, just let you forget some things temporarily. Mo Yi was startled. He tried to struggle, but found that his body was still tied up and unable to move. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and Shi Luo walked in. Mo Yi, let's make a deal. Shi Luo's voice was calm and indifferent. What deal? Mo Yi asked vigilantly. Exchange your sister for my hostage. Shi Luo pointed to Dai Chi Si standing aside. Mo Yi frowned. He was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, Impossible. Oh? Why? Shi Luo seemed a little surprised. Because, I don't know her at all. Mo Yi's tone revealed firmness and determination. Shi Luo was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Haha, Mo Yi, you are such an interesting person. But do you think you have a choice? Mo Yi didn't speak, he just looked at Shi Luo coldly. Shi Luo didn't seem to care about Mo Yi's attitude. He continued. If you don't hand over your sister, then my hostage will die. Mo Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. You can try. Chapter 138 reveals firmness and determination. Zai Luo's face sank. Mo Yi, don't force me. I never forced you, it's you who's been forcing me. Mo Yi's tone revealed firmness and determination. Just then, Jia's voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. Mo Yi, you can't surrender to Shi Luo. We can't give up any hostage. Mo Yi took a deep breath. He looked at Shi Luo, his eyes flashing with determination. Shi Luo, I tell you, I won't use my sister to exchange for your hostages. If you want to kill the hostages, just do it. But I can assure you that you will regret it. Zai Luo's face became even gloomier. He stared at Mo Yi for a long time, and then suddenly laughed. Haha, Mo Yi, you are really a lunatic. But I like your madness. Well, since you don't want to hand over your sister, let's change someone else. As he said, Shi Luo pointed to himself. I'll be the hostage, you release my people. Mo Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Shi Luo to make such a request. Antidote. I looked at Shi Luo and said, it is our honor to be able to serve you. Even if we really die, we have no regrets. A bunch of idiots. Zero, please give me flowers. Mo Yi glanced at Shi Luo calmly, and then said, as long as I kill you, these people will naturally regain their sanity. Do you think I care about their life or death? At this moment, Jia, who was controlled by Shi Luo, suddenly shouted. Advertisement, swear allegiance to death, never betray. Mo Yi did not speak. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He knew that if Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo coldly, without any expression on his face. Mo Yi, don't forget that these people are now under my control. As long as I want, I can turn them into corpses at any time. Not on you. Mo Yi frowned. He didn't expect Shi Luo to say that. Kr. Shi Luo looked at Jia, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Lord Shi Luo, don't be impulsive. Shi Luo looked at Jia in disbelief. He didn't expect that Jia would stop him at this time. Shi Luo was Mo Yi's words made him tremble with anger. He roared and prepared to take action. Okay, Shi Luo, since your people don't want to die, then I will give you a chance. All the people controlled by Shi Luo knelt on the ground and shouted to Shi Luo in unison. Advertisement. Are you sure? Mo Yi asked. Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo and said, as long as you hand over the antidote, I will let you go. Of course I am sure. Shi Luo nodded. How about this deal, do you accept it? Shi Luo roared. His eyes were red, as if he was a beast about to run away. Shi Luo, stop. Shi Luo was very angry at Mo Yi's words. He gritted his teeth and said, Mo Yi, do you really think I dare not kill them? Mo Yi was not afraid at all. He looked at Shi Luo coldly and said, but before you do it, I will kill you first. Shi Luo cursed in a low voice. He looked at Mo Yi with a gloomy face, and shouted again. Mo Yi, hand over Dai Chi Si, otherwise, I will let all of you die here today. Shi Luo, do you really think that I will hand over Dai Chi Si because of these people? That's right, the antidote is not with me at all, but in my base. So what? Shi Luo was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Mo Yi, do you think I will carry the antidote with me? To tell you the truth, the antidote is not on me at all. You can try. Chapter 139. Shi Luo is so despicable. Shi Luo looked at Mo Yi proudly and said, if you dare to touch me, I will let my people destroy the antidote. At that time, these people will become corpses, and you, don't even think about leaving this island alive. VR. Mo Yi was very angry at Zai Luo's words. He didn't expect Shi Luo to be so mean. Shi Luo, do you think I will believe you if you say that? Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo coldly and said, do you think I will give up the opportunity to save these people because of your words? Mo Yi, don't forget that these people are now under my control. As long as I want, I can turn them into corpses at any time. 30. Shi Luo threatened again. Then give it a try. Mo Yi was not afraid at all. He looked at Shi Luo coldly and said, I want to see if you really dare to do this. After that, Mo Yi no longer paid attention to Shi Luo, but turned to the people behind him and said, everyone listen to my order, retreat immediately and make a way for me. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and then they retreated one after another, making a way for Mo Yi and others. Mo Yi saw this and led people towards the waves. And Shi Luo looked at the backs of Mo Yi and others coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Mo Yi, do you think you can really leave this island? Advertisement. Shi Luo said coldly, don't forget, there are not only you people on this island. After that, Shi Luo said to those who were controlled by him, everyone listen to my order, stop them immediately and don't let them leave this island. Yes. Those people responded in unison, and then they chased after Mo Li and others. And Mo Yi led people to retreat all the way and soon came to the seaside. Everyone get on board, Mo Yi shouted to the crowd. Everyone ran towards the boat after hearing this. Soon, everyone got on board. At this time, Shi Luo also caught up with people. Mo Yi, do you really think you can leave? Shi Luo said coldly. Today, all of you will die here. After that, Shi Luo was ready to take action. Shi Luo, don't waste your energy. Mo Yi looked at Shi Luo coldly and said, do you think you can really keep us? Advertisement, Mo Yi, don't forget that these people are now under my control. As long as I want, I can turn them into corpses at any time. Shi Luo threatened again. Then try it. Plop, Shi Luo did not hesitate at all, and plunged into the sea and swam towards the direction where Dai Chi Si was. Shi Luo, come back. Daisy finally panicked at this moment. She originally thought that Shi Luo would give up, but she didn't expect that he would be so stupid and stubborn. Shi Luo. She shouted Shi Luo's name loudly, but Shi Luo 377 seemed not to hear it, and just swam desperately towards her direction. You are crazy, you can't save me by doing this. Daisy knew that those assassins were not ordinary people at all, but people from heaven. For them, mortals like Shi Luo were like ants on the ground, and they could be crushed to death with one foot. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? Shi Luo swam towards Dakizi without looking back. At this moment, he was like a warrior who was crazy for love. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he would not hesitate. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Do you think you can save her by doing this? Chapter 140. Her heart was filled with worry and fear. At this time, the assassin holding the long sword suddenly laughed, and his laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. You are just a mortal, and you dare to go against us in heaven. You are simply courting death. As he said this, he swung the long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword light slashed towards Sheila. Sheila, be careful. Seeing this scene, Daikizi exclaimed. Her heart was full of worry and fear. She knew that she was really in big trouble this time, and these assassins were not something she could deal with at all. Bang! The sword light fell, and the seawater was split into a huge crack, and Zailuo's figure disappeared in the seawater. Sheila. Seeing this scene, Daikizi exclaimed. Her eyes were full of worry and fear. She knew that she was really in big trouble this time. If Sheila really had an accident, then even if she died, she could not make up for her mistake. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Do you think you can save her by doing this? Advertisement. At this time, the assassin holding the long sword suddenly laughed, and his laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. You are just a mortal. You dare to go against us in heaven. You are simply ignorant of life and death. As he said, he swung the long sword in his hand again, and a more sharp sword light slashed towards Dakizi. No. Seeing this scene, Dakizi screamed out. Her eyes were full of despair and fear. She knew that she was really dead this time. Facing such an attack, she had no room for resistance. Stop. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of Dakizi and blocked the sharp sword light. Bang! After a loud bang, the figure flew backwards and fell heavily on the sea. Shi Luo. Seeing this scene, Daichi Si exclaimed. Her eyes were full of worry and fear. She didn't expect that Shi Luo would appear at this time, and even blocked the sword for her. How are you? Daichi Si quickly swam to Shi Luo's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Shi Luo shook his head and struggled to stand up. Although his body was injured, it was not serious. Why did you do this? Looking at Shi Luo's scars, Daichi Si's eyes could not help but flash a trace of complex emotions. She didn't expect that Shi Luo Yi would do this for her, because I like you. Shi Luo looked at Daichi Si and said affectionately. He liked Daichi Si, and he fell in love with her since he first saw her. Although he knew that there was a big gap between him and Daichi Si, he still couldn't help wanting to get close to her and want to be with her. What did you say? Hearing Shi Luo's words, Daichi Chun was stunned. She didn't expect that Shi Luo would confess to her at this time. I said, I like you. Advertisement. Shi Luo looked at Daichi Si and repeated it again. You. Are you serious? Daichi Si looked at Shi Luo and asked in disbelief. Of course I'm serious. Shi Luo nodded, and then said, I have liked you since the first time I saw you. I know that, Li Li Hao, I am not worthy of you, but I still can't help wanting to get close to you and want to be with you. You idiot. Hearing Shi Luo's words, Daichi Si Chun cursed a little. Her heart was full of emotion and shock. She didn't expect that Shi Luo would do this for her. Shi Luo, do you know? Actually, I like you too. At this time, Daichi Si suddenly said, What? You? Are you serious? Hearing Daichi Si's words, Shi Luo was immediately excited. Chapter 141. A face full of pleading, please, kill us. Shi Luo suddenly knelt in front of Mo Yi, his face full of despair, and even tears in his eyes. Lord Mo Yi, please kill us. Daisy also knelt in front of Mo Yi, her face full of pleading. Mo Yi frowned slightly, looking at the brother and sister in front of him, his eyes full of doubts. What are you doing? I'm not Rengoku Kyojuro, no, it's me. Daisy suddenly raised her head and looked at Mo Yi with tears in her eyes, her voice choking. You are Lord Rengoku Kyojuro. You saved us and gave us a new life. We are willing to give everything for you, even our lives. Even if it's our lives. Mo Yi chuckled and stretched out his hand to pinch Dakizi's chin, making her look at him. If I say that I need your body, will you give it to me? Daisy 677 was slightly stunned, and a look of hesitation appeared on her face. But soon, she firmed her eyes and looked at Mo Yi with a determined face. If you need it, Enough. Mo Yi suddenly let go of his hand and pushed Dakizi to the ground. He looked at the brother and sister in front of him with a cold face, his eyes full of disgust. Don't impose your feelings on me, Dabe. I'm not Rengoku Kyojuro, and I will never be him. Advertisement, it. Daisy looked at Mo Yi with a painful face, her eyes full of loss and hurt. Do you really hate us? Not hate, but... Mo Yi took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. No, we must appear in front of him. Mo Yi stood up suddenly and looked at Dakizi with a cold face. Lord Mo Yi. Shi Luo looked at Mo Yi's back as he left, his eyes full of confusion. I don't need your love, nor your life. You'd better recognize your identity and don't try to get close to me. Mo Yi was standing at the entrance of the cabin, looking at them with a cold face. Mo Yi said lightly, and then disappeared from the sight of the brother and sister. Why don't you accept us? What did we do wrong? Shi Luo murmured in a low voice, then turned to look at the entrance of the cabin. Enough, soon, only the brother and sister were left in the cabin. Ah, I really like you, I am willing to give everything for you, even my life. Maybe we really shouldn't appear in front of him. But you don't understand what feelings are at all. What you call love is just a kind of dependence on me. Advertisement, you are not wrong, it is this world that is wrong. Looking at Mo Yi's disappearing back, she finally couldn't help crying. Lord Mo Yi. Daisy looked up suddenly and looked at Mo Shi with a firm face. Shi Luo stood aside silently, looking at her crying sister, her eyes full of helplessness and sadness. Shi Luo was slightly stunned and looked up in the direction of the voice. Daisy shook her head, her face full of disappointment and hurt. Shi Luo was about to say something when he was interrupted by Mo Yi. Lord Mo Yi, do you really hate us for this person? Everyone, get out. No, Lord Mo Yi, we really like you. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly get so angry? After saying that, he turned and left the cabin. After that, Mo Yi turned and left, never looking at the brother and sister again. I don't want to see any of you anymore, get out. I don't know. She covered her face with her hands, tears flowed down her fingers and wet her hands. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. Daisy looked at Mo Yi's back, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger. Lord Mo Yi, Chapter 142 We all have to stay by his side. Shi Luo raised his head suddenly and looked at Daichi Si with a firm face. We are his subordinates and his strength, we must be used by him. But, Lord Mo Yi, no matter what he thinks, we must stay by his side. Shi Luo took a deep breath, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. We must let him see our value and let him know that we are worthy of his staying. Yes. Daichi Si nodded, and a firm light flashed in her eyes. We will definitely do it. At this moment, Yi's voice sounded again in the cabin. Advertisement, what can you two do for me? The brother and sister were slightly stunned and looked up in the direction of the sound. Mo Yi was standing on the other side of the cabin, looking at them coldly. We can fight for you, Shi Luo said hurriedly, looking at Mo Yi nervously. We are all very capable and can eliminate all enemies for you. Oh, really? The sun was scorching. The heat on the beach was steaming, and the sea breeze blew with a salty and humid breath. Mo Yi stood on a beach stained red with blood, facing the large number of pirates. His eyes were firm and cold. I'll give you a chance to live. His voice echoed in the sea breeze. There's a kind of blood poison flowing in my body. Just one drop can kill all of you. If you are willing to lay down your weapons, I can let you die decently. The pirates looked at each other, with fear and hesitation in their eyes. They knew that facing such an enemy with strange abilities, fighting hard would undoubtedly be a dead end. Advertisement at this moment, a figure walked out from behind Mo Yi. It was Shi Jia. He stared at the pirates with a face full of regret, and said loudly, Master, let me come. I want to let them taste the taste of blood poison. Mo Yi nodded, and Shi Luo strode towards the pirates. He stretched out his finger and lightly touched it. A drop of black liquid dripped from his fingertips and fell on the beach. The liquid quickly spread out, forming a black area. All the pirates who touched this area fell to the ground in pain, and their bodies began to twitch. The pirates retreated in fear, but it was too late. Shi Luo approached step by step, and with every step, a pirate fell. The bloody scene made the pirates completely collapse. They dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Mo Yi laughed. Look at you cowards, is this the pirate spirit you have? The pirates lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look up at Mo Yi. Mo Yi turned and looked at the sea in the distance, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. At this time, a beautiful woman came over. She was Rui Kizi. She looked at the corpses of pirates on the ground, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said to Yi, You are such an amazing man, Mo Yi. I admire you more and more. Mo Yi glanced at her coldly and said, Don't waste time, Daikizi. You are just a tool for me. Daisy's face froze, but soon she smiled again. It doesn't matter, as long as you need me, I'm always here. Mo Yi ignored her and turned to Shila and said, Deal with the bodies of these pirates and keep the valuable captives. We can exchange them for bounties. Shila nodded and started to get busy. Mo Yi walked aside and watched everything quietly. He knew that this was just a small step in his plan. In the distance, a warship slowly approached. A gleam of light flashed in Mo Yi's eyes, and he knew that his plan was about to start. Chapter 143. But he was prepared. Kaji, the trip to the beautiful island you were looking forward to may become a task of receiving prisoners and offering a bounty on heads, Mo Yi said lightly. The warship docked, and Mo Yi boarded the warship with his men. He stood at the bow, looking at the sea in the distance, full of expectations. He knew that the next journey would be full of challenges and opportunities, but he was ready. Kaji stood at the other end of the warship, looking at Mo Yi's back, with mixed feelings in his heart. He, 997, originally thought that this mission would be a relaxing and enjoyable trip, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. He looked at the pirates and captives who were escorted on board, and an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. Mo Yi, you are really a lunatic, Kaji cursed in a low voice. But Mo Yi seemed not to hear it. He still stood quietly at the bow, looking into the distance. His eyes flashed with determination and confidence, as if saying, "This world will be changed by me." OJ. Mo Yi heard the prompt sound in his mind, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then showed a bright smile. It seems that Vice Admiral Kaji has also received the news. News? What news? Kaji was slightly stunned, frowned, and looked at Mo Yi with a puzzled look. Oh, nothing, it's just that when I fought with the pirates before, I took advantage of their desire to survive and deliberately let some of them go. Mo Yi shrugged and smiled with a relaxed face. Advertisement. What? You let the pirates go? Kaji's face changed slightly, and he looked at Mo Yi in disbelief. You know, those pirates are all extremely vicious and vicious. Letting them go is undoubtedly letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Don't worry, I saved their lives, but they can't think of being pirates again in this life. Mo Yi smiled slightly, and a cunning flashed in his eyes. Oh, what do you mean? Kaji raised his eyebrows, and there were some guesses in his heart. It's very simple. I asked them to burn the pirate flag, and I also recorded it. If they dare to be pirates again, I will send this video to the whole world. Mo Yi smiled, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Ji opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally shook his head and sighed. You guy, you are really a lunatic. Ji shook his head helplessly, but he admired Mo Yi's approach in his heart. Advertisement. It must be said that Mo Yi's move is indeed more ruthless than killing those pirates directly. 0. After all, for those pirates, losing the pirate flag is equivalent to losing faith and glory. Moreover, if the video is really sent to the whole world, they will really become rats crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat them. Haha, lunatics are lunatics. As long as I can achieve my goal, I don't care what others think of me. Mo Yi laughed and said indifferently. Okay, since the matter has been resolved, let's go back and have a good meal to celebrate. Ji patted Mo Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile. Okay, thank you for the hospitality of Vice Admiral. Mo Yi chuckled and returned to the warship with Ji. At this time, Sheila and his sister had been locked up in a temporary prison. Brother, are we really okay? Daisy looked at Sheila and asked in disbelief. Well, it should be okay. Mr. Mo Yi has already talked to Marine Vice Admiral. We just need to wait here for a while and then we can leave. Sheila nodded and smiled. Chapter 144. Discussing the next plan. Great, I thought we were going to die here. Hearing this, Daichi C was relieved and a bright smile appeared on her face. On the other side, Mo Yi and Ji were eating dinner on the warship and discussing the next plan. Mo Yi, what are your plans next? Ji looked at Mo Yi and asked. I plan to go to New World to have a look. I heard that there are many powerful pirates and marines there. I want to challenge them. Mo Yi put down his chopsticks and said seriously. New World? It is indeed a good place to exercise, but you have to be careful. New World is not a good place. Ji nodded and reminded. Don't worry, I know my limits. Mo Yi smiled, with a hint of determination in his eyes. He knew that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to challenge stronger opponents. And New World was undoubtedly the best choice. A few days later, Mo Yi said goodbye to Kaji and went to Sabaody Archipelago alone. New World, here I come. Standing at the port of Sabaody Archipelago, Mo Yi looked up at the distant sea, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. He knew that the next journey would be full of challenges and dangers. But he also believed that as long as he kept working hard and getting stronger, he would be able to make it to the end. Laboon, wait for me, I will definitely find you. Mo Yi muttered in his heart, then turned and walked towards the port. Advertisement. He knew that if he wanted to find Laboon, he had to go to the Fishman Island first. And there was also a clue for him there. Vice Admiral, Mo Yi has left Sabaody Archipelago and headed towards New World. A marine soldier came to Kaji's office and reported respectfully. Oh, he left so soon? Kaki was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then smiled. This guy is really impatient, but it's good this way. New World is his real stage. Kaki said to himself, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. He knew that Mo Yi's departure meant that he would stir up a storm in New World. And he was looking forward to that day. Advertisement. On the other side, Mo Yi had arrived at the Fishman Island. Is this the Fishman Island? It's really as beautiful as the legend. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that he would spend the next period of time here. And he was also looking forward to it. Sabaody Archipelago, this peculiar island composed of 79 Yarki mangroves, Each tree is like an independent kingdom, with its own unique area and style. Mo Yi stood in the tourist area of tree number 42, with bustling crowds and colorful Madara shops in front of him. He bought a few skewers of barbecue from a barbecue stall, chewing them while getting on the sightseeing bubble car. Hey, little 107 boy, come and try our specialty wine from Sabahadi Archipelago, the owner of a wine shop greeted enthusiastically. Mo Yi looked up and saw that the sign of the wine shop read, Rayleigh Wine Shop, and there was a portrait of an old man hanging next to it. The old man had a kind smile on his face, looking quite caring. Oh, Rayleigh Wine Shop? Mo Yi's heart moved. He had heard of the name of Pluton Rayleigh, the legendary vice-captain of the Pirate King, who now lives in seclusion in Sabahadi Archipelago and lives a leisurely life. Come, try this wine. The boss handed over a glass of golden liquid. The aroma of the wine was intoxicating. Mo Yi took a sip and immediately felt a warm current from his throat straight into his heart, and the whole person became ecstatic. Chapter 145. Unique in the entire Sabahadi Archipelago. Good wine. Mo Yi exclaimed. Haha, young man, you have good taste. The boss laughed proudly. This is the signature wine of our Rayleigh wine shop, brewed by Lord Pluton Rayleigh himself, and it is unique in the entire Sabahadi Archipelago. Oh, it was brewed by Lord Pluton Rayleigh himself? Mo Yi immediately became interested. Then I have to buy a few more bottles to taste slowly. Haha, no problem. The boss smiled and took out a few bottles of fine wine and handed them to Mo Yi. Young man, you've come to the right place. Mo Yi took the fine wine and was about to leave, but suddenly saw an old man walking out of the wine shop. It was the Pluton Rayleigh in the portrait. Sir Rayleigh. Mo Yi exclaimed in surprise. Rayleigh looked up. His eyes stayed on Mo Yi for a moment, and then nodded. Young man, are you interested in my wine? Of course I'm interested. Mo Yi said quickly. I came here specifically to buy your fine wine. Haha, okay, then you can try my glass of wine. Rayleigh smiled and handed over a glass of wine. Mo Yi took the glass and drank it all, only to feel that the wine was rich and full of aftertaste. Good wine. Sir Rayleigh, your craftsmanship is really getting more and more exquisite. Mo Yi exclaimed. Haha, young man, you know how to talk. Rayleigh laughed. Since you like my wine so much, I'll give you a few more bottles. Thank you, Lord Rayleigh. Mo Yi happily took the wine, thinking to himself. This trip to Sabahadi Archipelago is really worth it. Young man, you are so young and you want to venture out. Do you want to go to New World too? Rayleigh suddenly asked. Yes, I plan to go to New World to have a look. Mo Yi nodded. After all, that is the real pirate world. Haha, what a great ambition. Rayleigh patted Mo Yi on the shoulder. Since you are going to New World, have you coated your ship? Coating? Mo Yi was stunned. I haven't had time yet. That's great, I can help you coat your ship. Rayleigh said, my coating technology is the best in the entire Sabahadi Archipelago. Really? That's great. Mo Yi was overjoyed. Then I'll trouble you, Rayleigh Tianxia. You're welcome. I'm free anyway. Rayleigh said with a smile. Let's go and see your boat. Mo Yi and Rayleigh walked out of the wine shop together and walked towards the boat docked at the pier. Along the way, the two chatted very speculatively, as if they were old friends for many years. Zero asked for flowers. Soon, the two came to Mo Yi's boat. It was a sailboat that looked a bit shabby, but Mo Yi was full of affection for it. This is my boat. Mo Yi pointed at the sailboat and said, although it looks a bit shabby, it has accompanied me to many places. Well, I can see your feelings for this boat. Rayleigh nodded. Then let's start coating. 11. 0 After that, Rayleigh began to work. Mo Yi stood aside and watched, occasionally helping to pass tools or something. Looking at Rayleigh's skilled techniques, he couldn't help but sigh. This Lord Pluton is really worthy of his reputation. Soon, the coating work was completed. Mo Yi's boat was brand new, as if it had a new layer of skin. Okay, the coating is done. Rayleigh clapped his hands and said, this ship should be able to sail freely in the New World now. Thank you so much, Lord Rayleigh, Mo Yi said gratefully. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Haha, you're welcome. Rayleigh waved his hand. Let's have a drink together again in the future. Chapter 146. There is still a trace of wine stain on the corner of his mouth. Of course. Mo Yi nodded in agreement. Watching Rayleigh's back, Mo Yi's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. This Lord Pluton not only has superb skills, but also has a generous personality, which is really admirable. Mo Yi turned around and returned to his boat. Xiao He sat cross-legged on the mast, his two short legs swaying, with a trace of wine stains hanging from the corners of his mouth, and said intoxicatedly, Uncle Shanks's wine is getting more and more delicious. Mo Yi squinted his eyes, feeling the 173 sea breeze, and said lightly, Xiao He, come and help me cover my eyes. Xiao He heard the words and immediately flew over and covered Mo Yi's eyes with a piece of black cloth with his little claws. Okay, from now on, you are responsible for guiding me to sense the surrounding atmosphere. Mo Yi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Xiao He nodded and began to guide Mo Yi with his perception ability. As time went on, Mo Yi's perception ability became stronger and stronger. He could clearly perceive everything around him, as if the whole world was under his control. Just then, Rayleigh came out of the cabin and saw Mo Yi and Xiao He practicing. He couldn't help but read a surprised look. Advertisement, boy. What is your ability? Can you develop observation hockey in advance? Rayleigh asked curiously. Mo Yi smiled slightly and said, this is the ability of my clone Xiao He. It can help me practice hockey. Clone? Rayleigh was stunned. then looked at Xiao He carefully, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Your clone seems to be a little unusual, Rayleigh said thoughtfully. Mo Yi shook his head and said, it's not my clone, but my partner. Partner? Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something, and asked tentatively, are you a ninja? Mo Yi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I'm a scientist, not a ninja. Rayleigh smiled awkwardly, touched his nose and said, sorry, I misunderstood. Your ability is indeed special, which reminds me of a ninja. After that, Rayleigh turned back to the cabin and continued to code the ship. Mo Yi didn't say much and continued to practice hockey. After a long time, Rayleigh finally finished the coding work and walked out of the cabin. Okay, the boat has been coded. Rayleigh clapped his hands and said, boy, do you want to have a drink together tonight? Mo Yi nodded and said, okay, I just happen to have something to talk to you about. So the two came to the kitchen, and Mo Yi personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. Point 0. The two ate and talked, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Boy, you don't look very old, why are you so anxious to go to New World? Rayleigh asked curiously. Mo Yi smiled and said, because I want to see a wider world and challenge stronger opponents. Advertisement, challenge opponents. Rayleigh was stunned, then laughed, you are really courageous. But I have to remind you that New World is not a fun place, it is full of dangers and unknowns. Mo Yi nodded and said, I know, but I also believe in my own strength. Rayleigh heard this and looked at Mo Yi in surprise. He could feel that although Mo Yi was young, he was very strong. 0.9 and there were many secrets hidden in him that people couldn't see through. You kid, you're really hard to see through, Rayleigh sighed. Mo Yi smiled and didn't say much. The two continued to chat for a while, and Rayleigh got up and said goodbye. Kid, practice well. Rayleigh patted Mo Yi on the shoulder and said, New World is a challenging place, you have to be prepared. Mo Yi nodded and said, don't worry, I will. Chapter 147. Prepare for future challenges. Looking at Rayleigh's departing back, Mo Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to the adventure of New World. Next, what he had to do was to continue to improve his strength and prepare for future challenges. And in this process, Xiao He would be one of his most important partners. Thinking of this, Mo Yi couldn't help but smile brightly. He knew that the road ahead was still long, but he believed that as long as Xiao He was by his side, he would be able to overcome all difficulties and realize his dream. On the sea, Rayleigh's figure gradually disappeared in the sea, leaving only circles of ripples. Mo Yi stood at the bow, looking at the direction where Rayleigh disappeared, and recalled the legendary stories of Roger's crew. Especially that Odin, it was really amazing, I don't know where he went in the end. I've decided, I'm going to join Marine, Mo Yi suddenly said. Marine? That's the government's running dog, the crew member on the side said puzzledly. But they are just, aren't they? Mo Yi asked back, besides, a pirate like Rayleigh has retired and has never harmed civilians. Why should I go after him? The crew looked at each other, as if they were convinced by Mo Yi's words. The Fishmen Island, located in the deep sea below the red line 10,000 meters, is the only way to the New World. At this moment, the ship where Mo Yi is slowly diving, heading towards the mysterious deep sea world. As the dive deepens, the light becomes darker and darker, and there is only the sound of the surging seawater and the occasional cry of deep-sea creatures around. Some huge sea kings are cruising in the dark seawater, and their huge bodies are looming under the light, which looks particularly weird. Advertisement, will these sea kings really not attack us? A timid crew member asked nervously. Don't worry, they just live here and won't attack us actively, Mo Yi comforted. But the crew still seemed a little nervous. After all, this is the deep sea, who knows what dangers there will be. Mo Yi looked at the seawater around him and couldn't help thinking about the impact of deep seawater pressure on the human body. He knew that at this depth, the water pressure has reached an astonishing level, and ordinary ships and people can't bear it at all. However, the people of the Fishmen Island can live here, which is really a miracle. Captain, look at that. A crew member suddenly pointed forward and shouted. Luo Yi looked in the direction of his hand, and saw a huge bubble appeared in front of him, which seemed to be wrapped in something. What is that? Mo Yi asked curiously. I don't know, but it looks like a bubble, the crew member replied. Mo Yi thought about it, and then took out a bubble device purchased from Sabaody Archipelago from his bag. This device can generate a large number of bubbles in the water, helping humans to breathe freely in the sea. Let me try it, Mo Yi said, and started the device. Soon, a huge bubble emerged from the device, and Mo Yi and the crew around him were wrapped in it. Wow, it's amazing, the crew exclaimed. This way we can breathe freely in the sea, Mo Yi said with a smile. With the protection of the bubbles, the crew's tension was relieved a lot. They began to observe the surrounding seawater curiously, feeling this mysterious and unknown world. However, at this moment, a sudden violent collision sound came, and the whole ship began to shake violently. Chapter 148. Directly hit the hull. What's wrong? What happened? The crew members asked in horror. Mo Yi also frowned. He looked into the depths of the sea, and saw something approaching in the darkness. No, we may be in trouble, Mo Yi said in a deep voice. Just then, a huge shadow rose from the bottom of the sea and hit the hull directly. Ah! The crew members exclaimed, and saw a huge hole in the hull, and the seawater began to pour in frantically. Quick, plug that hole! Mo Yi shouted loudly. But it was too late, the seawater quickly flooded the entire ship, and the crew members fell into the sea one after another. Mo Yi also fell into the sea, but he did not panic, but quickly activated the bubble device and wrapped himself up. Don't panic, everyone, get into the bubble, Mo Yi shouted loudly. Under Mo Yi's command, the crew members entered the bubble one after another. Although the ship was damaged, at least they could stay in this bubble safely for the time being. Captain, what should we do next? Asked a crew member. Mo Yi looked at the surrounding seawater and had a plan in mind. We have to find the thing that hit us and see what it is, Heilu said. At this moment, a huge sound of water flow came, as if something was approaching. Advertisement, everyone be careful, Mo Yi reminded. Soon, a huge figure appeared in front of them. It was a huge deep-sea creature, its body was larger than the ship, and 10 pairs of eyes flashed in the dark. What is this? The crew asked in horror. Mo Yi also frowned. He had never seen such a creature. But one thing is certain, this creature is definitely not a good person. Everyone get ready to fight, Mo Yi shouted loudly. However, at this moment, the deep-sea creature suddenly opened its mouth and revealed sharp teeth. It's going to eat us, a crew member shouted in horror. But Mo Yi was not afraid, but a little excited, because he found that the body of this deep-sea creature seemed to exude an alluring fragrance. No, it's not going to eat us, Mo Yi said, it's hungry. After saying that, Mo Yi actually jumped out of the bubble and swam towards the deep-sea creature. Ah! A roar that resounded through the sky exploded in the sea. As the roar exploded, a lion's head emerged from the seawater, with green light in its eyes, and behind it was a huge fishtail. What kind of monster is this? Isn't it an octopus monster? How did it become a lion head and a fishtail? The crew members all widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Is this the legendary sea beast? Sea beast? Yes, I heard from the old people that there are some ancient sea beasts hidden in this sea area. They have powerful strength and can even be compared with the ugly ones on land. Then, will it attack us? I don't know, but we have to be careful. Mo Yi looked at the sea beast in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that there really was a sea beast in this sea area. Moreover, the breath of this sea beast was even stronger than that of the octopus monster. Ah! The sea beast roared again, then opened its big mouth and bit towards Mo Yi's ship. Chapter 149. The ship sank into the sea instantly. Get out of the way. Mo Yi shouted, and then controlled the boat to get out of the way. At this moment, the sea beast opened its mouth and bit another boat next to it in two. Wallala! Accompanied by a huge wave, the ship sank into the sea in an instant. No, this sea beast is targeting our ship. It wants to destroy our ship. Mo Yi's face changed slightly, and he immediately controlled the boat to get away from the sea beast. But the speed of the sea beast was very fast and soon caught up. Mo Yi, what should we do? Will we die here? The crew members all showed a look of fear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Advertisement. Mo Yi took a deep breath, then held the long knife and slashed it fiercely. Swish, a sky-blue slashing wave instantly burst out from the long knife, slashing the fishtail of the sea beast. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the fishtail of the sea beast was cut off by Mo Yi's knife. Ah! The sea beast let out a painful roar, and then waved the remaining fishtail, trying to continue attacking Mo Yi and his ship. Quick, use the hook rope to fix it, Mo Yi shouted, and immediately threw the hook rope in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I saw the hook ropes flying towards the body of the sea beast. Puff, puff. Accompanied by a muffled sound, I saw that the hook ropes were all pierced into the body of the sea beast. Ha ha ha, success, Mo Yi, you are so awesome. The crew members shouted excitedly. Don't be happy too early, pull it up quickly. Mo Yi didn't have time to celebrate, and immediately asked the crew members to pull the hook rope hard. With the joint efforts of everyone, they saw that the sea beast was actually pulled out of the sea by them. Great, we can eat sea beast meat tonight. Yes, sea beasts of this level must be very delicious. The crew members showed excitement. Mo Yi, what should we do next? Kill it. Mo Yi said, holding a long knife, stabbing at the head of the sea beast. Puff. The long knife instantly pierced into the head of the sea beast, and then Mo Yi stirred it hard, directly breaking the head of the sea beast into pieces. Wallala. Accompanied by a burst of blood, the body of the sea beast was completely motionless. Ha ha ha, great, we succeeded. Advertisement, Mo Yi, you are so awesome. The crew shouted excitedly one by one. Okay, stop talking nonsense, fix it behind the boat quickly, we will eat sea beast meat tonight. Mo Yi said, and immediately asked the crew to start to move. Soon, the body of the sea beast was fixed behind the boat. Mo Yi, what should we do next? Keep moving forward and try to reach the Fishmen Island before dark. Mo Yi said, controlling the boat and continuing to sail forward. As the boat sailed, the light on the sea surface became better and better. And at this moment, a large ship appeared not far ahead. Mo Yi, look, there seems to be a hot dance performance on that ship. Really? Mo Yi heard this and immediately looked up at the ship. On the deck of the ship, there was a group of hot beauties dancing hot dance. Chapter 150. His face was full of surprise, and those beauties, one by one, were wearing revealing clothes, showing off their perfect bodies. Wow, those beauties are so beautiful. Yes, and they have such good figures. The crew members all widened their eyes, their faces full of amazement. Mo Yi, should we go over and take a look? Stop talking nonsense, keep moving forward. Mo Yi didn't have time to watch those beauties dancing, and immediately controlled the boat and continued to drive forward. And just at this moment, the dance on the boat was over. Mo Yi and his friends were driving on the bubbles, looking at the sea beast corpses that were eaten to the bones under their feet, and felt sick. So disgusting, let's go quickly. Nami held the edge of the boat, not daring to look down. Yeah. Mo Yi nodded and drove the boat to the sky. A huge island appeared in front of them, covered with various vegetation, and below the island were a large number of bubbles. Have we finally reached the Fishmen Island? Luffy looked at the island below with anticipation. Well, this is the Fishmen Island. Mo Yi nodded and drove the boat towards the bottom of the island. Advertisement. As the boat went deeper, Mo Yi and his companions saw many fishmen and a large number of mermaids. So many fishmen and mermaids. Luffy widened his eyes and looked at the fishmen and mermaids below curiously. Yes, this is the Fishmen Island, where the fishmen and mermaids live. Mo Yi said. Oh. Luffy nodded and continued to look at the fishmen and mermaids below curiously. Mo Yi controlled the boat to move forward and soon arrived at the entrance of the Fishmen Island. This is the entrance of the Fishmen Island. We have to be inspected here. Mo Yi said. Oh. Luffy nodded and looked at the entrance in front with some expectation. Soon, Ji Yushi and his companions arrived in front of the entrance. This is the entrance of the Fishmen Island. Who are you? A fishman soldier looked at Mo Yi and his companions and asked in a deep voice. We are pirates and come to the Fishmen Island to trade. Mo Yi replied. Pirates? What kind of deal are you doing here? Advertisement. The fishman soldier frowned and looked at Mo Yi and his men with some caution. We are here to trade, not to cause trouble, Mo Yi explained. Huh, who would believe a pirate's words? The fishman soldier snorted coldly and said with disdain. Just then, a fishman walked out of the entrance. Boss Tiger, why are you here? Seeing this fishman, the fishman soldier was startled and saluted quickly. Well, I heard that pirates were coming, so I came to see. Tiger nodded, his eyes fell on Mo Yi and his men. Who are you? What are you doing on the Fishmen Island? Tiger asked in a deep voice. We are pirates, and we are here to trade on the Fishmen Island. Mo Yi replied. Trade? Pirates can also trade? Tiger looked at Mo Yi and his men with some suspicion. Yes, we are really here to make a deal. Mo Yi nodded. Tiger glanced at Mo Yi and the others, then turned to the fishmen and said, let them in, but don't let them cause any trouble. Yes, Tiger, God. The fishmen nodded in response. Mo Yi and the others successfully entered the Fishmen Island. Haha, Boss Tiger is so nice, my kindness to you is not in vain. Luffy said excitedly. Huh, you are sensible. Tiger smiled when he heard this. At this moment, a disgusting voice suddenly sounded. So disgusting. Chapter 151. Somewhere wigs. Suddenly, a pirate covered his mouth and squatted on the ground. What's wrong with you? Mo Yi looked at the pirate with some confusion. Those guys. So disgusting. The pirate pointed at the transvestite in front of him and said with a disgusted look. Mo Yi followed the pirate's gaze and saw a group of strange people in front of him. These people looked strange. Some wore women's clothes, some wore lipstick, and some, wore wigs. It's really disgusting. Seeing this group of people, another pirate couldn't help squatting on the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you vomit suddenly? Nami looked at the two pirates with some dissatisfaction. Advertisement. They were disgusted by the hot dancing transvestite. Mo Yi explained. Hot dancing transvestite? What is that? Nami asked curiously. They are a kind of people unique to the Fishmen Island. They look strange, like to wear women's clothes, wear lipstick, wear wigs, and speak in a weird way, so they are called hot dancing transvestite. See? Mo Yi explained. Oh, that's how it is. Nami nodded, then looked at the transvestite in front of her, and said with disgust. It's so ugly, so disgusting. Ix. Hearing Nami's words, the two pirates became even more disgusting and kept vomiting. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly, ignored the two pirates, and continued to control the boat. Soon, Mo Yi and his men arrived at the residential area of the Fishmen Island. Advertisement. The environment here is very good, with various buildings, beautiful gardens and lakes. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Seeing the scenery of the Fishmen Island, Nami couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes, go, kill them. With Mo Yi's order, the tool people around immediately took action and launched a fierce attack on the pirates. Baro, the pirate leader who was originally aggressive, turned pale instantly after seeing this scene. He knelt on the ground with a plop and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender, I am willing to follow you. Mo Yi looked at Baro's cowardly look and couldn't help but sneered. Why, aren't you quite courageous? Why are you cowardly now? Baro's face turned red at Mo Yi's words, but he didn't dare to resist at all, just nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, I am cowardly, I surrender, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to do anything for you. Mo Yi looked at Baro's servile appearance and felt sick in his heart, but he didn't show it, but said lightly. Okay, since you are willing to surrender, then I will give you a chance to let your men lay down their weapons, and then you can go. 0. Baro heard Mo Yi's words and said, I am willing to surrender, so I will give you a chance to let your men lay down their weapons, and then you can go. 0 Yi's words, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll let them lay down their weapons. After that, Baro turned around and shouted to the pirates who were still resisting. Stop fighting, lay down your weapons, we surrender. The pirates heard Barrow's words, although they were a little unwilling, but they did not dare to disobey his orders, and they put down their weapons one after another. Seeing this scene of 0.4, Mo Yi couldn't help but feel relieved. He waved his hand and signaled the tools to stop attacking. Then, he walked in front of Barrow and said coldly, "You are sensible, and my kindness to you is not in vain." Barrow heard Mo Yi's words, although he was a little unwilling in his heart, he did not dare to show it, but just lowered his head and said, thank you for not killing me." Chapter 152. The pirates without a bounty started a massacre. Mo Yi ignored Barrow's thanks and turned to the tools and said, "Kill all the guys without bounties and leave the ones with bounties so that we can go to New World to exchange for Bailey." The tools heard Mo Yi's order and immediately began to slaughter the pirates without bounties without any hesitation. For a time, the whole battlefield was filled with screams and wails, and the pirates fell in a pool of blood one by one. And the pirate captains with bounties and their confidants were tied up by Mo Yi's men and prepared to be sent to New World to exchange for Bailey. Looking at the slaughtered pirates, Barrow's heart was filled with fear and despair. He knew that he had completely lost the opportunity to resist and could only obey Mo Yi's arrangements. Mo Yi ignored Barrow 30's fear and despair. He turned to the rescued mermaids and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help. Without you, we might have to spend some time to deal with these pirates." Seeing Mo Yi so polite, the mermaids smiled. One of the mermaid beauties with light blue hair walked to Mo Yi and said gratefully, "It's okay. We should help each other. Moreover, if you hadn't shown up in time, we would have been caught by the pirates." Mo Yi couldn't help but smile and said, "This is what I should do. After all, we are all pirates, and we should help each other." After that, he looked at the rescued mermaids and said, "By the way, what are your plans next? If you have nothing to do, why not go to the Fishman Island with me? I just want to go there and take a look." Hearing Mo Yi's invitation, the mermaids showed excitement. One of the mermaids with orange wavy hair took the initiative to say, Okay, we can take you to the Fishman Island. There are many fun places there." Mo Yi couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Then it's settled. Let's go to the Fishman Island together." Mo Yi looked at the busy figures of the tool people in the distance and showed a satisfied smile. Although these mermaids seemed weak, they were not inferior to those big men in their work. Their movements were clean and neat, without any drag. "Mo Yi, do you want to join us?" A tall mermaid with long flowing hair swam to Mo Yi's side and invited him with a smile. Mo Yi shook his head and smiled. "No, you guys are busy, I'll just stay here and take a look." The mermaid didn't force it, nodded, and continued her work with the other girls. Mo Yi followed the mermaid and swam around every corner of the Fishman Island, listening to them introduce this beautiful underwater city. "Mo Yi, do you know? The Fishman Island is the largest city in this sea area. There are many delicious and fun things here. -963 short black hair." The playful little mermaid swam to Mo Yi and asked curiously. Mo Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "Really? That's a really amazing place. Mo Yi, you come from the outside world. Is the outside world big and fun?" The little mermaid continued to ask. Mo Yi thought for a moment and said, "The world outside is indeed very big, with many things you haven't seen, but it is also very dangerous, with many ferocious monsters and bad guys." The little mermaid shrank back in fear, but then asked curiously, "Then how did you get here, Mo Yi?" Mo Yi smiled and said, "I was washed here by the waves. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise I might have died in the sea." Chapter 153. More about the Fishman Island. After hearing this, the little mermaid smiled brightly and said, "Mo Yi, don't worry, we are all kind people in the Fishman Island, we will protect you." Mo Yi felt warm in his heart, nodded, and said, "Thank you." In the following days, Mo Yi and the mermaids became closer and closer. They swam together, sang together, and shared stories with each other. Mo Yi also learned more about the Fishman Island from them. It turned out that the Fishman Island was not a place where humans could enter and exit at will. The mermaids here have powerful magical powers and can manipulate water and marine life. The reason why Mo Yi came here was that he attracted them with a special aura. However, the mermaids did not reject Mo Yi because of this. Instead, they were full of curiosity and friendliness towards him. They took Mo Yi to visit every corner of the Fishman Island and let him feel the beauty and magic of this underwater world. During the time on the Fishman Island, Mo Yi also made many new friends. Among them was the little mermaid with short black hair, Little Shirley. Little Shirley is a lively and lovely girl who always has a bright smile on her face. She likes to chat with Mo Yi and listen to him talk about the outside world. And Mo Yi also likes to be with Little Shirley because she can always bring him endless joy and paradise. One day, Little Shirley suddenly said to Mo Yi mysteriously, "Mo Yi, do you know? I have a secret to tell you." Mo Yi asked curiously, "What secret?" Little Shirley looked around and made sure there was no one else, then whispered, "I will tell you." Mo Yi was stunned, then smiled. "Really? Then can you tell me what my future will be like?" Little Shirley nodded and took out a crystal ball from her pocket. She closed her eyes and muttered something, as if communicating with the crystal ball. After a while, Little Shirley suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Mo Yi, your future is so dark." Mo Yi was stunned and asked in confusion, "Dark, what does it mean?" Little Shirley's eyes flashed with sadness and said, "I saw your death. You will die." Mo Yi was stunned when he heard it. He didn't expect that the result of Little Shirley's divination would be so bad. However, he did not feel scared or depressed because of this, and laughed. Death? That's quite interesting, Mo Yi said lightly. Little Shirley looked at Mo Yi's smile and asked in confusion, Mo Yi, aren't you afraid? Mo Yi shook his head and said, what's the use of being afraid? What is coming will come. And even if I really die, you will still remember me, right? Little Shirley heard Mo Yi's words, and a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. She held Mo Yi's hand tightly and said, Mo Yi, promise, I will remember you forever. Other mermaid sisters also gathered around and comforted Mo Yi. Although they also knew that the results of divination might not be accurate, seeing Mo Yi face death so calmly, they couldn't help but feel a little respect and admiration in their hearts. Mo Yi looked at their concerned eyes and expressions, and his heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. He knew that no matter what happened in the future, he would cherish every moment with them. Chapter 154. Little Shirley looked at Mo Yi in surprise. You can actually laugh at this time. Little Shirley looked at the dying human youth in front of her and couldn't help but pouting angrily. She pulled Mo Yi's arm hard, and then said loudly, Hey, did you hear what I said? We are discussing your life and death now, can you be more serious? Mo Yi smiled gently, and then said, Little Shirley, don't worry, I will be fine. For me, death is just a matter of closing your eyes and then opening them again. What, you actually said death so easily? Little Shirley looked at Mo Yi in surprise, and couldn't understand why he had such a mentality. Haha, I'm telling the truth. Mo Yi smiled and rubbed Little Shirley's head. Besides, maybe after I die, there will be some surprises waiting for me. Surprise? What surprise? Little Shirley asked curiously. Well, I need you to help me with divination again. Mo Yi blinked and showed a mysterious smile on his face. Little Shirley was confused by Mo Yi's smile, but she nodded, then closed her eyes again and began to divine. This time, her expression was more serious and focused than before, as if she was looking for some important clues. After a long while, Little Shirley opened her eyes, then looked at Mo Yi in shock and said, your body is resurrected. Resurrection? Mo Yi was stunned for a moment, then laughed, ha ha ha, how is this possible? Little Shirley, did you divine wrong? I didn't divine wrong. Little Shirley pouted dissatisfiedly, I'm a very good fortune teller, I will never make mistakes. Okay, I believe you. Mo Yi smiled and nodded, then said, but even if my body is resurrected, so what? I'm still me, and I won't become a monster, Dabe. But this kind of thing sounds very strange, Little Shirley said with some concern, and if others know about it, will they be afraid of you? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Mo Yi said indifferently, I am just an ordinary human being. Even if my body is resurrected, it's just because I have a special ability. Special ability? Little Shirley asked curiously, who are you? Why do you have such a strange ability? Well, it's a long story. Mo Yi thought for a while and then said, in short, I am a subhuman with some unique abilities. Subhuman? Little Shirley frowned and asked, what is a subhuman? Why have I never heard of it? Subhumans are a kind of existence that neither belongs to humans nor other races. Mo Yi explained, we have some special abilities, but we also face some special challenges. Oh, so that's it. Little Shirley nodded, not quite understanding, and then said, then do you know how many subhumans there are in this world? Well, I'm not sure about that. Mo Yi shook his head and said, but I don't think there will be too many. After all, the existence of subhumans is itself a kind of. Chapter 155. Prejudice against our fish people, a miracle? Little Shirley murmured to himself, that's really a bit pitiful. You are so special, you must be very lonely, right? Lonely? Mo Yi was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, haha, I don't feel lonely. Because I have my friends, and you lovely mermaid sisters accompany me. Humph, you are sensible. Little Shirley snorted lightly, then said, but you still have to be careful. After all, there are still many people in this world who are prejudiced against our fish people. Don't worry, I will be careful. Mo Yi nodded, then said, and I believe there are still many kind people in this world. They will not be prejudiced against us because of our race or ability. I hope so. 17. Little Shirley sighed and then said, okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go on a walk and see what fun things there are on this island. After that, she took Mo Yi's hand and walked towards the depths of the island. The other mermaid ladies gathered around, looking at Mo Yi with curiosity, wanting to see what this subhuman who could come back from the dead looked like. Shirley, do you know? The so-called strong people don't have to be lonely. Luo Yi smiled, squatted down, and looked at the little girl at eye level. There are many people in this world who are stronger than me. They also enjoy life, enjoy fighting, and enjoy the company of friends and family. You are wrong, Lord Mo Yi. Little Shirley shook her head with a hint of doubt on her face. You are the strongest, you are invincible. Ha ha ha, invincible? Luo Yi laughed loudly, with a gleam in his eyes. Shirley, in this world, no one is truly invincible. Everyone has their own weaknesses and flaws. Only by constantly learning and growing can they become stronger. But are you really alone? Little Shirley blinked, seeming a little unconvinced. Well, I'm alone at the moment. Mo Yi nodded, with a hint of determination in his eyes. I'm going to the New World, bacteria. New World? Little Shirley widened his eyes, seeming a little unfamiliar with this word. Yes, New World. Mo Yi stood up and looked at the sea in the distance. There are full of unknowns and challenges, as well as endless wealth and opportunities. I'm going there to find my own adventures and treasures. After speaking, Mo Yi turned around and waved to the mermaid sisters. Goodbye, beautiful ladies. Goodbye, Master Mo Yi. The mermaid sisters shouted in unison, with bright smiles on their faces. Luo Yi smiled slightly and turned to walk towards the port. Little Shirley followed him and asked curiously, Mo Yi, why do you want to go to New World? Isn't it very dangerous there? Because there are things I want? Mo Yi said lightly. What do you want? Little Shirley asked. Happiness. Mo Yi stopped and turned to look at Little Shirley. Happiness? Little Shirley was a little puzzled. Yes, happiness. Mo Yi nodded, with a warm smile on his face. In this world, nothing is more important than happiness. Whether it is fighting or adventure, it is all to find the happiness that belongs to you. Besides, I heard that the dancers of Dressrosa are all hot. I also want to see. Mo Yi added, with a wicked smile on his face. Humph, you big pervert. Little Shirley pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Chapter 156. Let me tell you another story about the goblin. Our mermaids are the most beautiful. Ha ha ha. Shirley is also very cute. Mo Yi smiled and rubbed Little Shirley's head. But remember to smile more, you always have a stern face. Be careful not to be able to get married in the future. I won't be unable to get married, Little Shirley said angrily. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Mo Yi smiled and patted Little Shirley's shoulder. Mo Yi led a few crew members and began to explore the island. The crew got off the ship and began to build tents and make fires to cook. 0. And New World was waiting for his arrival. And Mo Yi stood at the bow, looking at the sea in the distance, with a firm light in his eyes. But Mo Yi knew that this was just the beginning, and his adventure had just begun. Mo Yi's ship slowly sailed away from Mermaid Island and headed towards New World. He knew that the road ahead was full of unknowns and dangers, but he also believed that as long as he moved forward courageously, he would be able to find his own treasure and happiness. At this moment, the sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, suddenly cracked open a crack. The sun shone through it, and the waves on the sea surface gradually subsided. Advertisement. After some effort, they finally docked the ship on the shore of the island. He immediately ordered the crew to sail in the direction of the island. The two figures gradually went farther, and finally disappeared in the port of Mermaid Island. 0.4. Well, let them leave. Mo Yi said lightly, turning to look at the sea in the distance, as if he didn't want to look at the pirate ship anymore. They walked for a long time, but found that there was no sign of life on the island. He had to find a suitable island to allow the ship to dock safely. They put down the sails, reduced the speed of the ship, and strengthened the hull and mast. At this moment, a pirate ship was coming slowly in the distance, and the sea breeze with the salty smell of seawater made the corners of Mo Yi's clothes rustle. Just as Mo Yi's ship left Mermaid Island, the weather suddenly became extremely bad. It seems that even God is helping us. Mo Yi smiled slightly and took out the permanent pointer that always pointed to the next island from his arms. As the ship went farther and farther, Mermaid Island slowly disappeared from sight. He knew that this was a test for New World and a challenge he had to face. He quickly returned to the cabin and ordered the crew to prepare for it. Advertisement. Captain, do you want to drive them away? The deputy next to him asked cautiously. There was nothing else except some dead bones and ruins. Under Mo Yi's command, the crew acted quickly. Isn't this that guy? Why is he here again? Mo Yi frowned, and his eyes revealed obvious displeasure. The sky was covered with dark clouds, strong winds and huge waves, as if it was going to swallow up the entire sea. This island seemed to hide some unknown secrets. When I come back from New World, I will tell you the fairies. 893. Story. After saying that, Mo Yi turned and walked forward, with Little Shirley following closely behind him. Mo Yi frowned, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. They had to find a safe island to take refuge as soon as possible, otherwise their ship could be destroyed at any time in this storm. Mo Yi stood at the bow, feeling the sound of the sea breeze whistling past, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. The crew on the ship cheered excitedly, looking forward to the upcoming adventure and challenge. Mo Yi stood at the bow, looking around the surrounding sea with a telescope. After a search, Mo Yi finally found a deserted island. Chapter 157. After all, so many people saw it with their own eyes. Dressrosa, here we come. Soon after, the pirate ship arrived at the port of Dressrosa smoothly. The island was full of blooming flowers and refreshing fragrance, making people feel like they were in a dreamlike world. Mo Yi stepped onto the island, took a deep breath, and felt the unique atmosphere here. He strolled on the street, listening to the voices of people around him talking. Have you heard? The hero Cyrus in the arena is so amazing? Humph, that's just a legend, who knows if it's true or not. I think it's true, after all, so many people have seen it with their own eyes. 30. Mo Yi frowned slightly, and there seemed to be some secret hidden in these discussions. He decided to go to the arena to see if he could find something. He asked about the location of the arena and walked all the way to his destination. On the way, he also saw a group of people who were discussing Dressrosa dance enthusiastically. Do you know? The dance here is famous for being hot, and it is said that many people are too involved in the dance. Mo Yi smiled, did not interrupt them, and just continued to move forward silently. After walking for a while, Mo Yi met an old pirate who looked experienced. He took the initiative to talk to him and wanted to know more about the island. Young man, are you new here? Dressrosa is a good place. Not only can you watch the arena, but also those hot dance performances. The old pirate introduced enthusiastically. Mo Yi nodded and thanked him. He already had a plan in his mind, ready to go to the arena to see the situation first, and then go to appreciate those legendary dances. Advertisement just then, he suddenly felt a slight movement. He turned around quickly and saw a figure flashing quickly in the alley. A cold light flashed in Mo Yi's eyes, and he followed silently. Not long after, he found the owner of the figure, a guy dressed as a pirate. HMPH, it's a good time to try out the new moves I learned. Mo Yi thought to himself. Ru Ran attacked the pirate. After a fierce battle, Mo Yi successfully subdued and captured the pirate. He looked at the pirate in his hand, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This guy should be able to exchange for some bounty. Mo Yi said to himself, preparing to hand the pirate over to the toolman in exchange for the bounty. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint scream. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little girl hiding in a corner not far away, looking at him in horror. You. Who are you? Why do you want to catch him? The little girl asked in a trembling voice. Mo Yi frowned. He didn't expect anyone here to see this scene. He glanced at the pirate in his hand, then at the little girl, and made a decision in his heart. Don't make a sound, I won't hurt you, Mo Yi said softly, and then quickly left the scene. He did not notice that after he left, the little girl was still shivering in the corner, her eyes full of fear and confusion. Violet suddenly found herself in a strange place, surrounded by a group of ferocious-looking pirates. Her heart tightened. Was she kidnapped by human traffickers? She looked around quietly, trying to find a chance to escape. At this time, a tall figure came over, the man who had just subdued the pirate. You. Who are you? Why are you arresting us? Violet asked calmly. Chapter 158. He is really catching pirates. The man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Little girl, you misunderstood. I am not a human trafficker, these pirates are. I catch them to maintain peace on the sea. Violet looked at him half doubtfully, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. She quietly used her ability to observe the other party's eyes and expressions for special gestures. Sure enough, from the other party's eyes, she could not see any signs of lying. It seems that he is really catching pirates. Then who? Who are you? Violet asked cautiously. My name is Mo Yi, and I'm a bounty hunter, the man said lightly. Bounty hunter? Violet's heart moved. She seemed to have heard of this profession. These people make a living by catching pirates and earning bounties. They are a force that cannot be ignored on the sea. Oh, so you are a bounty hunter? Violet nodded, and her guard was slightly relaxed. Little girl, what's your name? How come you are with these pirates? Mo Yi asked curiously. My name is Violet, and I don't know why I am with them. I was playing on the boat, but I woke up and found myself here. Violet made up a reason. She didn't want to reveal her true identity. Mo Yi looked at her, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He always felt that this little girl was a little unusual, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Okay, little girl, you stay here first. I'll send you back after I deal with these pirates. Mo Yi said, and turned to the other side. Violet looked at his back as he left, but she felt a little uneasy. She didn't know what she would face next, but she knew that she had to stay alert. Advertisement. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strong gaze falling on her. She looked up and saw Mo Yi standing not far away, looking at her with a sharp gaze. Little girl, you seem to be very interested in my business, Mo Yi said with a smile. Violet's heart tightened. She knew she was discovered, but she did not reveal any flaws, just smiled and said, I'm just curious. After all, I have never seen a bounty hunter. Mo Yi looked at her, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. He knew that this little girl was not simple, but she did not seem to have any ill intentions. Well, since you are so curious, then I will take you to see my work, Mo Yi said, turning and walking towards the arena. Violet was happy. She knew this was a rare opportunity. She hurriedly followed Mo Yi's pace, but she was secretly thinking about the next plan in her heart. She decided that no matter what, she would take the opportunity to peek into the inner world of this bounty hunter. After all, she has the ability to read minds. Just as she was about to use her ability, she suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from Mo Yi. She looked up and saw a small black thing lying on Mo Yi's shoulder, staring at her straight. Xiao He, don't scare the little girl, Mo Yi said with a smile. Violet felt a palpitation. She found that she couldn't see through the heart of this little thing. It seemed to be a special existence with a powerful history. She was shocked and quickly retracted her ability. She knew that she was no match for this little thing, so she could only give up the plan to spy on Mo Yi temporarily. Mo Yi looked at Violet's frightened expression and felt a little funny in his heart. He knew that his Xiao He was indeed a little special, but there was no need to scare the little girl like this. Chapter 159. She watched Mo Yi buy tickets skillfully. Don't be afraid, little girl. Xiao He is my partner, he won't hurt you, Mo Yi comforted. Violet forced a smile, but she was secretly glad in her heart. She knew that she had escaped this time, but she also knew that she couldn't give up. She decided that no matter what, she would find an opportunity to peek into the inner world of this bounty hunter. After all, she was full of curiosity about this man. In this way, Violet followed Mo Yi to the arena. She watched Mo Yi buy tickets and enter the venue skillfully, but she was secretly thinking about the next plan in her heart. Mo Yi didn't notice Violet's thoughts at all. He was concentrating on observing the game on the field. He knew that this duel was very important to him, and he had to watch it with full concentration. Violet took this opportunity to try to use her ability again. She quietly approached Mo Yi and tried to peek into his inner world. However, just when she was about to succeed, Xiao He suddenly moved. It pounced on Violet and also fell to the ground. Ah! Violet exclaimed, Her heart full of fear, she knew that she had really angered this little thing this time. And Mo Yi also heard the noise. He looked back and saw Violet lying on the ground, and Xiao He was standing beside her, staring at her with a fierce look. Xiao He, what's wrong? Mo asked. Xiao He didn't say anything, but just signaled Mo Yi to look at Violet with his eyes. Mo Yi followed his gaze and saw that Violet was. Advertisement. Violet's eyes suddenly widened. She found that she could actually see Xiao He's round head, and she seemed to be able to see what Xiao He was thinking in his heart now. No, the ability of the staring fruit cannot read memories, but can only see other people's inner thoughts. What is this little guy thinking? Violet blinked and found that Xiao He seemed to be avoiding her gaze, using his chubby little hands to block his head. This little guy can actually block my ability. Could it be that he is the reason why my big brother's ability is ineffective? Violet became more and more interested in Xiao He. She couldn't help but stretch out her white jade-like little hand and wanted to take Xiao He off from Guan Yi's hair. However, Xiao He seemed to have noticed Violet's intention a long time ago and kept hiding in Guan Yi's hair, leaving Violet to search blindly. Little guy, stop hiding. Come out and let your sister see. Violet giggled and her white little hand was scratching in Guan Yi's hair. Hey, don't do it. It's itchy. Mo Yi rolled his eyes helplessly and was a little speechless about Violet's actions. All his attention was now on the ring, so how could he care about what Violet was doing? Little guy, if you don't come out, sister will be angry. Violet laughed and didn't seem to let Xiao He go. She was still touching Mo Yi's hair. Mo Yi was speechless and could only shake her head helplessly, no longer caring about Wei Wei's shit. At this time, a large number of spectators had gathered on the ring, and they were all cheering for their respective players. Come on, kill that guy. Yes, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. The voices of the audience came one after another, making the whole arena boil. Mo Yi looked around, trying to find Cyrus, but because there were too many spectators, he couldn't see the situation on the ring at all. Hey, Violet, can you see the situation on the ring? Mo Yi turned to look at Violet, but found that she was staring at her hair with excitement, and seemed to have not heard her words at all. Chapter 160. What the hell are you doing? Hey, Violet, do you hear me? Mo Yi couldn't help but raise his voice to attract Violet's attention. However, Violet seemed to have not heard him at all and was still staring at his hair. What on earth is this little guy doing? Mo Yi shook his head helplessly and could only look at the ring. At this time, the host had already walked onto the ring. He picked up the microphone and announced loudly. Dear audience, the next game will be our warrior Cyrus against his opponent. Let's cheer for them. Mo Yi did not stop, but said lightly, what are you following me for? 0. Mo Yi's heart was full of doubts, and he couldn't help asking. Humph, that guy, dared to kill King Liku, he really wanted to die. Kill him, what is this little guy doing? Did Cyrus really kill King Liku? Advertisement. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly and could only look at the ring. No, he refused briefly and directly. Humph, that guy, for revenge, dared to kill King Liku, he really deserves death. The big man said angrily, seeming to be full of hostility towards Cyrus. I want to touch the one in front of you, Violet said, stretching out her little hand, as if she wanted to touch the mysterious existence in front of Mo Yi. Kill King Liku? What's going on? Mo Yi's heart was full of doubts, and he wanted to get an answer from Violet. At this moment, an angry voice sounded in Mo Yi's ears. Yes, he must be killed to avenge King Liku. Although these voices were not loud, they were heard clearly. He frowned, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Mo Yi stared at the ring closely, trying to see Cyrus's fighting situation clearly. However, due to too many spectators, he couldn't see the situation on the ring clearly. The big man nodded and said, that's right. Violet heard the words and hurried out of the corner, ran to Mo Yi, raised her head, and looked at him with her eyes flashing with curiosity. Advertisement? Revenge? Are you saying that Cyrus killed King Liku for revenge? Mo Yi frowned, took a step back, and avoided Violet's hand. However, among these voices, some discordant voices rang out. That was Violet, a little girl from the dwarf tribe. When Mo Yi left the competition venue and was about to go to the rest area for the players, he felt that something seemed to be following him from behind. Mo Yi turned his head and saw a burly man staring at the ring with an angry face. He turned his head slightly and glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. He saw a petite figure hiding in the corner, carefully peeping at him. Humph, Cyrus, that guy, dared to kill our King Liku, he is really impatient to live. However, when he turned his head to look at Violet, he found that she was still staring at her hair and didn't hear what he said at all. Mo Yi was even more confused, he didn't understand the reason. With the host's order, the audience suddenly boiled up. They shouted Cyrus' name loudly to cheer him up. Violet's little face collapsed immediately, and she bit her lip, seeming a little unwilling. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. At this time, the game on the ring had already begun, and Cyrus and his opponent were fighting fiercely. Chapter 161. Then keep moving forward. Then I'll trade you some delicious food, and I can show you the goblin, she said hurriedly, as if she was afraid that Mo Yi would refuse her. Mo Yi couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. I've lost interest in the little people, he said lightly, and then continued to walk forward. Mo Yi seemed not to feel his aura, and still stood there calmly. 0. Seeing this, Violet quickly grabbed his sleeve. Mo Yi looked at Cyrus, and a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. Who is that guy? Cyrus looked at the empty player lounge, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. After that, she turned and ran to the entrance of the contestant candidate area. What favor? Violet asked immediately. Violet blinked, as if she didn't understand what Mo Yi meant. I want to enter the contestant candidate area, but I don't want to participate in the competition, Mo Yi said. What did you say? He shouted loudly, and his muscles tensed up instantly, emitting a strong aura. Advertisement, are you the one who wants to challenge me? He asked. He frowned, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart. Violet looked at Mo Yi's smile and suddenly understood something. Cyrus also heard their conversation. He stood up and walked in front of Mo Fang. After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Violet was speechless. She looked at Mo Yi's back, her heart full of doubts. If you want to touch it, do me a favor, he said. Mo Yi took the opportunity to leave here, leaving behind Violet with a confused face and Cyrus who was alert. Are you just leaving like this? She asked. But only contestants can go in there, she said. Violet looked at this scene, and her heart was sweating. At the Dressrosa competition site, Mo Yi's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. She patted her chest and said confidently, no problem, leave it to me. Advertisement. Mo Yi looked back at her and said lightly, what else? Mo Yi shook his head and said, I'm not interested in bullying a disabled person. Mo Yi smiled slightly and didn't speak. That man was Cyrus, the highest combat power in King Liku's army, and the undefeated legend in the arena. Not long after, Violet took Mo Yi into the contestant candidate area smoothly. However, at this moment, a black figure suddenly emerged from behind Cyrus and patted his shoulder. They came to a relatively secluded place and saw a tall, muscular man sitting there to rest. Violet saw this and hurriedly chased after him. She shouted as she ran. Then tell me how I can touch it. Mo Yi stopped his 173 pace, turned around, and looked at Violet. His ability is really incredible. Violet walked over, her long golden hair shining in the sun, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Mo Yi. It is worthy of being an undefeated legend, and it really lives up to its reputation, he said. Cyrus was startled and turned around immediately, but saw nothing. Cyrus was stunned when he heard this. There are always people who are better than you. Cyrus shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of the confusion in his mind. Let's concentrate on preparing for the next game. My brother told me to be more careful with you. Violet said softly, her violet eyes seemed to see through everything. Chapter 162. A strong determination surged in my heart. Cyrus was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Be careful, that guy. I really can't see any malicious intent from him. Mo Yi's figure has disappeared in the crowd, as if he had never appeared. He walked on the streets of Dressrosa, but he was thinking about his own plan in his heart. This time I came to Dressrosa, not just to participate in the competition. Mo Yi whispered to himself. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. There are more important things to do. He stopped and looked up at the castle in the distance, with a strong determination in his heart. Observation hockey, you must get a breakthrough here. Just then, a soft voice sounded behind him. Mr. Mo Yi, where are you going? 30 degrees. Mo Yi turned around and saw Violet standing not far away, with a smile on her face, but her eyes revealed an indescribable complex emotion. Princess Violet, why are you here? Mo Yi looked at her with some surprise. I just want to know more about you. Violet's voice was a little trembling, and she seemed to be trying to control her emotions. Mo Yi frowned. He didn't like being spied on like this, but seeing Violet's expectant and nervous eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. There's nothing worth knowing about my affairs, Mo Yi said lightly, turned around and continued to move forward. Violet hurriedly followed, her heart full of curiosity and confusion. She wanted to know what secrets this seemingly ordinary but mysterious man was hiding. Advertisement, Mr. Mo Yi, your ability is really special, Violet said tentatively, her fingers gently touching the air, as if she could touch those invisible existences. Mo Yi paused. He turned his head and looked at Violet deeply. My ability is not something you should know. There was a hint of coldness in his voice, which made Violet shudder involuntarily. But she didn't back down, but continued to ask, then, what is your purpose? Did you come to Dressrosa just to participate in the competition? Mo Yi was silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. I came here to improve my observation hockey. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an indescribable firmness and determination. Violet felt an inexplicable touch in her heart. She looked at Mo Yi's back, with a firm light in her eyes. I will help you, she said softly, and then quickly followed Mo Yi's pace. The two walked one after the other on the streets of Dressrosa, and their figures were stretched out in the afterglow of the sunset. And in this world full of unknowns and dangers, their fate will also change subtly because of this encounter. 713 At the port of Dressrosa, the sea breeze was cool and carried a light salty taste of seawater. King Liku stood on the shore with a grateful smile on his face. He looked at the young man in front of him. Brother Mo Yi, thank you for taking care of Violet all the way. King Liku's voice was gentle and powerful, and it was obvious that he admired the young man very much. Mo Yi waved his hand, and a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. King Liku, you are too polite. Princess Violet is a smart and sensible child, and I am very happy to accompany her. Violet stood aside, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. She gently pulled Mo Yi's sleeve. Brother Mo Yi, are you really going to leave? Can I go on an adventure with you? Chapter 163. I've seen your strength. Mo Yi shook his head slightly and said softly. Princess, the outside world is too dangerous. You should stay in Dressrosa. King Liku sighed. He knew that his daughter had an endless yearning for adventure, but he also knew that the outside world was not suitable for her. He patted Mo Yi on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I have seen your strength. It is really strong. If you are willing, Dressrosa will always welcome you." Mo Yi nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the ship docked on the shore. He walked very fast, as if he didn't want to leave any chance for anyone to stay. The guards on the shore looked at his back as he left, their eyes full of hostility and vigilance. But Mo Yi seemed not to notice, just glanced at them lightly and continued to move forward. Back on the ship, Xiao He was sitting cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes to rest. Mo Yi walked up to him and patted his shoulder gently. "Xiao He, how is it? Is there any progress in observation hockey?" Xiao He opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Teacher, I feel like I can sense some weak breath around me." Mo Yi nodded and smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, keep working hard. Observation hockey is one of the keys to becoming a strong man, you have to grasp it well." The first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on the sea, and the golden light illuminated the entire sea. Mo Yi stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, and began a new day of morning exercise. His figure looked particularly agile against the backdrop of the waves, and every movement was full of strength and beauty. Xiao He also joined the morning exercise team. He followed Mo Yi's instructions and kept trying to sense the breath around him. Gradually, he found that he could really sense some weak breath. Although it was not very clear, it was already a great improvement. "Teacher, I feel it," Xiao He suddenly shouted excitedly. Mo Yi turned around, looked at the light in Xiao He's eyes, smiled and nodded. "Very good, Xiao He. You have taken an important step. Next, we have to continue to work hard to make your observation hockey stronger." Advertisement. At this moment, a familiar breath suddenly appeared in Mo Yi's perception. He frowned and turned to look into the distance. "I saw a familiar figure approaching the ship quickly. It was Princess Violet." "Brother Mo Yi." Violet shouted excitedly. She was out of breath, but her face was filled with an excited smile. Mo Yi shook his head helplessly. He knew that he might be entangled by this princess again this time. He walked up and looked at Violet. "Princess, why are you here?" Violet took a breath, took out a list from her arms, and handed it to Mo Yi. "Brother Mo Yi, this is the list of pirates who have appeared in the nearby waters recently. Can you help me catch them?" Mo Yi took the list, glanced at the names and crimes on it, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "These pirates are notorious, so you will not let them go." "Okay, I promise you." Mo Yi nodded and put the list away. Violet jumped up happily. "Great, Brother Mo Yi, you are the best brother." Mo Yi smiled bitterly, thinking that he might really have to play a game of catching pirates with the princess this time. He looked at Xiao He and signaled him to be ready to go. Xiao He nodded, quickly packed up his things, and stood beside Mo Yi. The two turned around and walked towards the cabin, ready to set off to catch the pirates. "Brother Mo Yi, wait for me." Violet hurriedly caught up. She grabbed Mo Yi's sleeve, and looked at him expectantly. "I want to go with you too." Mo Yi looked at her helplessly. "Princess, pirates are a group of desperate people, very dangerous. You should stay in Dressrosa." Chapter 164. Unable to convince this stubborn princess. Violet shook her head stubbornly. "No, I want to go with Brother Mo Yi. I also want to see how powerful those pirates are." Mo Yi sighed, knowing that he might not be able to convince this stubborn princess. He looked at Xiao He, who shrugged helplessly. "Well, since you insist on going, let's go together." Mo Yi finally nodded, agreeing to Violet's request. Violet jumped up happily, hugged Mo Yi's arm, and shouted excitedly. "Great, Brother Mo Yi, you are so nice." Mo Yi smiled bitterly, thinking that he might really be entangled by this princess for the 960th time. He looked at the sea in the distance, and was ready to meet the upcoming challenges and adventures. Violet rushed out from behind her eldest brother. She grabbed Leo's clothes and shook him vigorously, trying to attract his attention. "Brother, brother." Leo frowned, looked down at Violet, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Violet, stop it, I'm talking to my father." Violet pursed her lips aggrievedly, let go of her hand, turned and ran to Scarlet. "Sister, look at my eldest brother, he ignores me." Scarlet looked at Leo, who was talking to his father not far away, and shook her head slightly. "Okay, Violet, stop it. Father and eldest brother are talking about something, let's not disturb them." Violet pouted and looked at King Riku in the distance. She asked Scarlet curiously, "Sister, what are you looking at?" Scarlet took a deep breath and said softly, "I'm looking at my father." "Father?" Violet looked at Scarlet in confusion. "What's so good about father?" Scarlet smiled slightly and touched Violet's head. "Because father is our pillar. He guards our country and protects our safety. Looking at my father, I feel at ease." Violet nodded, not quite understanding. "Dabe." She looked at King Riku in the distance again, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. At this time, King Riku was talking to Mo Yi. Mo Yi stood in front of King Riku and saluted respectfully. "Your Majesty, I am willing to join the Marine and contribute to the peace of the country." King Riku looked at the young man in front of him, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Well, young man, I have seen your determination and courage. I believe that you will become an excellent Marine." Mo Yi smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength and contribute to the peace of the country." King Riku nodded and said, "I heard that you have a mysterious power, is it true?" Mo Yi was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I have the ability to manipulate metal." This is a special ability I have had since I was a child. King Liku's eyes flashed with surprise and said, manipulating metal? This ability is the first time I have heard of it. Young man, your ability may be a great help to you in the future in the marine. Mo Yi nodded and said, I will make good use of my ability, your majesty. King Liku nodded slightly and said, okay, young man, you go first. I will arrange someone to take you to report to the marine base. Mo Yi saluted again and turned away. Chapter 165, Getting Drunk. He walked out of King Riku's palace, took a deep breath of fresh air, and was full of expectations. From today on, he will start a new life. He will protect the peace and tranquility of this country as a marine. Moreover, he also looks forward to meeting some pirates who understand hockey and fighting with them to improve his strength. After all, in this world full of unknowns and dangers, only by constantly improving oneself can the group survive better. Half a month later, in a bustling town, in a lively tavern. A group of pirates are sitting around a table, making loud noises and getting drunk. Ha ha ha, brothers, let's drink to our heart's content today. A burly pirate captain raised the glass in his hand and laughed loudly. The captain is right, we are going to drink to our heart's content today. The other pirates also raised their glasses and echoed loudly. At this moment, the owner of the tavern came over. He looked at the pirates with some uneasiness. My lords, can you please keep your voice down? This will disturb other guests. The pirate captain glared at the boss and shouted angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Who dares to disturb us when we are drinking? If you keep talking nonsense, I will smash your tavern. Advertisement. The boss was frightened and trembled all over. He quickly retreated and dared not speak again. At this time, a pirate suddenly stood up. He pointed at the boss's daughter and laughed loudly. Boss, call your daughter over to drink a few glasses with us. The boss's daughter was so scared that she turned pale. She grabbed the corner of her father's clothes tightly and dared not speak. The boss also looked at the pirates with horror. He smiled and said, my lords, my daughter is still young and ignorant. Don't embarrass her. The pirate captain sneered and said, not sensible? Then let her come and have a few drinks with us, let her be sensible. As he said, he reached out and grabbed the boss's daughter's arm and was about to pull her over. Seeing this, the boss hurried forward to stop him. Sir, please let my daughter go. The pirate captain kicked the boss to the ground and shouted angrily. Get out of here, we want your daughter to accompany us today. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came, and a group of dwarfs suddenly appeared in Tavern C. They held long swords, pointed at the pirates, and shouted loudly, let go of that girl. The pirates looked at the group of dwarfs who suddenly appeared, and were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Advertisement, ha ha ha, where did these little guys come from? How dare they come to manage Lousy's business? The pirate captain laughed. Zero asked for flowers, other pirates also laughed. These little guys, I'm afraid they will not even. The pirates were furious when they saw that these little people dared to obstruct them. The leading pirate laughed. Ha ha, a group of little mice, dared to challenge Lousy? Brothers, come on, catch them all. The pirates drew their weapons and rushed towards the little people. Although the little people were short, their eyes were full of determination and courage. They did not retreat, but rushed towards the pirates' attack. Zero. Just when the two sides were about to fight, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and the pirates only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then they found themselves surrounded by a group of people in black. These people in black moved quickly and silently, like ghosts. Who are you? The pirate captain asked in horror. We are here to help the little people, a man in black said coldly. The pirate captain saw this situation and knew that he had hit a wall today. He quickly put away his arrogance and said carefully, my dear friends, we have offended you by not recognizing the great man. Please spare us. 1. Let you go? Humph, it's not that easy, said the leader of the men in black. You just wanted to capture these little people. Do you want to leave now? Chapter 166. Then stand aside. The pirate captain's face turned pale when he heard this. He knew that if he didn't pay a price today, he might not be able to leave. So he quickly took out a bag of gold coins from his arms, held it in both hands and handed it to the leader of the men in black. Good man, this is a little gift from us, please accept it. The leader of the men in black didn't even look at the bag of gold coins, but stretched out his finger and gestured in the air, as if he was holding an invisible gun and pointing it at the pirate captain. You, 817 inches, put down your weapon and stand aside. The pirate captain was frightened by this sudden threat. He quickly threw the knife in his hand to the ground and stood aside obediently. Seeing this, other pirates followed suit and threw their weapons on the ground. The leader of the men in black nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and said to the dwarfs, these guys are handed over to you, you can do whatever you want with them. When the dwarfs heard this, they cheered. They had wanted to teach these pirates a lesson for a long time, and now they finally had the chance. They stepped forward, tied up the pirates, and took them to a small room behind the tavern. Mo Yi also walked over. He looked at the pirate captain who was tied up and said lightly, you, remember today's lesson. Don't bully these little people again in the future, otherwise I won't be so polite next time. The pirate captain nodded quickly, but it was too late to regret it in his heart. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of such a group of little people, and was frightened by 10 mysterious men in black. After Mo Yi dealt with the pirates, he turned back to the tavern. The little people surrounded him and expressed their gratitude and admiration for him. Mo Yi just smiled lightly and didn't say much. At this time, the daughter of the owner of the tavern also came over. She looked at Mo Yi, her eyes flashing with curiosity. You. Have you been to our tavern before? I seem to have seen you. Mo Yi was stunned, then laughed. Really? That may be because I used to come here to drink. Drink? The boss's daughter said in surprise, but we only have barreled wine here, can you get used to it? Haha, it doesn't matter, I just like to drink barreled wine. Mo Yi said with a smile, come on, give me a barrel. The boss's daughter smiled when she heard it. She quickly ordered her men to prepare the wine, and then sat down with Mo Yi in person. 0. The little people were a little surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that this mysterious man in black would like to drink their barreled wine here, and he was so happy to chat with the tavern owner's daughter. But they didn't think much about it. After all, for them, being able to safely survive this crisis is the most important thing. So they also sat down and began to enjoy this rare quiet time. On an island under the sun, a group of dwarf boys sat together, reciting a legend about a mysterious bounty hunter. It is said that this hunter is named Mo Yi, and he can always easily capture pirates in exchange for a generous bounty. 0.6. Lord Mo Yi is so amazing. He can always defeat those bad pirates. A little boy said with sparkling eyes and full of admiration. Yes, I heard that he defeated the entire pirate ship alone last time, another boy added excitedly. Just as they were talking heatedly, there was a sudden noise at the door of the tavern. A group of pirates walked in aggressively, obviously coming from Mo Yi. Chapter 167. Just a group of new pirates. I heard that Mo Yi often appears here. This time we must find him and teach him a lesson, a pirate leader said viciously. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became tense, and the dancers stopped their actions and looked at the door worriedly. Master Mo Yi, you have to be careful. Those pirates look very fierce, a dancer whispered to Mo Yi. But Mo Yi just smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, just a group of new pirates, not worth mentioning. Just then, a burly figure walked in. He was wearing armor and holding a huge axe. He was not an ordinary person at first glance. The soldiers followed closely behind, looking like they were facing a great enemy. Cyrus! Someone exclaimed. Cyrus' eyes were like torches, and he walked straight to the corner where Mo Yi 30 was. He stopped, looked Mo Yi up and down, and then said, are you the legendary bounty hunter Yi? Mo Yi raised his head, glanced at Cyrus lightly, and said, I am Mo Yi, what's the matter? Cyrus did not speak, but stretched out his hand, motioning Mo Yi to follow him. Mo Yi laughed, shook his head and said, why should I go with you? What qualifications do you have for me to go with you? Cyrus frowned and said, I heard that you are very powerful, I want to see your strength. Oh, you want to fight with me? Mo Yi raised his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but why should I fight with you? You don't have a bounty. Cyrus was choked by Mo Yi's words, and his face looked a little ugly. He took a deep breath and said, I'm not here for the bounty, I just want to find a strong man worthy of my challenge. Strong? Mo Yi sneered, who do you think you are? Why do you think I am the butcher you are looking for? Cyrus was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know, I just think. You may be able to help me find the answer. Luo Yi looked at Cyrus' serious eyes, and his heart moved. He picked up a glass of wine, walked in front of Cyrus, and said, if you really want to see my strength, then drink this glass of wine first. Cyrus was stunned for a moment, but still took the glass of wine handed over by Mo Yi and drank it all. The wine went into his throat, very spicy, but his eyes became more determined. Okay, I accept your challenge, Cyrus said loudly. Mo Yi laughed and said, challenge? I didn't say I want to fight you. I just want to see how powerful you are. Cyrus was so angry at Mo Yi's words that his face turned red. He clenched his fists and said, Yi, don't underestimate me, I will make you regret it. Mo Yi just shrugged and said, then wait and see. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of the people around them, and everyone looked at them curiously. Cyrus was full of confusion and uneasiness. He didn't know whether he was seeking power or escaping from reality. But no matter what, he decided to face this mysterious bounty hunter and see how far he could go. Hiss, you actually have this kind of strength. It seems that New World is also full of hidden talents. Mo Yi looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but exclaimed. The information in his hand was about Cyrus. This 947th person was called Sword Fighter. Cyrus, the strongest warrior in King Liku's army. After King Liku was overthrown by Doflamingo, Cyrus was also retaliated by Doflamingo, turned into a toy, and people's memories of him were wiped out. And his wife was brutally killed by Doflamingo. However, Cyrus did not give up, but hid his identity, participated in the Dressrosa competition, and became a sword fighter to find a chance to restore his human identity. However, because of Doflamingo's secret manipulation, even if he 2,999 won games in the arena, he still had no chance to restore his human identity. System, help me contact Cyrus, I have something to find him. Chapter 168. Cyrus voice Mo Yi said directly to the system. Okay host, contacting Cyrus, the system replied. Soon, the voice of the Beast King came into Mo Yi's mind. Who are you? What do you want to talk to me about? Cyrus' voice was full of vigilance. After all, in this world, no one knows his true identity except King Liku's family. Cyrus, don't be so nervous, I have no ill intentions, I am here to help you. Mo Yi's voice sounded in Cyrus' mind. Help me? Why do you help me? Cyrus asked in confusion. I can help you restore your human identity, and I can also help you become stronger. Mo Yi said lightly. Help me restore my human identity. Help me become stronger. Ha ha ha, what a joke, Who do you think you are? Doflamingo's strength is so powerful that even King Liku is not his opponent. Why do you say you can help me become stronger? Cyrus' voice was full of disdain. HMPH, Doflamingo is very strong, but so what? If I want to kill him, it's easy and dead. Advertisement, Mo Yi said lightly. Kr. Cyrus was choked by Mo Yi's words and didn't know what to say. Okay, Cyrus, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You just need to tell me whether you want to restore your human identity and become stronger. Mo Yi said. Yes, of course I do, Cyrus said without hesitation. Okay, in that case, I will give you a chance. As long as you can win 3,000 games in the next game, I will help you restore your human identity and teach you to become stronger. Mo Yi said lightly. 3,000 games? Okay, I promise you. Cyrus gritted his teeth and said, very good, then it's settled. I will contact you after you win the game. Mo Yi said, and then hung up the contact with Cyrus. In the following time, Cyrus seemed to be crazy, participating in the game crazily. In every game, he would seriously injure or even cripple his opponent. Therefore, Cyrus was also despised and insulted by many people, but he didn't care and just continued to participate in the game. Soon, a year passed. In this year, Cyrus won 3,000 games and lost. Advertisement. At this time, Cyrus was standing on the ring in the arena, looking at his opponent with a ferocious face. Ha ha ha, is this your strength? It's too weak, not good enough at all, Cyrus laughed and said. His opponent was already dying at this time. Hearing Cyrus' words, he was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fainted directly. It's really boring, another match without suspense. Cyrus curled his lips, then jumped off the ring and walked out. Congratulations, host. Cyrus has completed 3,000 victories. Host has a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Mo Yi's money Jiao mind. Sign in. Mo Yi said without thinking. Sign in successfully. Host obtains the Imperial weapon, the must-hit bow Glorious Wings. Must-hit bow Glorious Wings? What is this? Mo Yi said with some doubt. However, he soon understood. So that's it, it's this thing, not bad. Mo Yi said with a smile. Ding, it is detected that the host has the Imperial weapon. Do you want to collect it? Chapter 169. The relationship between Mo Yi and Cyrus. Then, okay, have a good trip, Mo Yi, one King Liku said. Marine? Cyrus' eyes lit up, and he was sexy about this topic. Cyrus looked at King Liku with a puzzled look on his face. He felt a little puzzled by the words of the former king of Dressrosa. What's wrong? What happened to Marine? Cyrus asked curiously. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while, and Cyrus and Mo Yi didn't know how to respond. King Liku, Cyrus, I'm leaving. Mo Shi said. Don't collect it yet. Mo Yi thought for a moment and said. At this time, King Liku also saw the relationship between Mo Yi and Cyrus. Really? Thank you so much, Cyrus said excitedly. Mo Yi looked at King Liku and felt a little emotional. He knew that the world was not so beautiful, and justice and evil always coexisted. However, he believed that as long as someone insisted on justice, the world would become better. The Marine now is not the Marine of the past. Some people, let's not talk about it. King Liku shook his head and didn't continue. Advertisement, then. Do you want to stay a few more days? Cyrus asked. Cyrus was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't thought about it. In fact, the development of observation hockey is not difficult. The key is to feel it with your heart. If you need it, I can teach you 10 methods, Mo Yi said. Speaking of which, the current Marine. Well, let's not talk about it. King Liku sighed, seeming to be a little dissatisfied with the current situation of Marine. However, no matter what Marine becomes, I will stick to my beliefs and pursue the justice in my heart, Mo Yi said firmly. Cyrus was silent for a while, then raised his head and looked at King Liku. Thank you, King Liku. I will consider it. Well, I still have some things to deal with, Mo Yi replied. The two chatted about observation hockey for a while, and then Mo Yi stood up and said goodbye. Well, how about we talk about Marine? King Liku tried to change the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere. King Liku looked at Mo Yi, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Okay, Mo Yi, I believe you can do it. I plan to go back to my hometown first to see my grandfather and others, Yi replied. King Liku scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I may have misunderstood something. I thought you. Oh, forget it, maybe I'm old and confused. 17. Advertisement. By the way, Mo Yi, how is your observation hockey developing? Cyrus suddenly asked. Really? That's amazing, Cyrus exclaimed. That. King Liku, what did you say just now? What am I? Mo Yi nodded. I will, King Liku. Oh, your hometown? That's also a good choice. However, don't forget your original intention and keep your love in pursuit of justice, King Liku urged. Yes, Marine. Cyrus, have you ever thought about joining Marine? King Liku asked. Oh, this. I can already sense the emotions and intentions of some people, Mo Yi replied. Are you leaving so soon? King Liku asked reluctantly. In fact, joining Marine is also a good choice. You can protect more people and realize your justice, King Nan persuaded. Mo Yi shook his head. No, I've been here for a long time. I have to go back. The system asked. King Liku nodded, Dabe, and turned to Mo Yi. Mo Yi, what about you? What are your plans? Chapter 170 But he will always remember him. Thank you, King Liku. I will remember your teachings, Mo Yi said. After that, Mo Yi turned and left. Cyrus looked at Mo Yi's back, his heart full of emotion. He knew that he might never see this young man again, but he would remember him forever. Mo Yi looked at Violet in front of him, looked at her bright big eyes, and couldn't help teasing her. Little Violet, you are so beautiful, I don't know how many young men you will fascinate when you grow up. Violet was amused by Mo Yi's words and laughed, and a blush appeared on her little face. Brother Mo Yi, don't talk nonsense. Cyrus on the side also laughed and touched Violet's head. Mr. Mo Yi is right, our little Violet will definitely be a beauty in the future. Mo Yi stayed in Dressrosa for a few more days and then prepared to leave. Cyrus and little Violet accompanied Mo Yi to the port and watched the ship Mo Yi was on go farther and farther. A few days later, Fang's ship finally arrived at the Fishman Island. Little Shirley was helping with work with her sisters when she suddenly heard them say, Lord Mo Yi is back. Little Shirley was immediately excited and dropped the work in her hands and ran out. Lord Mo Yi, where are you? She ran to the port and saw Mo Yi standing at the bow of the ship, and immediately rushed over. Lord Mo Yi, you are finally back. Advertisement. Mo Yi smiled and rubbed little Shirley's head. Yes, I'm back. Little Shirley took Mo Yi's hand and asked him excitedly. Master Mo Yi, did you have any fun when you went to Dressrosa this time? Tell me quickly. Mo Yi smiled and told little Shirley about the little people he met in Dressrosa. Little Shirley listened with relish and exclaimed from time to time. After finishing, little Shirley suddenly asked, Master Mo Yi, have you gained a lot of little fans again? Mo Yi was stunned, then smiled. Yes, I did meet a lot of people who like me this time. When little Shirley heard this, she suddenly lowered her head a little unhappy. Does the couple not like me anymore? Mo Yi looked at little Shirley's lost look, her heart softened, and she took her hand. How could it be? I like little Shirley the most. Little Shirley raised her head, looked at Liang Yi's serious eyes, and then smiled. Mo Yi looked at little Shirley's smile, and felt warm in her heart. He touched the little black dog in his pocket, then took it out and handed it to little Shirley. Little Shirley, this is. Zero ask for flowers. Advertisement. Little Shirley looked at the little black dog in Mo Yi's hand, her eyes lit up. Wow, what a cute little dog. She took the little black dog, held it in her arms, and kept stroking its head. Little black dog, you are so cute. Mo Yi looked at the intimacy between little Shirley and little black dog, and felt relieved in her heart. Zero at night, Mo Yi and little Shirley sat by the sea, looking at the starry sky in the distance. Little Shirley suddenly asked, Master Mo Yi, will you leave again after you come back this time? Mo Yi was silent for a moment, then nodded. Well, I still have a lot of things to do, and I may leave soon. When little Shirley heard this, she felt lost, but she knew that Mo Yi was a person with great ideals, and she would not become a stumbling block for him. She raised her head and looked at Mo Yi. Then Master Mo Yi, you must be careful and don't get yourself hurt. Mo Yi looked at Shirley's caring eyes and was touched. Don't worry, I will be careful. 11. A few days later, Mo Yi was ready to leave the Fishman Island. He left his contact information on the Fishman Island to Shirley. Shirley, Wong, Chapter 171. Then he turned and walked towards the bow. If you have any problems in the future, you can always contact me. Little Shirley took the Den Mushi and held it tightly in his hand. Yes, I will. Mo Yi looked at little Shirley, smiled and nodded, then turned and walked towards the bow. Little Shirley watched Mo Yi's back gradually go away, and his heart was filled with reluctance. But she knew that Mo Yi was a man with great ideals. She couldn't be a stumbling block to him. She stood there silently until Mo Yi's ship, 390, disappeared from sight. A few days later, Mo Yi arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. He stood at the bow and looked out at the sea in the distance. He knew that his journey had just begun. No matter how many difficulties and challenges there were ahead, he would keep moving forward. Because he believed that only by moving forward could he find his own answer. Pluton Rayleigh put his hands behind his head, kicked the stone unconsciously, and his eyes were full of disdain. Even if he was caught by this group of human traffickers, he still looked calm. Hey, kid, what's your name? A big man with a face full of flesh and a whip in his hand walked up to Pluton Rayleigh and said to him, Oh? Pluton Rayleigh smiled, glanced at him, and then said, Pluton, Pluton, Pluton? The big man frowned. The name was a bit strange, but it had nothing to do with him. He only needed to send this kid to the slave market to get a considerable commission. Boy, you are so thin and weak, I guess you can't sell for much money, but don't worry, I will try my best to find a good master for you. The big man patted Pluton Rayleigh on the shoulder and strode away. Ding, sign in successfully, get a 10% increase in cultivation efficiency. The system's voice sounded in Mo Yi's mind. 10%? Advertisement. Mo Yi frowned slightly. This efficiency increase seemed a bit low. But it's better than nothing. Little guy, I remember you, you are very good. Pluton Rayleigh looked at Mo Yi's back as he left, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the group of human traffickers came to the slave market. Boss, I have a little guy here. Although he is a little thin, he is young and worth cultivating. The big man walked up to a fat middle-aged man and said to him. Oh, let me see. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Pluton Rayleigh, with a gleam in his eyes. Yes, this kid's eyes are very clear and have not been polluted. He is a good seedling. The middle-aged man nodded and said, How about this, I'll give you 500 Baileys. I want this kid. 500 Baileys? The big man was dissatisfied when he heard it. Boss, this price is too low. Although this kid is a little thin, he is also a living person. 500 Baileys is too cheap. Huh, living person? The middle-aged man sneered. In my eyes, only valuable living people are called living people. Those who are worthless are no different from dead people. Kr. The big man was choked by the middle-aged man's words and could only stare blankly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. 500 Baileys, take it or not. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, the big man could only nod helplessly, and then took the Bailey handed over by the middle-aged man. Boy, you are sensible, and my kindness to you is not in vain. The middle-aged man patted the big man on the shoulder, then walked in front of Pluton Rayleigh and said to him, Boy, you will follow me from now on. I will train you well. Train me? Chapter 172, Heading into the Slave Market. Pluton Rayleigh heard this and raised his lips. Then I really have to thank you. After that, Pluton Rayleigh followed the middle-aged man and walked into the slave market. In Shocky's bar, Mo Yi sat in front of the bar, holding a glass of whiskey in his hand and shaking it gently. Little guy, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Shocky looked at Mo Yi and said with a smile, Sister Shocky is joking, I just drink more. Mo Yi smiled and said, Sister Shocky, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Well, because, 30. Shocky nodded, then looked at Mo Yi's back, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This little guy seems to be a little bit unusual. Shocky muttered to himself. Mo Yi carried a bow and left Shocky's bar with a group of men. Boss, that woman seems to be very interested in you. A man looked at Mo Yi's back and said with a smile, Interested? Mo Yi heard this and raised his lips. So what? I'm not interested in just anyone. After that, Mo Yi quickened his pace and walked away. Mo Yi and his group soon arrived at tree number 2. Boss, this is tree number 2. Should we find someone to ask where Zoro is? A subordinate looked at the giant tree in front of him and said to Mo Yi. No need. Mo Yi shook his head and said, I know where he is. After that, Mo Yi led everyone to the depths of tree number 2. Clifford Pirates, Captain Clifford, bounty of 200 million Baileys, one of the supernovas. A burly pirate holding a big knife stood on a high ground and read the bounty in his hand loudly. Haha, Boss Clifford, your bounty has increased again. Yes, Boss Clifford, you are the pride of our Clifford Pirates. Advertisement. The surrounding pirates complimented him. Humph, that's Byran. Clifford smiled proudly after hearing this, and then said, However, my goal is not just the 2. In the night, Mo Yi's figure shuttled through the woods like a ghost. He easily avoided Clifford's fierce attack, and even had a sneer of disdain on his face. Hey, you so-called bounty hunter, is this all you have? Clifford roared, his face full of anger, and his fist swung at Mo Yi again and again, and each time he was cleverly dodged by the other party. It's so boring. Mo Yi shook his head, his eyes swept over Clifford, and finally stopped at the bounty on his chest. It's only 75 million Baileys, I thought I could meet a bigger prey. Hearing this, Clifford's eyes suddenly widened, and he roared. You guy, dare to look down on me. I am the bounty hunter of East Blue, and the bounty is 75 million Baileys, so what? Mo Yi shrugged, and suddenly there was a bow and arrow in his hand, and the arrow flashed coldly in the moonlight. I'm not the kind of person who likes fighting. Seeing this, Clifford's face became even more angry. He suddenly transformed into a leopard, and his sharp claws flashed cold light in the night sky. Since you are looking for death, I will become 627 to save you. However, Mo Yi seemed to have anticipated all this. He smiled slightly, and the bow and arrow in his hand had already aimed at Clifford's shoulder. The arrow broke through the air and accurately hit Clifford's shoulder, and the blood instantly dyed his hair red. Ah! Clifford screamed. He didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous guy could hurt himself. How is it possible? Clifford was horrified, and he quickly transformed into a complete beast form, trying to use the power of the zone fruit to escape the attack of the Yuchuan. However, Mo Yi seemed to have seen through his thoughts long ago. He smiled lightly and shot the bow and arrow in his hand again. This time, the arrow actually pierced Clifford's body from behind. Chapter 173. There is no expression on his face. What the hell is this? Clifford's eyes widened in horror, and he felt that his life was slipping away quickly. Is this what you call strength? Mo Yi looked at Clifford coldly, his face without any expression. It's really disappointing. After saying that, Mo Yi turned around and was about to leave, while Clifford collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of fear and despair. Quick! Stop him! Clifford shouted with difficulty. His voice had become hoarse. Can't let this guy run away. Hearing Clifford's order, the pirates suddenly woke up from their dreams. They all drew their knives and swarmed towards Mo Yi. Humph, overestimating yourself. Mo Yi sneered, and his figure disappeared into the night again, leaving only the pirates' frightened shouts. The sea breeze whistled, the waves rolled, and a dilapidated ship struggled to move forward on the sea. On the deck, a figure shuttled like a ghost, the arrow in his hand accurately shot at the 10 pirates. Clifford. Swoosh. The arrow pierced through the air, with a sharp sound of wind, and accurately hit Clifford's shoulder. He screamed, held the wound, and looked at the figure in front of him with horror. Retreat, retreat. Clifford shouted loudly, but the pirates were already in chaos and had no time to pay attention to his orders. At this moment, a black figure suddenly rushed out of the cabin and ran straight to the pirates. It was Xiao He. It opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly, instantly scaring the pirates to death. "Ah, monster, run." The pirates fled in panic, but Xiao He was faster. It rushed and knocked a pirate to the ground and bit off the other's throat. "Mo Yi, you dared to hurt me." Clifford saw this, roared, and rushed towards Mo Yi with a knife. But Mo Yi was not panicked at all. He drew out arrows from his back again and aimed at Clifford's legs. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 arrows were fired at the same time, and Clifford's legs were instantly shot through. He screamed and fell to the ground. "Advertisement, assistant, swordsman, hurry up," Clifford shouted loudly, but his assistant and swordsman were entangled by Xiao He and Mo Yi's men, and had no time to take care of him. "Clifford, your doomsday is here." Mo Yi put away his bow and arrow and walked towards Clifford step by step. His eyes were cold and firm, as if he was looking at a dead man. Seeing this, the pirates retreated in fear and made way for Mo Yi. They knew that this young man was not a traitor they could fight against. Mo Yi walked up to Clifford, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Tonight, I will hold a grand banquet on the ship." Mo Yi sneered, "And you, Clifford, are the protagonist of the banquet." Clifford's face was pale. He knew that his end would be very miserable. He tried to beg for mercy, but Mo Yi ignored him. "Take him away," Mo Yi ordered. The men immediately stepped forward and took Clifford away, and Xiao He continued to abuse the pirates, and every kill was accompanied by the screams and fear of the pirates. Soon, only Mo Yi and his men were left on the deck. They looked at the pirate corpses all over the ground and the pirate brothers fleeing everywhere, and a smug smile appeared on their faces. "Lord Mo Yi, you are so awesome," a man said excitedly. "Your archery is amazing." "Yes, Lord Mo Yi, we are so lucky to go to sea with you," another man also echoed. Chapter 174 How Can We Want It? Luo Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "None of these are important. What's important is that we have finally gained something from our 6-month voyage." As he spoke, he took out a purse from his arms, which was filled with golden Baileys. This was all they had gained in the past 6 months, and each Bailey represented their sweat and hard work. "Let's share this money together," Mo Yi said. "No, Lord Mo Yi, this money is all earned by you, how can we take it?" The men refused one after another. "We are a team. Without your help, I would not have earned this money." Mo Yi insisted. "Besides, this money is not mine, it belongs to all of us." 11 With Mo Yi's insistence, the men finally accepted their share of Baileys. They excitedly held the purses in their hands, as if holding their dreams and future. "Lord Mo Yi, we will definitely work harder to make more money for you," said a man confidently. "Yes, we want to be the richest pirate group," another man also shouted excitedly. Mo Yi looked at them, his heart filled with relief and pride. He knew that these tools were no longer just money-making machines, they had become his true partners and comrades in arms. And all this stemmed from his 6-month sailing experience. In the past 6 months, he had experienced countless storms and tests, but also gained countless wealth and friendship. He believed that as long as they continued to work hard, the future would be even better. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sea, sparkling, reflecting the faces of everyone on the pirate ship. On the ship, a group of pirates were surrounding the treasure piled up like a hill, and everyone's eyes were shining with greed and incredible light. Isn't this a dream?" Yi reached out to touch the golden coin, with an incredible expression on his face. "Dream your head. This is real gold, how could it be a dream?" Ja glared at him, and Bully also retorted. Yi touched his face and looked at the gold coin in his hand, and then he was sure that all this was true. He couldn't help laughing out loud. "Haha, Lousy has made a fortune this time. When I go back, I must honor my parents." "Me too, if my mother knew how successful I am, she would be so happy," the younger brother next to him also echoed. The pirates talked about it, their faces were filled with unprecedented excitement and expectation. "By the way, we can meet such a good boss, it's really the merits of our ancestors," Yi sighed. "That's right, the boss is not only powerful, but also treats us like brothers. Following him, we will definitely have a bright future in the future." A patted Yi's shoulder, his eyes full of admiration and gratitude. "Speaking of which, we may never reach the strength of the boss in this lifetime, right?" a pirate suddenly said. "Yes, the boss can easily capture those pirates, but we can't even catch up with their shadows," another pirate also sighed. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He remembered his previous dream, wanting to clear the stain for his family and wanting to become a respected person. But now, he found that the gap between him and the boss was too big. He was afraid that he would never be able to reach that kind of strength and courage. "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you?" The younger brother saw that Yi was different and asked with concern. "It's okay. I was just thinking, should we practice harder and strive to be as strong as the boss one day?" Yi came back to his senses, with a firm light in his eyes. "That's right, we can't always rely on the boss, we have to work hard on our own," Ja also echoed. Chapter 175. Anxiously waiting for his answer as night fell, the pirates held a grand banquet on the ship. However, amidst the laughter and joy, a heavy atmosphere was faintly revealed. They all knew that they had gained a lot of wealth this time, but the future was full of uncertainty. Can they be as powerful as the boss? Can they gain a foothold on the Grand Line? These are the problems they must face. A few days later, the pirate ship docked at a river in Alabasta. Yi found the boss. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Boss, I want to send this money back to my hometown so that my parents can live a good life. But I still want to continue to struggle on the Grand Line, so." The boss looked at him and didn't speak. Yi waited for his answer nervously. Go, Yi. Your family is waiting for you, this is what you should do. The boss finally spoke, his voice calm and firm. When Yi heard this, a warm current surged in his heart. He bowed deeply to the boss, then turned and left. He knew that this farewell might be forever. However, he did not regret his choice. Because he had his own goals and his own direction. Stood at the bow, watching B's back gradually going away, his heart was full of emotion. He knew that everyone has his own way to go, and everyone has his own choice. And he will continue to move forward on this road, looking for his own future. The sea breeze gently brushed the sea surface, and the waves hit the hull. The pirate ship slowly left the shore and headed towards the unknown. And B, with his own hopes and dreams, set foot on the sea. The waves gently hit the coastline of Alabasta, and the golden beach sparkled in the sun. The marine flag fluttered in the distance, and B and his team had already taken root in this land. Brother B, this place is really good. I prefer this stable life to drifting on the sea. A young marine soldier said excitedly, his eyes full of longing for the future. B smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. Yes, this is like our new home. We have to work hard to establish our marine department on this land. Not far away, the town of Alabasta was prosperous and lively, and people of all colors came and went, exchanging various goods and information. Yi's eyes revealed determination and expectation. He knew that their choice was not wrong. In another corner of East Blue, Ja stood alone on the beach, looking at the distant horizon. There was no expression on his face, but there was deep loneliness in his eyes. Zero asking for flowers. Ja, are you really not going to go to Alabasta with us? Mo Yi's voice broke the silence. Ja turned around and looked at Mo Yi, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. I don't know. I think I might be more suitable to start over here. Mo Yi sighed and patted Jia's shoulder. Ja, you are an excellent navigator, you can shine wherever you are. But, do you really not regret it? We may never see each other again. .00 Ja was silent for a moment, and suddenly his eyes turned red and his voice choked. I don't know. I just feel that I may never see you again, I'm really scared. Mo Yi looked at Ja, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew that Ja was a lonely person, without relatives and friends, and no worries. However, the friendship between them made him feel warm and cherished. Ja, don't cry. We will meet again, I promise, Mo Yi said, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Ja raised his head and looked at Mo Yi, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Really? Will we meet again? Mo Yi nodded. I will, and I have a task for you. Task? Ja was a little surprised. Chapter 176 I will do my best to complete it? Mo Yi nodded. Yes. You, your friend Xiao He, and Ja, the three of you will go to perform an important navigation mission together. I believe you will be able to complete it. Ja listened to Mo Yi's words, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Okay, I accept this task. I will do my best to complete it. Mo Yi looked at Ja, and his heart was full of relief and expectation. He knew that although their team was scattered, their hearts were always together. 693. In the distant future, Xiarli's prophecy gradually came true. Some Marine soldiers who had fought on the Grand Line restarted their lives in East Blue and became a member of the Marine. Some of them even awakened observation hockey and became the best in the Marine. However, the gears of fate are always full of variables. One of the Marine soldiers, because of jealousy and greed, actually reported their former pirate identities to their superiors. For a time, the entire East Blue was shocked. Mo Yi, do you know? Our identities have been leaked. Those former pirate identities have now become our evidence of guilt, a Marine officer said to Mo Yi anxiously. Mo Yi's face darkened, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Who reported it? It was a young man named Joseph. He took the money from the pirates and betrayed us, the officer said angrily. Mo Yi clenched his fists, and his nails dug deep into the flesh. He remembered that young man, who was once a member of their team, but he didn't expect him to do such a thing. Joseph. I will make him pay the price, Mo Yi said coldly. At this time in East Blue, a sudden pirate attack broke the tranquility of the town. The master of the Kendo Hall, Augsger, led his disciples to fight against the pirates' attack. Master Augsger, we can't hold on, those pirates are too strong, a young disciple shouted anxiously. Augsger gritted his teeth, waved the long sword in his hand, and chopped down one pirate after another. However, the number of pirates was too large, they gradually fell into trouble. At this moment, the pirate leader David suddenly shouted loudly. Ha ha, Augsger, you are dead today. Let me tell you a secret, it was a young man in the town who was paid to betray you and let us know your location. You are so stupid to trust that kind of person. After hearing what David said, Augsger's eyes flashed with anger and despair. He didn't expect that it was the person he trusted who betrayed them. 0. Joseph. You traitor, Augsger roared, his anger burning in his heart. At this time, Mo Yi, who was far away in the marine branch of Alabasta, received the news. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Joseph. I will make you regret it, Mo Yi said coldly, having made up his mind. The town of East Blue is experiencing an unprecedented crisis. The laughter of the pirates and the shouts of the disciples of the Kendo Hall are intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. In this crisis, Mo Yi's figure is about to appear, bringing a ray of hope to the town. Pirate Captain David looked at the newspaper in his hand, his face gradually turned pale. How is this possible? That terrifying guy actually came to our town. David's voice was obviously trembling, and his men looked at him in horror. Half a year ago, a large pirate group in East Blue was wiped out by a mysterious man alone, which caused an uproar in the entire East Blue. Since then, the name of the mysterious man has been spread so magically that it has almost become a nightmare for pirates. Chapter 177. A pirate said breathlessly, "Captain, this is not wrong." A pirate said cautiously, "I have inquired about it. That guy did disappear on the Grand Line for half a year, but he suddenly appeared again recently." David took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the guy was much more terrifying than them pirates. If he really targeted them, the whole pirate group would be finished. Just then, a noisy sound of footsteps came, and a group of pirates ran over in panic. "Captain, something bad has happened. That guy is coming," a pirate said breathlessly. David's heart sank suddenly. He looked up, and saw a figure slowly walking over. The figure was wearing simple clothes, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes seemed to see through everything. Lord Mo Yi. The pirates knelt down one after another, and even David couldn't help wanting to kneel down. Mo Yi was slightly stunned. He looked at the group of pirates in front of him, a little confused. "You know me?" Mo Yi asked with a frown. "Sir, you are our benefactor," a pirate said excitedly. "Half a year ago, you saved our entire pirate group. We have always remembered your kindness." Mo Yi then remembered that he did destroy a large pirate group in East Blue half a year ago. However, he just did it casually at the time and did not think that he would become the benefactor of these pirates. Advertisement. "Oh, it turned out to be that thing," Mo Yi said lightly, "but you don't have to be so polite." Just then, a piercing roar came. I saw a pirate holding a bomb and walking over with a ferocious face. "Hey, you bastards! How dare you make a noise here?" the pirate shouted loudly. "Do you know whose territory this is?" Mo Yi frowned. He looked at the pirate, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Hey, don't be rude." David hurriedly stopped him. "This is Lord Mo Yi, our benefactor." "Benefactor? Ha ha ha." The pirate named Ja laughed. "Captain, are you mistaken? Can such a guy be our benefactor?" As he said, he raised the bomb in his hand and aimed it at Mo Yi. "Get out of here, otherwise I won't be polite," Ja shouted loudly. Mo Yi's face turned cold instantly. He slowly raised his head and looked at the pirate, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. What do you want to do?" Ja was frightened by Mo Yi's eyes and took a step back. "What do I want to do?" Mo Yi sneered. "You pirates, you dare to run wild in my territory. You are really tired of living." As he said, he stepped forward and snatched the bomb from Jia's hand. Then, he gently squeezed it, and the bomb turned into powder in his hand. This. Ja and the other pirates were stunned. They looked at Mo Yi with fear in their eyes. 780 David also looked at Mo Yi in shock. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man was so powerful. "Now, you can go away," Mo Yi said coldly. David hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, "That Lord Mo Yi, can we leave?" Mo Yi nodded and said nothing more. Seeing this, David hurriedly left with his men. Looking at their backs, Mo Yi sighed softly. He knew that although these pirates were hateful, they were just a group of ants on the sea. What he really had to face was those more powerful enemies. Advertisement. Chapter 178. A bad feeling welled up in my heart. At this moment, a noise came. Mo Yi looked up and saw a group of people running towards him in panic. One of them was wearing gorgeous clothes and was obviously a noble. Behind him followed a group of soldiers with weapons, and their target was Mo Yi. "Hey, boy over there, stop," the noble shouted loudly. Mo Yi frowned slightly, and he looked at the noble with a bad premonition in his heart. The sea breeze was howling and the sky was full of dark clouds. A small town was attacked by a pirate group, with flames rising to the sky and violence everywhere. The pirates held swords and slaughtered and seized everything they could take away. A roar sounded in the center of the town, and a young man wearing a black robe and a black tall hat with a cold look in his eyes was Mo Yi. He looked around. The devastation was everywhere, and his heart was broken. The pirates were sitting around the bonfire, talking and laughing loudly, celebrating this big harvest. A cold light flashed in Mo Yi's eyes, and he whispered, "Xiaohei, Ja, start the cleanup." As he finished speaking, a little black cat jumped out of the darkness, with a nimble figure, and ran straight towards the pirates. At the same time, a burly man also walked out of the darkness, holding a giant bomb, and threw it at the pirates. Boom! The bomb exploded in the air, and the fire splashed everywhere, and the pirates were immediately in chaos. Mo Yi took out the bow and arrow, pulled the bowstring to the full, and the arrow shot out like a meteor, accurately shooting and killing one pirate after another. The little black cat flexibly shuttled among the pirates, and its sharp claws scratched the pirates' throats, and blood splattered. Ja kept throwing bombs, blowing up the pirates and making them flee in all directions. With the combined efforts of the three, the pirates soon fell into a desperate situation. Advertisement. "Sir, how do we deal with these pirates?" Ja asked. Mo Yi looked at the remaining pirates coldly and said, "Kill them all, leaving no one alive." "Yes," Ja responded, and waved his huge fist and smashed the pirates. At this moment, a tall kendo gym owner, Ogusage, walked out of the ruins. He witnessed the fight between Mo Yi and the other two and was shocked. He walked up and said to Mo Yi, "You are really the strongest among the strong. I, Ogusage, admire you very much." Mo Yi glanced at him indifferently and said, Ogusage, you take the remaining people to rebuild your home. Yes, thank you for saving my life. Ogusage was grateful. Mo Yi ignored him and continued to command Xiaohe and Jia to clean up the battlefield. The pirates fell one by one, and the blood dyed the world red. At this moment, a pirate suddenly fell to his knees and cried, Please spare us, we surrender, don't kill us. Mo Yi looked at him coldly and said, Pirates are pirates, there is no such thing as surrender. After that, he raised his hand and shot an arrow through the pirate's throat. Seeing this, the other pirates retreated in fear, but Mo Yi did not let them go. He led Xiaohe and Jia to chase and kill them all the way until the last 10 pirates fell. After the battle, Ogsker brought the survivors to Mo Yi, and they all knelt down to thank him. Mo Yi waved his hand and said, You don't have to thank me. I just did what I should do. Take these pirates' treasures. It takes money to rebuild your home. As he said that, he pointed to the piles of treasures on the ground. Ogsker and others were grateful and thanked him repeatedly. Mo Yi did not stay for long. He took Xiaohe and Jia out of the town and continued to move forward. He knew that there were still many things he needed to do in this world, and he could not stop. Sir, should those surrendered pirates really be killed? Jia followed Mo Yi and asked in confusion. Mo Yi stopped, looked back at him, and said, Pirates are pirates. They plunder the wealth and lives of innocent people. This is an unforgivable crime. Even if they surrender, it cannot change their nature. Chapter 179 The sea breeze carries the salty smell of seawater. Jia nodded, not quite understanding, and said nothing more. He knew that the adult's decisions were always correct, and he only needed to obey orders and do his job well. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Mo Yi and Dorag stood by the dock, and the sea breeze with the salty smell of seawater blew their hair. Dorag, I have considered your proposal, but we are not on the same path after all. Mo Yi's eyes were deep, he looked at the distant horizon, and his voice was firm and clear. Dorag frowned slightly, with a bit of regret in his tone. Do you really think that the way of our revolutionary army is just a farce? We are fighting for the justice of the world. Mo Yi shook his head, with a sneer on his lips. Justice? That's just an excuse you made for yourself. In my opinion, your behavior is more like a meaningless farce. I respect the pirates' ability to act. They at least dare to face the injustice of this world. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Dorag took a deep breath and wanted to say something else, but Mo Yi had already turned and left. A few days later, Mo Yi drove a small boat to the kingdom of Oikot. This is a forgotten island, and the people on the island live an isolated life. Mo Yi docked the boat on the shore and walked onto the island alone. He walked through a dense forest and came to a small hillside. There was a simple tombstone there, and in front of the tombstone lay an old man with white hair, with a peaceful smile on his face, as if he was dreaming. Mo Yi stood in front of the tombstone, Dea, and was silent for a long time. He gently stroked the words on the tombstone, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Teacher, I came to see you again. Over the years, I have been following your footsteps, hoping to find the answer you said. However, I found that this world is much more complicated than I imagined. There was a bit of confusion in his words, but more of firmness and determination. He knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead was, he would continue to go on. After staying in the kingdom of Oikot for a few days, Mo Yi bid farewell to the sleeping old man and continued his journey. He drove a small boat through the turbulent sea and came to the other end of the Grand Line. Advertisement here, he met many people who stayed in the Grand Line for various reasons. They may have lost their loved ones, their homes, or their faith. But no matter what the reason, they are struggling to survive in this dangerous and unknown sea. Mo Yi took out some money from his pocket and handed it to them. Take this money and use it. I hope it can help you get through the difficulties. Those people took the money and smiled gratefully. They knew that in this world full of danger and unknowns, it was their greatest luck to meet someone like Mo Yi. Mo Yi left those people and continued his journey. He knew that his journey was still long and he still had a lot to do. However, he believed that as long as he kept going, he would be able to find the answer that belonged to him. A few days later, Mo Yi came to Log Town. This is a small town full of pirate atmosphere, and the streets are full of people of all kinds. Mo Yi walked into a tavern to prepare for a day off. The tavern was very lively, and all kinds of sounds were intertwined. Mo Yi found a corner seat and sat down and ordered a glass of wine. Just then, he noticed a wretched teenager hiding in the corner and shivering. The teenager looked only 14 or 15 years old, and his face was full of fear and uneasiness. Mo Yi frowned, and he felt that the teenager seemed to be a little bit wrong. Just then, the door of the tavern was suddenly kicked open, and a burly man walked in. He stared and looked around, as if looking for something. When he saw the wretched teenager, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Jia, it's him. He's chasing us. The boy shouted in fear, his body trembling constantly. Jia sneered and strode towards the boy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the boy's collar. Boy, do you think you can run away? The betrayal of the town has been exposed. Do you think you can still survive? The boy struggled, but his strength was no match for Jia. He could only watch as Jia lifted him up and then threw him to the ground. Chapter 180. As if to penetrate his eyes. Jia, please let me go. I won't do it again next time. The boy cried, but Jia had no mercy. He took out a pistol and pointed it at the boy's leg. Since you betrayed us, I'll let you taste the bullet. The gunshot rang out, and the boy was shot in the leg, and the blood instantly stained his pants red. He screamed and fell to the ground and kept rolling. The tavern was in chaos, and people screamed and fled everywhere. But the pirates were watching this scene like a play. They had cruel smiles on their faces. Mo Yi watched all this coldly, with a flash of anger in his eyes. He knew that Jia was a dangerous person, and he couldn't let him continue to hurt the innocent boy. He stood up and strode towards Jia. His eyes were firm and cold, as if he wanted to pierce through Jia's eyes. Jia felt Mo Yi approaching. He turned his head and saw Mo Yi's cold eyes. His heart couldn't help but shudder, but he didn't retreat, but raised the gun in his hand to challenge Mo Shi. "Boy, what do you want to do? Don't meddle in other people's business," Jia sneered. Mo Yi didn't say anything, he just looked at it coldly, then suddenly took out the gun from his hand. He quickly pulled the trigger and pointed the gun at a boy. "Where are you from?" A tattered boy with a wretched face stood in front of her and asked for money. A glanced at him, curled his lips, and took out a Bailey. "Here, but you have to tell me, when will this ship arrive at Marineford?" "Hey, if you told me earlier, I would have told you earlier." The wretched boy took the Bailey and smiled. "There are still 3 days before this ship can arrive at Marineford." "Oh, there are still 3 days." A nodded, then kicked the wretched boy out. "Boy, don't let me see you again next time." "You, what do you want to do?" The wretched boy was kicked so hard that he got up and wanted to run away. "Advertisement, what?" A sneered and stepped on his chest. "Boy, I already know that you bribed Marine." "What?" The wretched boy's face changed and he waved his hands quickly. I didn't, don't tell me." "Huh, no?" I took out a stack of Baileys from his arms and threw them directly to Marine next to him. "These Baileys, take them to drink." "Thank you very much." Marine took the Baileys and smiled immediately, then grabbed the wretched boy. "Boy, come with me." "No, don't." The wretched boy screamed in fear, but Marine didn't care and dragged him away. Advertisement, ha ha ha, boy, do you think you can bribe Marine with money? How naive. I watched the wretched boy being dragged away and couldn't help laughing. At this moment, a familiar voice came. "Jia, you finally came back." Jia looked up and saw a tall man with a stern face standing in front of Jia. "Mo Yi." Jia was stunned, then laughed. "Why are you here at the Marine?" "Humph, I'm not here to be a Marine, I'm here to be an admiral." Mo Yi snorted, then snatched Jia's hat and put it on his head. "Look, do I look like an admiral when I wear a hat?" "Yes, very much." Jia couldn't help laughing, then patted Mo Yi on the shoulder. "Mo Yi, you are still so narcissistic." "Humph, narcissism is also a kind of evil. Chapter 181 We can be together." Mo Yi smiled triumphantly, then patted Jia on the shoulder. "Jia, what are your plans for this return?" "Me, of course I'm going to the Marine headquarters." Jia shrugged, then took out a letter of recommendation. "I have my ID and recommendation letter, so I can go directly to the Marine headquarters to participate in the college enrollment." "Oh, you're going to the Marine headquarters too?" Mo Yi was stunned, then laughed. "That's perfect, I'm going to the Marine headquarters too, we can go together." 803. Okay. Jia nodded, then glanced at the wretched boy who was dragged away. "By the way, Mo Yi, that guy, do you know who he is?" He's just a traitor." Mo Yi curled his lips, then said, "This guy, in order to make money, actually sold the information of his hometown to pirates, resulting in the entire village being massacred by pirates." "What?" Jia's face darkened when he heard this. This kind of guy must not be let go. "Don't worry, I've had him put in jail." Advertisement. Mo Yi sneered, then patted Jia on the shoulder. "Jia, let Marine deal with this kind of guy." "Yeah." Jia nodded, and then left the dock with Mo Yi. 3 days later, Li Hei finally arrived at Marineford. Looking at the prosperous city in front of him, Jia couldn't help but sigh. "Is this the Marine headquarters? It's really extraordinary." "Humph, you are sensible." Mo Yi smiled proudly, and then brought it to the registration office of Marine College. "Hello, I'm here to register for Marine College." Jia walked to the registration office and handed over his identity certificate and recommendation letter. "Well, your information has been approved." The Marine in charge of registration took the information, took a look, and then said, "Just fill in the registration form here." "Okay." Advertisement. Jia nodded, then picked up the pen and started filling in the registration form. In the graduation message column, Jia hesitated for a moment, and then wrote 4 words, "Protect justice." Guard justice. Mo Yi, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment when he saw these 4 words, and then laughed. "Jia, you are really ambitious." "Huh, that's natural." Jia laughed proudly, and then handed the registration form to Marine, who was in charge of registration. "Well, good, your message is very meaningful." Marine, who was in charge of registration, took the registration form, took a look, and nodded. "Okay, you can go to take the entrance test. 0. "Okay, thank you." Jia nodded, and then left the registration office with Mower. Jia, in the square of Marine Base, the sun shone through the clouds, adding a bit of solemnity to the training ground. Mo Yi stood in the crowd, and the Marine officer beside him patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Boy, go try that force tester to see how strong you are." Mo Yi nodded and looked at Smoker, who motioned him to go first, and he went to the side to fill out the form. At this time, a girl with long light pink hair came over and asked Smoker curiously, "Hey, Smoker, I heard that the new guy on your ship is very powerful. Is it true?" Smoker raised his head and smiled proudly. "Of course it's true, he has been to New World and defeated the 0.3 supernova pirate." The girl widened her eyes, obviously unbelieving. "Is it true? He looks like he is only about 17 or 18 years old. Don't look at his young age, his strength is extraordinary." Smoker said, pointing to Mo Yi who was queuing. The girl looked in the direction of his finger and saw Mo Yi standing in the crowd. Although he was wearing an ordinary marine uniform, his temperament was different, giving people a sense of calmness and confidence. Chapter 182. How much strength can this machine measure? People around began to whisper, some showed surprised expressions, while others showed jealous and unwilling expressions. Mo Yi's name gradually spread among the crowd, and everyone was full of curiosity and expectations about him. In front of the Tao Force test machine, marine soldiers came forward one by one, put their hands on the machine, and then the machine would display their Tao Force values. Although this value cannot fully represent a person's combat ability, it can also reflect their strength to a certain extent. Mo Yi stood in the team, waiting quietly. He knew that this test was not important to him, because his strength was not only reflected in the Tao Force value. However, he still wanted to see how much strength this machine could measure. Finally, it was Mo Yi's turn on the 30th. He walked forward and put his hand on the machine. The machine made a slight humming sound and then started to run. How much Tao Force can this guy have? A soldier next to him muttered. It's probably more than 100, after all, he doesn't look like he's particularly strong, another soldier said. Mo Yi ignored their discussions and just waited quietly for the results. He knew that his ability was somewhat special. This machine may not be able to fully measure his strength. Sure enough, when the machine stopped running and displayed the results, everyone around was stunned. The numbers on the machine kept jumping and finally stopped at an astonishing number. How is this possible? A soldier exclaimed. His Tao power value is so high. Another soldier widened his eyes and couldn't believe his eyes. Mo Yi withdrew his hand lightly and looked at the numbers on the machine. There was not much ripple in his heart. He knew that this was only part of his strength. The real strength needed to be fully demonstrated in battle. At this time, a burly big guy came over and patted Mo Yi on the shoulder. Boy, not bad. The first test is so high, there is a future. Mo Yi smiled and responded politely. Thank you for the compliment, I just tried my best. Haha, good job. Don't be nervous, the next test is the most important. The big guy said, turning around and walking towards another test area. Mo Yi looked at his back, full of fighting spirit. He knew that the road ahead was still long, and he needed to constantly improve his strength in order to gain a foothold in this challenging world. At this time, Smoker had just finished filling out the form and walked to the test area. He saw the picture of Mo Yi and the big guy talking from a distance, and he couldn't help but feel curious. He walked over quickly to see Fang's test results. When he saw the number on the machine, he couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at Mo Yi with wide eyes, full of shock and confusion. How many secrets of this young man have not been discovered? As soon as the big guy entered the waiting room, he saw Mo Yi who was surrounded by everyone. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something incredible. How is this possible? The big guy rubbed his eyes and looked at the machine again, only to see that the number on it was still jumping, breaking through 500 and still going up. Wow, more than 500. This is going to heaven-defying? It's incredible that a newcomer has such a high value of Tao power. The crowd around was talking, and the voices were getting louder and louder, almost overturning the entire roof. Mo Yi took a deep breath, used all his strength, and punched the machine. Bang! Chapter 183. It seems impossible to accept this fact. The machine made a loud noise, and the entire screen lit up. The number instantly soared and broke through 1000. Hyphenation point 1002. The big guy exclaimed, almost biting off his tongue. Smoker wanted to cheer Mo Yi up and boost morale, but when he saw this number, he lost interest. Alas, this guy is really speechless. Smoker shook his head and sighed. Tina counted the numbers on the side, and the expression on her face changed from surprise to shock, and then to numbness. A newcomer. Still a teenager. How could this be possible? She muttered to herself, as if she couldn't accept this fact. Mo Yi looked at the reactions of the people around him and touched his nose awkwardly. Ahem, that. Maybe the machine is broken. He tried to use humor to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. But no one laughed, even the staff came over and carefully checked the machine. There is no problem with the machine, the daily cut is normal, the staff said seriously. It seems that we really picked up a treasure this time, another staff member exclaimed. Smoker rolled his eyes and thought, this is not picking up a treasure, this is simply picking up a gold mountain. Advertisement, hey, Mo Yi, you are really good, such a high value of Taoism, you are simply a monster. The big guy came over and patted Mo Yi on the shoulder, his eyes full of envy. Luo Yi smiled and didn't say much. He knew that the reason why he could have such a high value of Taoism was all thanks to Xiao Hei's pervert system. Humph, you are sensible. Seeing this, Smoker also came over and teased, but don't be too proud of yourself, after all, this is just a test. A real battle can't be won by Taoism. Mo Yi nodded to show that he understood. He knew that Smoker was telling the truth, but he also had his own plans. Okay, everyone, don't gather around, do what you need to do. The staff began to disperse the crowd. Mo Yi took the opportunity to walk aside and sit down to rest. He knew that the next test would be the real challenge. Mo Yi, you are really amazing. Tina came over and looked at him with admiration. Mo Yi smiled and said modestly, No, I'm just lucky. Luck? I think it's strength. The big guy also came over and said with admiration. Luo Yi didn't say much, just smiled. He knew that no matter what others said, he had to keep a low profile. After all, this world is too big, and there are so many masters. Yang's strength is far from enough. Smoker stood far away and watched Mo Yi being surrounded by everyone, but his heart was mixed. He understood that the gap between him and Mo Yi was getting bigger and bigger. But he was unwilling to give up, and he also wanted to work hard to become stronger and catch up with Mo Yi. Just like that, in the weighing area, Mo Yi became the focus of everyone's attention, and Xiao He stood silently aside, as if he was also proud of Mo Yi. Big guy, sit over there. A Marine recruit looked at a burly recruit, pointed in a direction, and asked him to change his seat. Kui touched the recruit's head awkwardly, smiled deceitfully, and walked over to sit down. Well, this position is good. Mo Yi walked in, looked around, and finally locked on the position that the burly recruit had just given up. He walked over a few steps, sat down, closed his eyes, and began to gather his energy. Soon, more and more people came to the weighing room, and recruits gathered in twos and threes, or whispered about the upcoming test, or chatted about the topic of the South Blue North. However, they all had one thing in common, that is, when they chatted, they would intentionally or unintentionally avoid Mo Yi sitting in the corner. As if he was some terrible monster. Chapter 184. A crisp voice sounded in Mo Yi's ears. Mo Yi also discovered this, but he didn't care. Anyway, he was not from this world, and he didn't want to have any intersection with these people. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded in Mo Yi's ears. Can I sit here? Mo Yi opened his eyes and saw a tall female soldier in a marine uniform standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Whatever. Mo Yi shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't care. Seeing this, the female soldier was not polite and sat down next to Mo Yi. My name is Hina, and I am one of the recruits participating in this test. The female soldier introduced herself. Mo Yi. Mo Yi uttered two words lightly and then closed his eyes again. Seeing this, Hina didn't care, but thought this man was quite interesting. The reason why she chose to sit 157 next to Mo Yi was because she had heard of this man's name a long time ago. It is said that he is the strongest one in this recruit, and he may even become the first in this test. However, Hina does not think Mo Yi is invincible. She believes that she also has a chance to get the first place. Of course, the premise is that Mo Yi doesn't pervert too much. Hey, have you heard? That Mo Yi seems to be a monster. Monster? What monster? I heard that he can eat a whole cow, and he is so strong that he can kill a bear with one punch. Really? Then he is more powerful than Colonel Smoker? Who knows, anyway, I don't think he is a good person. Advertisement, yes, I think so too, we should stay away from him. There were whispers around, although the sound was not loud, but Mo Ji heard it clearly. He frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. These guys, one by one, said bad things about him behind his back, which was really annoying. However, he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was not RMB, and he couldn't make everyone like him. Mo Yi, don't listen to their nonsense. Hina suddenly spoke up and defended Mo Yi. Huh? Mo Yi opened his eyes and looked at Hina with some surprise. I don't think you were that kind of person, Hina said. What kind of person? Mo Yi asked. That's the kind, that kind of. Hina thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable adjective. Bad guy. Mo Yi said for her. Yes, that kind of bad guy. Hina nodded and said, Dabe. Whether he is a bad guy or not is not up to you. Mo Yi smiled faintly and said, Humph, I believe my eyes, you are definitely not that kind of person. Hina said stubbornly. Mo Yi didn't say anything else, just closed his eyes and continued to rest. Advertisement. Hina didn't care, she believed in her intuition, this man was definitely not that kind of person. Just then, a strange sound suddenly sounded, caw. Hina frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a small black bug flying around Mo Yi. What is this? Hina asked curiously. Xiao He, my partner. Mo Yi opened his eyes and looked at Xiao He beside him, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Partner? A bug? Hina said puzzledly. Yes, it is my most important partner. Mo Yi said. Del. Hina nodded and said nothing. She looked at the interaction between Mo Yi and Xiao He, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of person is this man? Just then, a sound of footsteps came, and a tall man in a Marine Colonel uniform walked in. He glanced around and finally landed on Mo Yi, with a strange color in his eyes. Colonel Smoker. Seeing the person coming, Hina stood up quickly and saluted. Others also stood up and saluted Smoker. Smoker nodded, responding to the salute of everyone. His eyes never left Mo Yi, as if he wanted to see through him. Chapter 185. I couldn't help but speak up to defend. Mo Yi also felt the smoker's gaze. Tisk, are you the swordsman? You don't look that good. Xian put his hands in his pockets, walked over casually, and looked at Mo Yi with disdain. Hey, brat, don't look down on me. Tina saw Shun's arrogant attitude and couldn't help but defend him. Mo Yi glanced at Xian lightly, said nothing, just nodded slightly. Oh, you were quite polite. Seeing Mo Yi like this, Xian became more excited, but being polite is useless, strength is the most important. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped Mo Yi. I, Xian, the user of the rust fruit, challenge you, challenge. Mo Yi raised his eyebrows. I don't have time to play with you. What, are you scared? Xian looked at Mo Yi provocatively. If you are scared, just say it, I can let you go. Scared? Mo Yi sneered. I just think it's unnecessary. However, since you want to compete so much, let's talk about it when I'm free. Okay, it's a deal. Xian clapped his hands excitedly. Then when you're free, let's compete again. Tina looked at Shun's back and said to Mo Yi with some concern. Do you really want to compete with him? Shun's fruit ability is very tricky, what if? No what if. Mo Yi interrupted Tina's words, don't worry, I have a plan. Tina sighed and said nothing more. She knew that Mo Yi's strength was very strong, but Shun's fruit ability was indeed not to be underestimated. By the way, have you been selected for the Marine Academy? Mo Yi asked suddenly. Of course I was selected. Tina proudly puffed out her chest. Miss Kun is very powerful. That's good. Mo Yi nodded. I was selected too. What? You were selected too? Tina looked at Mo Yi in surprise. Aren't you a swordsman? How did you get selected by the Marine Academy? Swordsmen can't join the Marine Academy. Mo Yi asked back. Besides, who said I'm a pure swordsman? You. Tina was choked by Mo Yi's words and was speechless for a while. Advertisement. She really hadn't heard that a swordsman could join the Marine Academy, and Mo Yi had always been a swordsman before. But now it seems that he is not as simple as a simple swordsman. Humph. Even if you were a swordsman, so what? I'm an archer, much better than you, Tina said unwillingly. Oh, an archer? Mo Yi looked at Tina with a half smile. Then you have to be careful, don't lose too badly. You? Tina's face flushed with anger at Mo Yi's words. Just wait and see. I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. The two of them were bickering back and forth, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Just then, a noisy voice came, interrupting their conversation. Look, the selection results of the Marine Academy are out. Oh, I was not selected. Haha, I was selected, great. Advertisement. Everyone rushed to the projection screen in the center of the square to check their selection results. Mo Yi and Tina also walked over, but their eyes did not stay on the screen for too long, because they knew that no matter what the result was, they were ready. 0. HMPH, you are sensible. Tina snorted lightly, turned her head and ignored Mo Yi. Just then, a school-level officer came over with a group of grassroots Marines. Silence. The school-level officer shouted, and the whole square fell silent. Everyone, the selection results of the Marine Academy have been released. The school-level officer said, and activated the projection Den Mushi in his hand. Now, I will announce the list of selected candidates. As the list was announced, noisy voices rang out again in the square. Some were happy and some were worried, but in any case, this was an important starting point for their future path. Mo Yi. When the school-level officer read this name, everyone in the square looked at Mo Shi. Is he Mo Yi? I heard he is very strong. Yes, I heard he is the strongest in this selection. Chapter 186. This school-level officer has a really weird temper. Listening to the discussions around him, Mo Yi smiled faintly and said nothing. If Mo Yi doesn't pass, the rest of you don't have to participate, the school-level officer suddenly said. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the square. Everyone looked at the school-level officer in surprise, not understanding why he said that. Hey, what do you mean by this? Tina said dissatisfiedly. We were all selected based on our strength. Real, 490, strength? The school-level officer sneered, in front of Mo Yi. Your so-called strength is just a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi felt speechless. This school-level officer's temper is really weird. However, he didn't say much, just stood there quietly, waiting for the next arrangement. And Tina stamped her feet in anger. She didn't believe that Mo Yi was really that strong, but looking at the serious expression of the school-level officer, she had to believe it. HMPH, you are sensible, she said softly. Mo Yi followed the list and started to search from top to bottom. Soon, he found Haina's name in the middle of the list. Haha, Hina, you are here. Mo Yi looked at Haina's name and laughed. HMPH, do you still need to find my name? Hina immediately raised her head and said to the ground after hearing what Mo Yi said. Haha, yes, Hina is the best, Mo Yi said with a smile, then looked at Hina and said with some disdain, but, Hina, can you wipe your nose? Ah. Hina reacted immediately after hearing what Mo Yi said, and hurriedly wiped her nose with her hand, but found that there was no snot in her nose at all. She was immediately angry and yelled at Mo Yi, you be asterisk D. Advertisement, haha, just kidding. Mo Yi looked at Haina's ashamed and angry look, and laughed and got up. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Mo Yi. It was Smoker. Mo Yi, you kid, I finally found you. Smoker looked at Mo Yi and said with a smile. Haha, Smoker, you are finally here. Mo Yi looked at Smoker and said with a smile, how is it? Have you been caught by those Marines? Humph, how is it possible? Smoker was immediately unhappy when he heard what Mo Yi said. He glared at Mo Yi and said, those how can Marine catch me? I want to be the man of Marine Admiral. Haha, Marine Admiral. Then you have to work hard, Mo Yi said with a smile, and then patted Smoker's shoulder. I'll treat you to a meal after the assessment is over. Haha, okay, I'll remember it, Smoker said with a smile, and then took out a few cigars from his mouth and handed them to Mo Yi and Hina respectively. Come, try this. Mo Yi took the cigar, took a puff, and immediately felt a strong aroma pouring into his mouth and nose, making him close his eyes and enjoy this wonderful taste. 0. Smoker, you kid, have you been kicked out by another Marine? Mo Yi looked at Smoker and said with a smile. Huh, who said that? Smoker was immediately unhappy when he heard Mo Yi's words. He glared at Mo Yi and said, I walked here by myself. Haha, you walked here by yourself? I think you were kicked out, Mo Yi said with a smile. You. Smoker heard Mo Yi's words and said, I walked here by myself. Yi was immediately angry. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Mo Yi. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Mo Yi looked at Smoker and said with a smile, when the assessment is over, I will treat you to a meal. You have to get me drunk by then. Haha, okay, I'm just afraid that you can't drink more than me by then, Smoker said with a smile. Chapter 187. Let's leave in an orderly manner. At this moment, Hina on the side looked at the two of them and said with disdain, can you two stop embarrassing yourself here? Haha, Hina, you just envy us, Mo Yi said with a smile. Humph, I don't envy you, Hina said. At this moment, the voice in the square rang again. Okay, now, all the selected candidates, leave in an orderly manner according to the order on the list. Colonel Marine's voice rang in the square 30. Hearing Colonel Marine's words, the crowd in the square immediately began to stir. Okay, let's go too. Mo Yi looked at the crowd in the square and said to Smoker and Hina. Yeah. Smoker and Hina nodded, and then followed Mo Yi to the exit of the square. After they left, Colonel Marine walked to the square and began to maintain order. Okay, don't squeeze, come one by one according to the order on the list, Colonel Marine said loudly. Hearing Colonel Marine's words, the crowd in the square immediately became orderly. Mo Yi and the other three walked slowly towards the exit in the crowd. Mo Yi, do you think that after this assessment, will we be targeted by the Marine? Hina looked at Mo Yi and said with some concern. Advertisement, don't worry, Hina, I'm here, Mo Yi said with a smile, and after this assessment, the Marine Academy will call the roll again to prevent impersonation. Yeah, Hina was relieved when she heard Mo Yi's words. And at this moment, a voice came to their ears. After this assessment, the 10,000 selected candidates will be led in batches by our Marine's Vice Admiral, and the Colonel will be your main instructor. And 1 year later, you will be selected through competitions, and the best elites will be personally guided by the Zephyr Admiral. Hearing this voice, their steps stopped immediately. Zephyr Admiral. Mo Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and then he looked into the distance. There, he felt a strong force. That force, in the early morning, the sun shone through the window lattice. Madara sprinkled on a spacious conference room in naval headquarters. Sakazuki, the admiral known for his iron-faced impartiality, was looking through the documents with a frown. His electric light suddenly stopped on 10 young faces. 10 of them were new students. This Mo Yi, East Blue Supernova, has a good record. Sakazuki muttered to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on Mo Yi's name. 083, several Marine base captains of East Blue were also talking to each other. One of them laughed and said, I have seen this Mo Yi. His insight is extraordinary and he seems to have mastered a little observation hockey. Oh, Sakazuki raised his head, a gleam in his eyes. Observation hockey? Interesting. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Vice Admiral Cake walked in. He took a look at Mo Yi's information and nodded. This Mo Yi is indeed a promising talent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi, and he seemed to have become the focus of the conference room. Mo Yi was unaware of it, just sitting there quietly with a confident smile on his face.